Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Water Dragon Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was hit, and the acid burned his water arms, causing some of his uniform to dissolve. He had to retreat. Gathering water from the air, Izuku waved his arms above him and absorbed it, sprouting 2 extra water arms. He flipped forward, aiming for Mina, who dodged but was caught off guard by one of his water arms, knocking her to the ground. Mina quickly got up and shot more acid at Izuku, but he blocked her with his extra limbs. Frustrated by her attacks being countered, she pressed her palms together, producing a jet of acid aimed at him. Izuku was surprised and used his extra limbs to defend, but Mina's acid dissolved his water, leaving him vulnerable. He immediately rolled to the side as he ran away from Mina's acid jet that was following closely behind him. Mina had to pause, feeling a sting on her skin from the amount of acid she had produced. She touched her arms and winced in discomfort from the burns. Looking towards Izuku, she was surprised to find he was no longer there. She then glanced up to see Izuku soaring through the air with wings made of water behind him. Izuku spread his wings, sending shards of water flying straight toward Mina. She flipped backward, coating her feet with acid once more to evade the storm of water shards raining down on her. She landed on her feet and turned to block the shards, creating another veil of acid that dissolved them upon impact. When the acid veil faded, a pair of frozen claws seized her, wrapping around her arms and waist. She struggled to break free, attempting to dissolve the icy grip with her acid, but as she produced a small amount, a burning sensation spread across her body. She realized she had reached her limit. "I surrender. I've overused my quirk and I'm burning," Mina shouted, admitting her defeat. Mina Ishido has surrendered due to quirk overuse. The winner is Izuku Aizawa. Midnight announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku gently set her down on the ground, and she winced in pain as her skin touched the concrete. He descended from the sky, absorbing his water wings, and used his healing abilities on her burned skin. Mina thanked him as they exited the arena for the next match. Let us move on to the second match of the quarterfinals. We have the student who can freeze you in ice or burn you alive. It's Shoto Todoroki. Shoto entered with a serious expression. Next, the Queen of Creations, an intelligent student who can create anything, it's Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo made her way to the arena, exuding confidence. Let the second match of the quarterfinals begin. Midnight initiated. Momo immediately crafted a bow staff from her arm and threw it toward Shoto. Surprised, Shoto used his right side to form a wall of ice, blocking her bow staff. The end of the staff got stuck in the ice as she ran toward the wall, administering a flying kick that drove the staff deeper into the ice, cracking it in the process. Shoto was taken aback as Momo's bow staff struck him in the chest, pushing him back. Momo landed gracefully and retrieved her bow staff. Shoto grunted in pain but quickly got up, sending a wave of flames toward her. She dodged to the side and created a shield made of tungsten to block his fiery attack. Shoto was astonished to see that her shield remained intact and did not melt. This shield is made of tungsten, which has a melting point of 3,000 degrees Celsius. "It won't melt easily, Shoto," she declared with a confident smirk. Shoto, impressed, grinned. "Then I'll just have to make it hotter," he replied, unleashing a torrent of high-temperature flames that closed in on her. Momo blocked the flames with her shield but was shocked by the intensity of the heat as she noticed her tungsten shield beginning to melt. She could feel her uniform starting to burn. In the audience, Endeavor watched with amazement, impressed by the improvement in his son's flames. Momo abandoned her shield, rolling to the side to evade the flames. Shoto adjusted his temperature, sending a trail of ice in her direction. Momo created a steel-silver spear and sliced through the spiked ice with precision. She then hurled the spear at Shoto, but he managed to melt it into liquid. Noticing Momo creating something in her palms, he saw black canisters emerge. She fashioned heat signature goggles from her chest and placed them on her head, smiling as she scattered the canisters across the arena, releasing a thick black smoke that enveloped the entire battle platform. Shoto coughed, blinded by the smoke. He used his flames to disperse it, but Momo struck him from behind, causing him to stumble. Annoyed, he got up and began fanning out the smoke with his flames. Realizing she needed to act quickly, Momo dashed toward Shoto, striking him with her bow staff before disappearing into the smoke. She reappeared behind him, aiming for his legs and bringing him down to his knees. Shoto had enough. He unleashed his intense flames across the arena, clearing away the smoke along with Momo. She rolled to the side as the flames singed parts of her arms and body. Wincing in pain, she got up to attack once more. But Shoto wasn't finished. He covered the arena with ice, freezing Momo in place up to her neck. She sighed, knowing she had been defeated. Momo Yaoyorozu is frozen in ice. The winner of the second match is Shoto Todoroki. Midnight declared as the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Shoto melted the surrounding ice and set Momo free, and she dropped to her knees, panting heavily. He approached her, helping her to her feet as she thanked him. Shoto encouraged her, saying she did well and almost defeated him. She appreciated the support and thanked him once more as they both exited, ready for the next match. Now, the third match is about to begin, audience. Let us meet our contestants. We have the shocking blonde who can strike you with lightning from his palms. It's Denki Kaminari. Kaminari entered the stadium, taking his place on the battle platform. On the other side, the kid who can command anyone who answers him, the kid who sleeps and drinks too much coffee like his dad. It's Hitoshi Aizawa. Hitoshi entered, grumbling at his father's embarrassing introductions. Let the third match begin. Midnight announced. Hitoshi dashed forward toward Kaminari to close the gap and force a close combat battle. Kaminari began sending bolts of lightning from his fingertips, aiming to shock Hitoshi before he got any closer. Hitoshi dodged the bolts, twisting his body and flipping through the air as the lightning whizzed past him. He knew that Kaminari wouldn't say a word, afraid of being manipulated. His only option was to incapacitate him. Kaminari unleashed bolts of electricity, growing frustrated as he missed every shot. He rubbed his hands together, sparks flying, and blasted a beam of electricity toward Hitoshi. Hitoshi barely dodged, feeling the shock as it grazed his arm, sending a surge of electricity through his body. He groaned in pain but kept running, closing the distance to Kaminari. When he reached him, he grabbed his arm, twisting it and pushing his face to the ground while pressing his knee into his back. Kaminari cried out in pain as he felt his arm twist. Midnight was about to call the match, but Kaminari released a surge of high-voltage electricity that spread throughout the arena. Hitoshi screamed as he let go and jumped back, feeling static electricity course through him, leaving him gasping from the pain. Kaminari struggled to his feet, wincing from the pain of his twisted arm and dislocated shoulder. Despite this, he refused to give up and shot a powerful bolt of lightning toward Hitoshi. Hitoshi screamed as he fell to his knees. But he quickly got back up and charged at Kaminari, landing a punch to his chest that pushed him back, followed by a side kick to his abdomen that made Kaminari spit out saliva. Hitoshi continued his flurry of attacks as Kaminari fought to stay conscious. Determined to fight back, Kaminari coated his hands with electricity and punched Hitoshi in the face, sending a shock through his body. Hitoshi grunted, trying to kick back, but was met with another bolt of lightning. With no other choice, Hitoshi decided to take a risk. He called out, "Denki Kaminari?" Kaminari looked at him, confused. "I like you. Will you go out with me?" Hitoshi shouted, causing the entire stadium to gasp in shock. "What?" Mina began. The Jirro continued. "Seriously?" Katsuki exclaimed, his face a mix of disbelief and surprise. "What is happening? Is this a love confession in the middle of a battle on live television?" Present Mike shouted into the microphone, bewildered. Shota's eyes widened in surprise. Everyone waited with bated breath for Kaminari's response. He stood frozen, covering his mouth with both hands. He had liked Hitoshi since the day they first met during the entrance exam a few months ago. He recalled how Hitoshi had rushed to save him from a three-pointer, sweeping him off his feet and carrying him away just in time. He had been overjoyed, captivated by Hitoshi's bravery and the way he had saved him. When the exam ended, he hadn't had the chance to properly thank him, and when they met again in the same class, he was thrilled. They began talking and sharing stories, growing closer and calling each other by their first names. Kaminari's answer to Hitoshi's confession was as clear as the blue sky. Even in the midst of competition, he couldn't help but respond, knowing he would be influenced. "Yes, I would like to go out with you," Kaminari exclaimed, and the stadium erupted in gasps. Suddenly, the crowd began clapping and cheering louder than before. Mina jumped up and down in excitement for the couple. Hitoshi smiled brightly, but then activated his quirk, causing Kaminari's eyes to turn white. "Step out of bounds for me, and we'll go on a date once I win this tournament," Hitoshi instructed, and Kaminari complied. Despite being under Hitoshi's influence, he wore a smile as he stepped across the white line. "Denki Kaminari has stepped out of bounds. Hitoshi Aizawa is the winner," Midnight announced, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief after such a heartfelt confession. Hitoshi released his hold on Kaminari's mind, and Kaminari regained control. Hitoshi rushed to him, wrapping him in a warm embrace as the crowd cheered loudly for their young love. After Hitoshi's confession during their quarter-final match, the audience erupted in applause for the couple as they shared a meaningful hug. They soon exited the arena, knowing there was still one more match before the semifinals. What a love story! A certain kid will have a lot to explain to his parents after this tournament. But first, let's move on to the final match of the quarterfinals. Present Mike announced, energizing the crowd. Introducing the boy who is as hard as rock, as bold as a boulder, an unbreakable wall, Jirro Kirishima. Kirishima walked toward the arena, greeted by cheers from the crowd. On the other side, the kid who shows no mercy, with an explosive personality and quirk, Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki stomped his way to the arena, ready to face Kirishima. "Let the final match of the quarterfinals begin," Midnight declared. Kirishima hardened his body and charged at Katsuki with a battle cry, readying a punch. Katsuki saw the bold approach and unleashed an explosion in his direction. A cloud of smoke erupted from the blast, and Katsuki assumed Kirishima had been knocked back. To his surprise, a fist emerged from the smoke and struck him in the face, causing him to stumble backward. He grunted as he felt blood trickle down his right cheek. Looking back, he saw Kirishima firmly planted on the ground, refusing to be blown away. Kirishima charged at Katsuki again, landing a punch to his chest that made Katsuki back up slightly. Katsuki retaliated with a barrage of explosions aimed at Kirishima, firing rapidly. Kirishima shielded his face with his arms, enduring the blasts. When the explosions ceased, he felt his entire body burning, his arms covered in blisters and burns. But Kirishima refused to let the pain stop him. He dashed forward and launched himself at Katsuki. He collided with Katsuki's stomach, causing the other to cough up some saliva. Katsuki retaliated by pushing Kirishima back with a powerful explosion, then propelled himself forward, grabbing Kirishima's arm and gripping it tightly. With a swift motion, he yanked Kirishima's arm upward and tossed him backward using his explosions, sending him crashing to the ground with a tremendous impact. Katsuki seized Kirishima's arm again, spinning him around before launching him out of bounds with another blast. Kirishima, determined not to give up, planted his feet firmly on the ground, halting his backward momentum just inches from the boundary line. He glanced back at Katsuki, who was sprinting toward him. Kirishima readied his punch, but was suddenly met with a barrage of explosions that pushed him back, the heat singeing his hardened body and burning some of his clothes. Katsuki paused his assault, believing Kirishima was finally down for the count. However, something leaped out of the smoke and soared high into the air. It was the battered Kirishima, preparing to deliver a punch from above. Katsuki quickly used his explosions to propel himself backward just as Kirishima landed dramatically, nearly striking Katsuki in the head. Katsuki then charged at Kirishima, unleashing an explosion from both palms as he reached him. When the smoke cleared from the massive explosion, Kirishima lay unconscious on the ground, defeated. Katsuki wore a satisfied grin, despite wincing from the pain in his hands, which were covered in burns and blisters. Ijiro Kirishima is knocked out. The winner is Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight announced, and the entire stadium erupted in applause and cheers. That is it. The final student entering the semi-finals of the tournament. Present Mike shouted, as the crowd continued to cheer. The screen displayed the brackets, revealing the contestants moving on to the next round. Izuku Aizawa vs. Shoto Todoroki. Hitoshi Aizawa vs. Katsuki Bakugo. We will have a 10-minute break to clean up the battle arena, so don't go anywhere, folks. Present Mike said. During this time, Izuku, Shoto, and Hitoshi rose from their seats, advised to remain in their waiting room until their matches began. Team Tarragon wished them luck as they headed to the waiting area. Katsuki was taken to Recovery Girl to heal some wounds sustained during his battle with Kirishima. He also took a quick nap while Recovery Girl's Quirk drained his energy to aid his recovery. After a few minutes, Cementas repaired the arena, which was marked by craters, as the semifinals were about to commence. Welcome back to the UA Sports Festival Tournament. Present Mike shouted, and the crowd roared in excitement. We are finally in the semi-finals of this tournament. Let us begin with the first round. First, the student who commands water and can turn his body into water, it's Izuku Aizawa. On the other side, the student who can freeze you in solid ice and unleash roaring flames, it's Shoto Todoroki. Let the first match of the semi-finals begin. Midnight declared as the battle commenced. Shoto immediately unleashed a torrent of flames toward Izuku, who dodged and dashed around the battlefield. Frustrated, Shoto engulfed the entire arena in flames, but Izuku transformed his arms into water, twisting them to bounce high into the air. While airborne, Izuku spun and rained down a flurry of water spikes, freezing them into ice. Shoto raised his left hand, melting the spikes before they could reach him. Just as the flames dissipated, a water tentacle wrapped around his left arm. Looking up, Shoto saw Izuku with water wings, freezing the tentacle that ensnared him. Suddenly, he was lifted into the air and then slammed back down to the ground. Shoto ignited his left side, melting and evaporating Izuku's water arm. Izuku quickly retracted his water arm, wincing at the heat that evaporated it. Undeterred, he waved his arms in a circular motion, gathering moisture from the air. He then spread his arms, forming a giant water drill with a frozen tip. Shoto's eyes widened as Izuku propelled the spinning drill toward him with great force. Shoto stomped his right foot and raised his hand, sending out a wall of spiked ice to block the drill. Unfortunately, his defenses were overpowered as the drill shattered through the ice walls. Shoto ignited his flames, screaming as he unleashed molten fire to evaporate the water drill. He succeeded, but not without singeing some of his uniform. He looked up to see Izuku's shocked expression. He hadn't expected Shoto to counter his attacks so effectively. Shoto sprinted toward the airborne Izuku, using ice to create a platform that elevated him closer. As Izuku saw him approaching, he moved his water arms, now tipped with ice, toward Shoto. Unfazed, Shoto sent another wave of flames toward Izuku's attack, evaporating his water arms. Izuku cried out as he felt the heat and had to retract his arms. Seizing the opportunity, Shoto reached Izuku and encased his arm in solid ice. Izuku's frozen state caused him to drop to the ground, but the ice did not shatter. Shoto sighed as he slid down his icy creation. Midnight was about to call the match when she noticed that the ice encasing Izuku began to look hollow. She glanced over and saw that the inside of Izuku's frozen prison was filled with water. The ice cracked and burst open, releasing a torrent of water and the trapped Izuku. How were you able to escape from that? You were frozen solid. Shoto exclaimed, trying to comprehend how Izuku had managed to break free. You must have forgotten, Shoto. I can control any form of water. That means I can control ice since it's just a solid state of water. Izuku explained as he began to absorb the water from the ice. He then sprouted 2 extra limbs made of water, creating 3 sets of flowing water arms from his shoulders. Shoto growled and unleashed a barrage of flames toward Izuku. Izuku dodged them by springing into the air with his water arms. Izuku moved each of his arms forward, the tips frozen solid. Shoto evaded them, flipping in the air and twisting his body. He then sent forth a massive wave of flames that nearly engulfed the entire arena. Izuku shielded himself with his water tentacles, but they began to evaporate slowly under the intense heat of Shoto's flames. He landed on the ground, panting, fatigue creeping in from the ongoing battle. Shoto was in a similar state, breathing heavily and nearing the limits of his quirk. "Let's end this, Izuku," Shoto called out with a determined grin. Izuku couldn't help but smile back, filled with resolve. "I agree, Shoto. Let's finish this." Shoto ignited his flames wildly, his left hand heating uncontrollably. Izuku utilized 4 of his 6 water tentacles, gathering large amounts of water that condensed in an unnatural way. "Cementas! They're going overboard!" Midnight exclaimed as powerful winds began to swirl around the two fighters. "I know. We need to stop this," Cementas shouted, and Midnight nodded in agreement. Shoto swung his arm back, the flames he emitted melting all the ice he had created, transforming it into steam. Izuku compacted the water he had gathered, its color deepening like the ocean's depths. The ground beneath them began to crack from the immense pressure they were generating. Finally, Shoto swung his left arm forward, releasing a massive, superheated blast toward Izuku. In response, Izuku unleashed his gathered water in a spiraling vortex, aiming directly at Shoto's flame blast. Cementas slammed his arms into the ground, causing 5 pillar walls to rise from the concrete to block the 2 attacks. However, it was futile, as both attacks easily pierced through the concrete and collided, creating a powerful gust of wind that knocked Midnight and Cementas off their feet and sent some of the audience reeling. As the steam began to clear, the audience held their breath, eager to see the outcome of the clash. When the steam dissipated, it revealed Shoto out of bounds, having crashed into a wall and created a crater. Izuku, however, remained standing in the arena, though he had lost consciousness. "Since Izuku Midoriya is still inside the arena, I declare him the winner of the first match of the semi-final rounds," Midnight announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers and applause for the victor. But how was he able to withstand that massive blast and not be blown away? Is that even possible? Present Mike questioned, panic and confusion evident in his voice. "It's because of those," Shota pointed out, indicating the 2 water tentacles still anchored in Izuku's body. Present Mike leaned in closer, noticing the tentacles dug deep into the ground. Izuku used his water tentacles to anchor himself, preventing him from being blown away. He must have anticipated that their attacks would create an explosion with significant wind force. "I'd say the kid thought ahead, and it saved him, leading to his victory," Shota concluded, and the crowd marveled at Izuku's cleverness. "What an impressive prediction. A true hero who can think 2 steps ahead of others," Present Mike exclaimed. Recovery bots soon arrived to assist the 2 exhausted students, escorting them to Recovery Girl's office for immediate treatment. "Now, let's move on to the next round. This will determine who will face Izuku Aizawa in the final round of this year's sports festival tournament for the first-year students," Present Mike announced, igniting excitement in the crowd. "Who will win in this semi-final round? Will it be Hitoshi? Or will it be Katsuki? Who will face off against Izuku in the final round?" The sports festival tournament was nearing its conclusion as the semi-finals unfolded. The winners of each round would advance to the final match, where one would be crowned the champion of this year's sports festival tournament for first-year students. Izuku Aizawa, Shoto Todoroki, Hitoshi Aizawa, and Katsuki Bakugo had all entered the semi-finals, one step closer to the final round. Izuku and Shoto had battled fiercely for a spot in the final round, both losing consciousness in the process. However, Izuku was declared the winner because he miraculously remained inside the arena, while Shoto had been knocked out. Now, the final match of the semifinals was set, with Hitoshi Aizawa and Katsuki Bakugo competing for the last spot in the final round to face Izuku for the title. "Folks, we are down to our last match in this thrilling semifinals. Let us meet our contestants," Present Mike announced, and the crowd roared with excitement. "First, the boy who can command you into SB Emerson, the one who confessed on national television to his crush, the boy who will soon introduce his new boyfriend to his parents. It's Hitoshi Aizawa. Hitoshi entered, feeling a bit embarrassed after his confession, while some audience members wondered about the bandages on his arms. He has been granted permission by Principal Nizu to use a support item since his quirk is more mental than physical. To ensure a fair match, he has been allowed to use his capture bands, Shota explained to the crowd to prevent any unwanted criticism. Now, on the other side, the boy with the explosive personality and quirk, the one who overwhelms his opponents with a barrage of explosions, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki entered the arena with a serious expression, his fists clenched and ready for battle. Knowing that Izuku is in the finals means that he has to win in order to face off against him. Let the final match of the semi-finals begin. Midnight declared. Katsuki propelled himself with his explosions towards Hitoshi at great speed, aiming to catch him off guard. Hitoshi quickly flipped to the side, dodging Katsuki's attack, and wrapped him in his capture bands. He seized Katsuki's left arm, swung him to the side, lifted him up, and then slammed him to the ground. Katsuki sprang back up and grabbed hold of the capture bands, using them against Hitoshi as he swung him around. He raised Hitoshi up and then smacked him down, forcing Hitoshi to release his grip. Hitoshi took a step back, waiting for Katsuki to make the first move. Katsuki charged towards Hitoshi as strips of capture bands flowed towards him, trying to ensnare him. Katsuki dodged the bands, using his explosions to maneuver skillfully. Once he reached Hitoshi, he delivered a palm strike to his chest, followed by an explosion that sent Hitoshi flying a few meters back. Hitoshi hit the ground hard. He saw Katsuki in the air, preparing to slam down on him, but quickly rolled to the side to avoid the attack. Hitoshi got back on his feet and sent his capture bands towards Katsuki again. Katsuki tried to dodge, but eventually found himself coiled in the bands like a snake wrapping around its prey. Hitoshi pulled the capture bands, dragging Katsuki towards him with force. He extended his knee, striking Katsuki in the stomach, causing him to gasp in pain. In response, Katsuki unleashed a point-blank explosion at Hitoshi, resulting in both of them being blown away. Katsuki got up, clutching his aching stomach. Hitoshi also stood, the sleeves of his pea uniform burned away, revealing his toned arms. He winced in pain, feeling the burns from the explosion. Hitoshi growled and sent his capture bands towards Katsuki again. Katsuki dodged, using his explosions to fly into the air while skillfully evading the bands. He blew some of the capture bands apart, but was shocked to see that they remained intact. Ascending higher into the sky, Katsuki was pursued closely by the capture bands. Suddenly, one of the strips caught his left leg, and Hitoshi seized the opportunity to pull him back down to the ground. Katsuki crashed down, struggling to get back up. Unfortunately, Hitoshi wrapped him in his capture bands from the shoulders down, and Katsuki fought to break free. Hitoshi pulled him closer, whispering, "How does it feel to be the final straw that made him want to leave everything behind?" A wave of guilt washed over Katsuki as he recalled the hurtful words he had said to Izumi, which Izuku had overheard. He gritted his teeth, remembering that day. He also recalled Izuku's words of forgiveness after they reunited, and how much Izuku loved him despite everything. Something ignited within Katsuki as his palms sparked under the wrapped cloth, and an explosion erupted, breaking him free from Hitoshi's hold. Hitoshi grunted as he was blown back. Katsuki propelled himself towards Hitoshi, who sent more capture bands at him. Katsuki skillfully avoided them, using his explosions to maneuver his body. He reached Hitoshi, grabbing him by the arms, and used his explosions to launch both of them into the air. Katsuki began spinning midair with Hitoshi in his grasp before throwing him down to the ground with a powerful explosion. Hitoshi, not wanting to go down alone, wrapped his capture bands around Katsuki before they both crashed to the ground. The audience was on the edge of their seats, eagerly waiting for the smoke to clear. When it did, they saw Katsuki on his knees while Hitoshi was still on his feet. Just when everyone thought Hitoshi would win, he suddenly fell backward and lost consciousness. Katsuki remained conscious, panting heavily. Hitoshi Aizawa is knocked out. The winner of this round's semifinals, And moving on to the final round against Izuku Aizawa is Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight announced, and the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. Katsuki grinned as he collapsed onto his stomach. Recovery bots entered the arena to pick up both injured competitors and quickly escorted them to Recovery Girl's office for treatment. We will have a short break of 30 minutes before we begin the final round. The arena will be repaired, and our finalists will be treated to ensure they are in top condition for their final match. So don't go anywhere, because this will be a match to remember. Present Mike shouted through the mic as the crowd continued to cheer. While Izuku and Katsuki were recovering in Recovery Girl's office, Cementas worked on fixing the arena, which was littered with holes and craters in preparation for the final match. Team Tarragon was excited to see the two fighters, who were top contenders. "Wow, I can't believe they're going to fight again," Mina said. "Oh yeah, they fought during the battle training in our first heroics class," Siro added. "They were incredible. They fought until the very end, and neither of them went down." Kaminari recalled, remembering their intense battle. During that match, neither of them won since Uraraka captured the bomb before their battle ended, Momo pointed out. "Exactly, this will be quite exciting," Shoto agreed. "This is going to be an epic battle." Both Tetsuetsu and Kirishima shouted with enthusiasm. "Quiet down, you muscleheads, it's about to start," Jirro said as the UA sounds signaled the beginning of the final round. "Welcome back everyone to the UA Sports Festival Tournament. We have finally reached the finals of this year's tournament." Present Mike shouted as the crowd went wild with excitement. "Let us meet our finalists. Izuku Aizawa and Katsuki Bakugo." Both Izuku and Katsuki entered the arena to thunderous cheers from the crowd. They faced off against one another, grins spread across their faces. "Let the final round begin," Midnight declared excitedly as the battle commenced. Izuku transformed his arms into water, twisting them in a spring-like motion before bouncing into the air. He outstretched his arms, creating shards of ice that shot toward Katsuki. Katsuki raised his hands, unleashing explosions to counter the icy projectiles. As the ice shards seemed endless, Katsuki flipped backward to evade them. He launched another explosion, creating a smoke screen. Suddenly he was swept off his feet as Izuku's water tentacle wrapped around his right foot. Katsuki fought back, using his explosions to break free, but Izuku screamed as his water tentacle was scorched and turned to steam. Determined, Izuku charged at Katsuki, his water arms transforming into frozen claws. He swiped at Katsuki, who dodged by jumping and flipping backward, narrowly avoiding a water claw that passed by his face. Katsuki retaliated, blowing up one of Izuku's arms, causing it to evaporate. He then sprinted toward Izuku, delivering a point-blank explosion to his chest. Izuku gasped as he was propelled backward, stumbling to the ground. He widened his eyes in shock when he saw Katsuki soaring through the air, preparing to slam his palm down on him. When Katsuki's palm connected with Izuku's chest, he was surprised to find water enveloping his hands. Izuku had transformed parts of his chest into water, allowing Katsuki's palm to pass through him. With a grin, Izuku summoned a frozen grip that latched onto Katsuki's head, yanking him into the air before slamming him hard to the ground and swinging him around to throw him aside. Katsuki barely managed to save himself from going out of bounds, launching back into the arena with his explosions, much to Izuku's dismay. Katsuki growled, charging at Izuku with fierce determination. He stretched his arms forward, firing an explosion that made Izuku cry out in pain. The blast sent Izuku flying near the edge of the arena. Using his water arms, he froze the tips and dug them into the ground, halting his momentum just inches from being out of bounds. Once again, he bounced up into the sky, gathering water in the air and absorbing it, sprouting wings. Now airborne, he moved his arms downward with frozen tips, aiming for Katsuki. Katsuki dodged Izuku's water arms, running around the battlefield. He noticed more tentacles attacking him than before and looked up to see that Izuku had grown 2 extra water limbs. Frustrated, Katsuki decided to go on the offensive, using his explosions to scorch some of Izuku's tentacles. He saw Izuku wince in pain and seized the opportunity to launch himself upward, grabbing Izuku by the head and forcing them both down to the ground with a powerful explosion. Katsuki panted, perched on top of Izuku as smoke wafted over his face. He thought he had won until a pair of tentacles wrapped around his arms, stretching them out. He heard coughing and turned to see Izuku rising from the ground. Katsuki was then thrown aside as Izuku ensnared him with his tentacles, freezing them solid and trapping Katsuki in ice. Exhausted, Izuku dropped to his knees, believing he had won. But Katsuki, using the last of his sweat, exploded the ice surrounding him. Izuku was blown away, gasping and groaning from the heat. He realized he could barely maintain his water arms, the explosion nearly evaporating them. They stood a few meters apart, both visibly exhausted. "This is getting fun, right, Kaken?" Izuku called out, and Katsuki looked up, a grin forming on his face. "You know it, nerd. I'm going to finish you with this final attack, so get ready." Katsuki yelled, and Izuku chuckled in response. "I'm always ready, Kaken." Izuku began gathering even more water in the air, slowly absorbing it. Katsuki's hands sparked, the sound of firecrackers echoing from them. The audience gasped as bottled water began flowing out, feeding into Izuku as he absorbed every drop in the UA stadium. He sprouted wings and 3 extra limbs of water tentacles, resembling an octopus. Katsuki launched himself into the air, spinning like a tornado of smoke and wind. Izuku flew up, aligning his water tentacles above his head and spreading his wings wide. He soared toward Katsuki in a spinning motion, creating a vortex of water. Cementas and Midnight noticed their intentions, with Cementas preparing to intervene with his cement. "Howitzer Ocean," they both shouted in unison as Cementas raised layers of cement between them. "Impact Vortex," they yelled, their attacks colliding with tremendous force. The impact sent Cementas and Midnight flying from their stands, and the air pressure surged upward, reaching into the sky. The audience clung to their seats as powerful winds swept through the stadium, trying their best to stay grounded. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the lower half of the arena as heroes with wind quirks sprang into action, blowing the smoke away. As the haze began to clear, the audience buzzed with anticipation to discover the outcome of the match. When the smoke finally dissipated, it revealed that both Izuku and Katsuki were out of bounds, each slumped against opposite walls, completely unconscious. Gasps echoed through the crowd as a dilemma unfolded. Midnight groaned, unsure of what to do, until Snipe approached her with Nizu's decision. Since both Izuku Aizawa and Katsuki Bakugo are out of bounds and knocked out, the first to open their eyes will be declared the winner. Midnight announced, igniting murmurs and gasps among the spectators. They waited anxiously for a few minutes until Katsuki's hand twitched slightly and his eyes fluttered open. The crowd erupted in cheers as he jolted awake, glancing over to see Izuku still unconscious against the wall. Since Katsuki Bakugo was the first to open his eyes, he is now the winner of this year's sports festival tournament. The tournament had finally reached its conclusion, with Katsuki taking first place and Izuku coming in second. They had battled fiercely, but Katsuki emerged victorious after their final attacks collided. The impact had sent both contestants flying out of the arena, creating craters in the walls. Nizu then implemented a special rule: whoever woke up first would be declared the winner. After a few tense moments, Katsuki opened his eyes, securing his title as this year's sports festival tournament champion. Both Izuku and Katsuki were escorted to Recovery Girl's office by recovery bots for immediate treatment. Present Mike announced a 1-hour break to allow the contestants proper care before the awarding ceremonies. In Recovery Girl's office, she scolded both boys, focusing mostly on Katsuki since he was the only one awake. She gently placed her hands on Katsuki, using her quirk to help him heal. Then, she offered him a handful of stamina gummies to replenish his energy for the tournament. Next, she moved to Izuku's bed, using her quirk on him as well. Katsuki's injuries were mostly healed, and Izuku's condition was improving. Recovery Girl predicted that Izuku would wake up in 30 minutes or less, just in time for the award ceremony. After a short while, a knock echoed from the door. Recovery Girl opened it to reveal Team Tarragon. She sighed but allowed them inside to visit their two friends. Team Tarragon excitedly discussed the thrilling battle and congratulated both contestants. They decided to wait until Izuku woke up, concerned for him. 30 minutes passed, and finally, Izuku stirred, groaning from a headache. The others sighed in relief and gently embraced him, praising his performance in the final match. Izuku soon learned that he had lost to Katsuki. Katsuki felt a twinge of anxiety about how Izuku would react, but he was taken aback when Izuku beamed at him. He congratulated Katsuki, showering him with affectionate words and expressing how proud he was of him. Recovery Girl then instructed them to leave her office and return to the stadium, as the awarding ceremony was about to begin. They made their way back to their seats, eagerly awaiting the event. After a few moments, the ceremony commenced. Welcome everyone to the awards ceremony of this year's sports festival tournament. Let's welcome our winners. Present mic announced as Hitoshi, Shoto, Izuku, and Katsuki entered the stadium. They took their places on stage at their respective podiums. Hitoshi and Shoto shared third place for reaching the semifinals. Izuku secured second, and Katsuki claimed first. Now, the medals for this year's winners will be presented by a very special guest. Midnight exclaimed as the audience turned their attention to a gate that began to open. A bright light emerged, intensifying as it approached. As the figure drew closer, the light transformed into blazing flames. The person stepped through the gates, revealing Endeavor, the number 2 hero, standing proudly with flames enveloping his body. The crowd erupted in cheers for the flame hero, waving and calling his name as he walked up to the stage. Midnight handed him the medals, starting with third place, which he graciously accepted before approaching the winners. Congratulations, Hitoshi Aizawa. Your skills in hand-to-hand combat and martial arts are commendable and rival those of many pro heroes. I've heard comments about your quirk, but remember, it's how you use it that defines you. Keep up the good work. Endeavor patted him on the shoulder as he presented the medal. Thank you, Endeavor, Hitoshi replied, bowing respectfully. Shoto, even if you didn't win this tournament, I assure you that more opportunities await you in the future. This is just a stepping stone, and with continued effort, you'll reach greater heights. As your father, I am proud of how far you've come. Endeavor said, a warm smile breaking through his usual demeanor as he placed the medal around Shoto's neck. Thank you, Dad, Shoto replied, a smile forming on his face as he accepted the medal. Izuku Aizawa, the boy who disappeared almost 2 years ago. I regret to hear how your previous family treated you. No child deserves such treatment. However, I am pleased to see you thriving in the Aizawa household. Your performance today shows you are on the path to becoming a fine hero. Keep up the good work as I'll be watching you, Endeavor said, and Izuku nodded vigorously. I'll do my best, Endeavor-san. Izuku replied with a bright smile as Endeavor placed the silver medal around his neck. Katsuki Bakugo, congratulations on your first-place win. Your control over your quirk is impressive, and you have demonstrated great skill in utilizing it to its full potential. However, I've noticed a certain attitude in you. I suggest you temper that arrogance as it may lead you astray. That is my only advice, Endeavor explained. Yes, Endeavor, Katsuki replied, bowing slightly, and Endeavor felt satisfied. Do not let your anger or arrogance consume you, as those traits can be exploited by your enemies. I wish you luck, and I can see you becoming a fine hero in the future once you graduate from UA, Endeavor said, and Katsuki nodded in acknowledgement. Now that I have awarded the winners of this year's tournament, I would like to share a few words with all of you students, Endeavor announced, and the crowd listened intently. Some of you may feel disappointed because you didn't stand on the podium as you had hoped. But worry not, you will have more chances to prove yourselves and showcase your abilities in the future. This is just the beginning of your journey in leading the next generation of this country, whether you become business leaders, support technology developers, or become heroes. Let your struggles and hardships fuel your ambitions. Remember to burn bright like the flame that resides deep in your hearts, minds, and souls. Endeavor declared passionately. The students and the crowd felt inspired by his words. They began clapping and cheering, their spirits ignited by his speech. Fireworks erupted in the sky, marking the end of the tournament. When the festival concluded, everyone hurried home to rest. Team Tarragon said their goodbyes as they boarded the train, while some were picked up by their parents. The Aizawa family returned home, all four of them extremely tired. Izuku and Hitoshi fell asleep in the car, and their parents carried them to their rooms upon arriving home. They slept for nearly 12 hours, exhausted from the matches they had participated in. When they finally woke up, Hisashi and Shota had prepared a feast to celebrate their victories from the tournament. They happily enjoyed their meal while discussing their experiences during the matches. The next day, Hisashi and Shota returned to school to help prepare for the new dormitories being built. Meanwhile, Hitoshi took Kaminari out on the date he had promised. They had a wonderful day filled with arcade games, delicious food, and plenty of laughter. Upon returning home, Hitoshi was immediately bombarded with questions from his family about the date. He groaned as he answered them, unable to escape his dad's playful hold. A few days later, Mina messaged their group chat, named Team Tarragon thanks to Izuku's idea, suggesting they hang out. Everyone agreed, eager for an excuse to leave the house after the tournament. They decided to meet at the mall for a day of fun and relaxation before school resumed the following week. Dressed in casual attire, they gathered at the food court. Izuku and Hitoshi spotted their friends waving from a table and joined them, noticing that Momo and Jirro were the last to arrive. "Hey guys!" Momo greeted as they approached, looking lovely with her hair down, while Jirro looked great in a skirt. "Wow! Momo, you look stunning! And Jirro, you pull off that skirt so well!" Mina complimented, causing both girls to blush slightly. "Let's head to the cinema. The movie is about to start," Momo suggested, and they all stood up. As they walked and chatted, they felt many eyes on them and heard faint whispers. Ignoring the attention, they made their way to the cinema. Just as they were about to buy their tickets, a group of kids approached, asking for autographs since they recognized them from the sports festival tournament. The teens happily obliged, giggling as they signed their names before the kids rushed back to their parents. Soon, more people gathered around, wanting photos and signatures, and the group found themselves overwhelmed by the crowd. Mall security arrived to disperse the gathering, and the teens sighed in relief. They realized that going to the mall might not have been the best idea, as they were unprepared for the attention that came with being UA students who had participated in the tournament. "So much for a mall outing," Mina sighed. "Yeah, it won't be fun if we're constantly being watched," Siro added. "How about we go to my house? We have a home cinema after all," Momo suggested with a bright smile. After the sports festival, Team Tarragon had hoped to enjoy a relaxing day at the mall filled with movies, arcade games, and good food. However, the attention they attracted as featured students made their plans difficult. Just when disappointment began to settle in, Momo proposed they hang out at her house instead. Now, Team Tarragon stood in front of the Yaoyorozu estate, feeling a mix of excitement and intimidation. They all knew Momo came from a wealthy family, but they had no idea just how affluent she truly was. Before they even agreed to go to Momo's house, while still at the mall, they felt a bit hesitant. "Are you sure, Momo?" Mina asked, her voice laced with concern. "Of course. You are all my friends, and that means you can come and hang out at my house," Momo replied firmly. "Why yeah, we are your friends, Momo, but won't your parents be upset if we just show up unannounced?" Izuku questioned. "Well, to be honest, my parents already know about you all," she admitted. "What?" they exclaimed in unison. "Of course I had to tell them. I mentioned it when we were training with Umi-sensei because they were curious about where I was going that made me come home late. I just told them I was training with you all and didn't mention Umi-sensei," she explained. "So, they basically know who we are?" Hitoshi asked, and Momo nodded in response. "So, are we going or not? My house has a built-in home cinema and a game room," she added, and everyone perked up at the mention of the game room. And that's how they found themselves at the Yaoyorozu estate after being dropped off by Momo's limousine, which had picked them up at the mall. As they rode, they felt nervous about being in such an expensive vehicle, knowing that even a small stain could cost a fortune to clean. Momo buzzed the gate, which opened slowly, leaving everyone in awe. She ushered them inside, and they gulped as they followed her lead. As they entered, another car pulled up, and Momo instructed them to get inside since the house was still a few miles away. They were astonished by the sheer size of the estate as they climbed into another limousine. When they finally reached her house, they were greeted by a magnificent mansion. They stared in amazement as a butler opened the grand doors, allowing them to follow Momo inside. They passed through a vast living room filled with elegant chairs and tables before entering what appeared to be the dining room. It featured a long, wide table with exquisite chairs that made them feel unworthy of sitting there. Momo told them to take a seat while she fetched some snacks and beverages. "I feel extremely out of place here," Jirro said, breaking the silence, and the others nodded in agreement. "This place is so big and luxurious. I can't believe I'm here," Siro added with an awkward chuckle. "Well, her family is the Yaoyorozu family, well known in Japan as one of the leading families in the business world," Katsuki stated, making everyone look at him in confusion, except for Izuku. "He knows about that stuff since his parents are in the fashion industry and once partnered with the Yaoyorozu Corporation, which was a huge success," Izuku explained, and they nodded in understanding. After a few minutes, Momo returned with a tray filled with an array of snacks and sweets. From cakes to eclairs and cream puffs to some exquisite-looking breads, their mouths watered as they took bites of what they considered the most delicious treats they had ever tasted. Momo beamed at her friend's happiness as she joined them at the table. They chatted while enjoying the snacks, discussing the sports festival and how Kaminari and Hitoshi's date went. Once the food was gone, Momo led them to the built-in cinema room in her mansion. Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive cinema screen and rows of seats facing it. There was even a popcorn machine and soda booths for movie snacks. They settled into their seats as Momo started the movie, which was a horror film that Katsuki and Hitoshi had convinced everyone to watch. The story revolved around a girl possessed by a demon, leading to a series of eerie events. In the end, a priest and a demonologist managed to exorcise the demon, but not without significant consequences for the family. To say the least, all of them were shaken by the experience and would have trouble sleeping alone for a while. They screamed and hid their faces throughout the film, while Hitoshi and Katsuki chuckled at their reactions. When the movie ended, Izuku was nearly in shock, gripping Katsuki's arm tightly. He then playfully hit him on the head for suggesting such a scary movie. After the film, they decided to take a break, and Momo showed them her game room. They were surprised to learn that Momo actually played video games, as she showcased her consoles and gaming setups. "Dude, this place is amazing," Tetsuetsu exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. "I didn't know you could play," Kaminari said to her. "Well, I can't just study all day, can I? Sometimes you need to take a break, and this is where I spend most of my downtime," Momo explained. They played several rounds of games on Momo's PlayStation, including a racing game featuring pro heroes and a brawler-type game called Super Smash Heroes. After a few rounds, they left the game room and made their way back to the living room, passing by a grand piano that elegantly occupied the center of the space. "Do you play the piano, Momo?" Jirro asked, and Momo nodded. "I took lessons when I was younger. I had to choose between violin or piano, and I chose the piano," she replied. They noticed Izuku stepping closer to the piano, gently grazing his fingers over its surface. Momo, noticing his interest, approached him. "Do you play the piano, Izuku?" she asked, but he shook his head. "No, I play the guitar," Izuku said, and Momo's face lit up. "Well, we have a guitar here. Just wait a moment," she said, running upstairs and returning with a guitar in hand. She handed it to Izuku, who looked a bit apprehensive since it appeared quite valuable. Everyone encouraged him to play, especially Jirro, who was interested in music. Izuku hesitated but eventually agreed to perform. He had a song in mind, one he had written himself. He asked Momo if she could accompany him, and she nodded eagerly. Izuku took out his phone and showed Momo a note with his original song. She glanced at it and noticed the notes had a slow, melancholic feel, but she chose not to comment. "This song is something I wrote when I was with Umi. She noticed all the emotions I had bottled up and suggested I express them through music. It's a bit sad, but I hope you all will listen," Izuku explained. The others exchanged concerned looks, And Katsuki appeared particularly worried, knowing the struggles Izuku faced in his past. As Izuku tuned his guitar, he began to play his song, with Momo providing gentle accompaniment. I'm broken. I tell you I'm fine, but you wouldn't believe me if you knew the thoughts that crossed my mind. And I'm hurting, but I show no signs, afraid to give in, to break down and waste your time. Everyone noticed the somber tone of Izuku's voice as he sang, sensing the deep emotions behind his words. Now I'm begging you to come and pull me out of this darkness, to save me like you did when we were young. When Katsuki heard that part, memories flooded back of the time he helped Izuku when they were kids, after Izumi pushed him down for being quirkless. He clenched his fist, recalling the moment when Izuku's painful journey began. Oh, please lift me up from my lowest, take me higher. Can you see me through the ashes and the smoke? I'm lonely. It's been so long since I felt love, smiled, and felt strong. What can I do when I'm not friends with my reflection, and I don't understand affection like you do? I'm begging you to come and pull me out of this darkness, to save me like you did when we were young. Oh, please lift me up from my lowest, take me higher. Can you see me through the ashes and the smoke? You say that you'll help me, tell me I'm worth it, but I don't feel deserving. It's easy for you, you know you're perfect and I need your hand, but I don't want to burden you. There are tears on the pages while I write you a letter, then quickly erase it. I'm broken and beaten down, shattered and lost. I'm begging you to come and pull me out of this darkness, come quickly, because I'm burning up inside. Oh, please lift me up from my lowest, take me higher. Can you see me through the ashes and the smoke? Pull me out. Pull me out. Once Izuku finished his song, tears streamed down his face, reflecting the pain of his childhood. He looked around and saw his friends tearing up with him. His gaze fell on Momo, whose tears fell onto the piano as she bowed her head. Bro, that was really heavy, Kirishima said, wiping his tears. Was that really how you felt when you were younger? Mina asked, and Izuku nodded sadly. They quickly moved from their seats and enveloped Izuku in a warm hug, the comfort he had longed for in that moment. Tears flowed as Izuku felt happiness, wishing for this moment to last. Katsuki had tears brimming in his eyes as he hugged Izuku tightly, feeling a wave of guilt for what Izuku had endured. This time, you're not alone, okay? You'll have me with you from now on, and you can always call me if you need help or if you're feeling down, alright? Katsuki pleaded, his eyes filled with sincerity. Izuku felt shocked but smiled and nodded. Katsuki hugged him again. Because I'll come and save you every time, okay nerd? Just like when we were kids, I'll be there whenever you're in trouble. His words brought more tears to Izuku's eyes. Yeah, I trust you to save me again, Kaken. Just like when we were kids, Izuku replied, tears spilling down his cheeks. Well, I have another song if you all want to hear it. It's a song I just made recently, and when I wrote it, I had all of you in mind, Izuku said, surprising everyone that his song was about them. Since I was young, I didn't really have any friends, I only had Kaken. Most kids either ignored me or bullied me because I was quirkless, but Kaken was always there to help me. As time went on, I really wanted to make another friend who would accept me for who I am. Everyone looked sympathetic, feeling a pang of sorrow for Izuku's harsh childhood. They couldn't imagine the pain he must have felt. Then I suddenly met all of you, he continued, and everyone's eyes widened. You all accepted me for who I am and my past without judgment. You're the friends I've longed for, and this song is for all of you. He then showed the sheet music of the song to Momo through his phone as she skimmed through it. She nodded, and they began to play his song. We have no visible superpowers. Sit in the kitchen and talk for hours. You always show up at the perfect time. There's no one born with X-ray eyes. There's no way to know what's on my mind. But you always say the words that save my life. I've got friends that will run through walls. I've got friends that will fly when called. When I've nowhere left to go. And I need my heroes. I've got friends that will run through walls. You may not be superhuman, but you have the strength to carry me through it. My shield of steel when I'm too weak to fight. Yes, you are. And that day my mother passed away. You held me up and wiped my eyes. It was in that moment when I realized that I've got friends that will run through walls. I've got friends that will fly when called. When I've nowhere left to go. And I need my heroes. I've got friends that will run through walls. You're always happy for my happiness. And sad for my sadness. You're mad for my madness. Ever since we were young, you helped me rise from the ashes. If I fall from the sky, you'd catch me. Because friends don't let you do foolish things. Oh, friends don't let you do foolish things. Oh, friends won't let you do foolish things. Alone. I've got friends that will run through walls. I've got friends that will fly when called. When I've nowhere left to go. And I need my heroes. I've got friends that will run through walls. When I've nowhere left to go. And I need my heroes. I've got friends that will run through walls. I've got friends that will run through walls. And I've got friends that don't text, they call. When I've nowhere left to go. And I need you the most. When Izuku finished his song, he opened his eyes to see that all of his friends were crying again. They were deeply moved as they listened to his song dedicated to them, a tribute to their unwavering support during his toughest moments. They all rushed towards Izuku once again, hugging him tightly. They thanked him for writing such a beautiful song that resonated with their bond, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Izuku felt warm and joyful in the middle of their embrace. The group of friends that once seemed unrealistic in his youth, a distant dream he had longed for, was now a reality right in front of him. He now had Team Tarragon, a friend group he could rely on, with shoulders he could lean on for comfort when things got tough. In that moment, he knew he would cherish them until the end and would do anything for them, just as they would for him. A couple of days after Team Tarragon's hangout at Momo's mansion, where Izuku shared his songs, they all went home after his performance and their emotional group hug. The construction of the dormitories was completed, and the school announced their transition to a boarding school to ensure the students' safety and security at UA. This decision was supported by the public following the attack a month ago, when Class 1A faced a villain organization known as the League of Villains. After the dormitory construction, teachers visited the students' homes to inform their parents about the new setup and to seek their children's permission. The parents understood the school's efforts to keep their children safe and agreed to the arrangement. After a week off from school, it was finally time to return and continue pursuing their dreams of becoming heroes. On the weekend, a day before school started, everyone gathered outside their new dormitory building. The building proudly displayed Class 1A in big bold letters. Most students were in awe, though one or two looked a bit gloomy. "Welcome everyone, I hope you all have rested well after the sports festival," Shota said as the students turned to face him. "Now let's head inside for introductions so you can unpack and settle into your new home for the next 3 years." Shota turned and walked toward the dormitory building, with the students following closely behind as they entered the place they would call home for the duration of their time at UA. They looked around, amazed at the size of the building, which could almost be compared to a large structure in the city. Their eyes wandered as they explored. It's one dorm building per class. Girls on the right and boys on the left. The ground floor is the common area, where you'll eat, bathe, and do laundry. Rooms are on the first floor and higher. There are 4 rooms per gender on each floor, with 5 floors in total. They're luxurious rooms with air conditioning, toilets, fridges, and closets. They even have balconies. Here are the rooms you are all assigned to. Shota then handed out papers detailing their room assignments. The luggage you sent ahead is already in your rooms. Today, you can unpack and settle in before school starts tomorrow. That's all. You are dismissed. The entire class dispersed to find their assigned rooms and began unpacking their luggage. By the time they finished, night had fallen, and the boys settled on the couches in the common area. They chatted among themselves as the girls joined them, noticing Iida was absent but understanding given the news of his brother's early retirement after his battle with the hero killer, Stain. Soon, their stomachs grumbled, reminding them they were hungry after unpacking and decorating their rooms. They decided to eat but realized they would have to prepare the food themselves. Luckily, the school provided some basic groceries for the students to use. They headed to the kitchen and began preparing dinner for the night, with many requests flying around for soba, curry, fried chicken, and more. They decided to prepare a feast to celebrate their new dorm and the fact that they would be living alongside each other from now on. The class began cooking, with Katsuki taking the lead after Izuku praised his cooking skills, filling him with pride. He instructed them on what to do, his usual method being a mix of encouragement and loud reminders to stay on task. Fortunately, Izuku was there to help calm him down whenever he got too intense. After an hour of cooking, their dinner table was filled with a delightful array of dishes. They called Iida down, who seemed a bit downcast, and everyone made an effort to lift his spirits. As they sat down, Izuku called his dad to join them for dinner, and he happily agreed to come up. The night was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their meal. Afterward, they washed the dishes, and Shota reminded them to get to bed early since something important was scheduled for the next day during class. They all nodded in agreement as he left the dorm to prepare a report for Nizu about how the students were adjusting. Once they finished cleaning up, they said their goodbyes and headed to their rooms. They settled in for the night, and as morning arrived, they woke up and made breakfast together in the common room, getting ready for school. One by one, they entered their classroom, taking their seats and chatting with one another as they awaited their sensei and the important announcement he had mentioned the night before. Soon, Aizawa entered the classroom, prompting everyone to sit up straight and greet him with a morning salutation. He yawned and stood on the platform, facing them. "Good morning. As I mentioned last night, today's Hero Informatics PRD will be significant and special for all of you, my problem children," he said in his signature monotone voice. A wave of nervousness swept through the class as various thoughts raced through their minds, ranging from the possibility of a surprise test to lessons on hero laws they weren't prepared for. They waited anxiously for him to reveal the important topic of the day. "Code names. You all will be thinking of your hero names," he announced, and the class erupted in excitement, though they quickly quieted down when Aizawa shot them a stern glare. "This is related to the hero draft picks I discussed the other day. The draft will begin in 2 or 3 years, once you've gained enough experience and are deemed work-ready by the professionals. In other words, the calls that first-year students receive indicate the interest that pros have in your future. If their interest wanes before graduation, those offers could be rescinded," he explained, and the class looked a bit disheartened by this news. "So, the calls we receive will become our own hurdles, right?" Hagakure asked, and Aizawa nodded in confirmation. "That is correct. Now, here are the results of the offers you received." He pressed a button, revealing the offers that had been given to them. For brevity, I'll only show the offers for Team Tarragon, as they are the main focus in this story. Shoto Todoroki, 4123. Katsuki Bakugo, 3771. Izuku Aizawa, 3697. Hitoshi Aizawa, 2097. Momo Yaoyorozu, 1527. Denki Kaminari, 1298. Ijiro Kirishima, 1101. Mina Ishido, 997. Kyoka Jirro, 891. Tetsuetsu, 798. Hanta Siro, 767. Many of them were in awe, especially Team Tarragon, as they were surprised by the number of offers they received. They were even more astonished to see that Shoto had the most offers, despite finishing third in the tournament. Aizawa explained that Shoto likely received many offers due to his connections as Endeavor's youngest son, and he also mentioned that Toya Todoroki, known as the Cremation Hero, Dabi and the number 11 Hero, was his eldest brother, whom he admired greatly. Now that we're on this topic, regardless of whether you received offers or not, you'll be interning with pro heroes. During this internship, you will work alongside a professional, allowing you to receive productive training and learn how a pro performs actual hero work, Aizawa elaborated, and excitement began to build in the room. "So, that is why we need hero names," Kendo said, and Aizawa nodded in agreement. "The hero names are temporary, but if you're not serious about them," he was interrupted when the door slid open, revealing a hero on the other side. "Then you'll be in trouble." Everyone turned their heads, instantly alert when they saw it was midnight. The names you choose as students could become well-known and eventually serve as your professional names. Today, your chosen names will be evaluated by midnight. "I can't handle that kind of thing," he added, recalling a memory from his first year when Hisashi had chosen a name for him that he accepted without much thought. "Now, go and choose your hero names while I take a nap," He pulled out his sleeping bag and settled down behind the teacher's desk, quickly falling asleep. Midnight began passing out whiteboards and markers, giving the students 30 minutes to think of their names and present them to the class. Many students contemplated their choices, while some already had names in mind. Time flew by, and soon the 30 minutes were up. Okay then, who would like to present first? Midnight asked, and everyone hesitated, except for their cheerful pink classmate, who eagerly raised her hand. Mina stepped forward and proudly displayed her name. Here's my name. The Acid Hero, Pinky, she announced, showcasing her whiteboard. What a creative and cute hero name. I love it. Midnight exclaimed, making Mina beam with happiness. With this encouragement, the other students began to feel more confident about sharing their hero names as their insecurities faded away. The sturdy hero, Red Riot, Kirishima declared, stepping up to present. Jirro then stood up, ready to show her hero name to the class. The hearing hero, Max Audio. Taping hero, Cellophane, Siro said. The lightning hero, Lightning Bolt. Kaminari exclaimed. I hope I don't bring shame to this hero name. The creation hero, Creati, Momo announced. The hot and cold hero, Frost Flame, Shoto added. The explosive hero, Ground Zero, Katsuki declared, surprising everyone that his name didn't include the words kill or die. The steel hero, Real Steel, Tetsuetsu said proudly, holding his name high. The brainwashing hero, Mind Wipe, Hitoshi stated, earning odd reactions since his name perfectly matched his quirk. The sea dragon hero, Leviathan, Izuku said, and everyone liked his name because he could transform into a dragon. Soon, everyone presented their names, and Midnight approved of them all, except for Iida, who had yet to come up with one. The group was happy, complimenting each other's choices. Aizawa then woke up from his nap to inform everyone about their internships. He explained that the internships would last only a week and distributed lists to those with offers. Those without offers were to choose from one of the 40 agencies the school had prepared for them. They had a week to decide and needed to submit their chosen agency to him. Dismissed for lunch, Team Tarragon headed to the cafeteria and sat at their table with their food, reviewing their offers to decide which pro hero they would intern with. Have you guys chosen one yet? Izuku asked, and most shook their heads. There are just so many to choose from. Hito, have you chosen one already? Kaminari asked, and Hitoshi nodded. I'm interning with my dad because I want to be an underground hero like him. I don't really like the spotlight, and my quirk is more effective when it's not widely known. The others nodded, acknowledging his valid point. Well, I have chosen one, Jirro said suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. I chose Gang Orca since we have a similar quirk for location and scouting. Everyone understood her reasoning. Momo and I are going with Ryukyu because she's super cool, Mina said, placing her arm around Momo's shoulders. It will be educational to learn from her since she is part of the top 10 heroes in Japan, Momo added. Kaminari and I are interning with Kamui Woods, Siro announced proudly. Yeah, he's so cool. I might learn how he uses his quirk to bind and trap villains, Kaminari said enthusiastically as he and Siro exchanged high fives. Who are you going to intern with, Kirishima? Mina asked. I'm not really sure. I don't know which hero is best for me, Kirishima admitted, contemplating his options. Me too, dude. There are too many heroes that offered, Tetsuetsu said, echoing Kirishima's dilemma. Oh, you guys, let me see that, Katsuki said, snatching both their papers to help them. Here, go with this guy, he said, pointing at the shield hero, Crust's name. Wow, what a good idea, Kaken. Since both of your quirks are defensive in combat, you should learn from him. His quirk is also for defense, like yours. Plus, you might learn how to enhance your quirks even further, so you'll be unbreakable like his shields, Izuku suggested, and they both looked impressed. Bro. Dude, you're so manly for helping us, Kirishima and Tetsuetsu exclaimed in unison, thanking him. Whatever, Katsuki grumbled, shrugging them off. Where are you interning, Izuku? I'm interning with my dad, Shoto said, and Izuku brightened up. Wow. Kaken and I will be with you then. Izuku said, shocking everyone. Isn't your weakness heat and fire? Why are you interning with Endeavor? Momo asked. That is precisely why I want to intern with him. I want to learn to resist fire attacks and high temperatures, since some villains might exploit that weakness. It would be terrible if that happened, Izuku explained, and they nodded in understanding. I see, that's why you want to intern with your dad. What about you, Bakugo? Why are you interning with him? Shoto inquired. It's because I might learn something new from him since he's the number 2 hero. Plus, I might pick up something from his fire quirk that could make my explosions stronger, Katsuki replied. Well, isn't this great? We all have our chosen internships. Let's show this to Sensei SCP. Mina said, bouncing with excitement. They all nodded, finishing their meals before heading to the teacher's office to meet Aizawa. Upon entering, the teachers recognized their purpose for being there. They noticed that All Might's seat was at the furthest back corner of the room, away from everyone else. Izuku smiled, pleased to see that his teaching life was as challenging as he had hoped. You brats chose your internships already? Aizawa asked, and they all nodded. Good. Fast and efficient, I like that. Just give me the names of the pro heroes you're interning with and be on your way. They all nodded and submitted their chosen heroes before exiting the teacher's lounge. A week passed, and all the students of Class 1A gathered at the train station with Aizawa, ready to board their trains to their internships. Izuku was especially excited about interning with Endeavor, the number 2 hero. This is it. The internship is about to begin. Okay, problem children, you will be interning for an entire week, so don't mess up and cause trouble for the pros you're interning with, Aizawa warned them as they all nodded. It was now the day of their internship, a 1-week program where students would work alongside pros. Aizawa provided last-minute instructions as they prepared to leave for the week. The last thing he needed was a report about one of his students causing trouble, and he certainly didn't want to deal with the paperwork that followed. Team Tarragon bid each other farewell as they boarded their trains. Momo and Mina were set to intern with the number 10 hero, Ryukyu, at her agency. Tetsuetsu and Kirishima would intern with the shield hero, Crust, while Kaminari and Siro were assigned to Kemui Woods. Jirro chose Gang Orca's agency, and Hitoshi decided to intern with his father, Eraserhead, who was becoming an underground hero. Lastly, Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto were going to intern with the number 2 hero, Endeavor, at his agency. Momo and Mina were the first to arrive at their internship, standing in front of the Ryukyu agency. As they entered, they were in awe of the many pro heroes inside, many of whom they recognized from the news. Soon, they reached the reception area. Excuse me, we're here for the internship with Ryukyu, Momo said as the receptionist smiled at them. Are you the UA students? She asked, and they both nodded. Great. Just head to the top floor, go straight, and then make a right turn. You'll find her office there. Thank you, they replied in unison as they headed for the elevator. Once inside, they pressed the button for the top floor. As they ascended, they followed the receptionist's instructions and soon found Ryukyu's office. They knocked on the door and heard a cheerful, "Come in," from inside. Upon entering, they saw Ryukyu at her desk and another person with periwinkle hair sitting on the couch. Ah, you two must be the interns. I'm Ryukyu. Welcome to my agency, she said, standing up and approaching them. Thank you for having us, Momo began, but was interrupted by the girl on the couch. Oh my gosh, I remember you too. You were part of the top 8 at the sports festival tournament. I have so many questions, the girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is your skin pink because of your quirk? Or were you born that way? Can you create anything you want? What's your limit? If I asked you right now, could you make me something? Actually, Her questions were cut off as Ryukyu gently covered her mouth with her hand. I'm sorry about her. She's here for her work studies. This is Nijire, and she's also from UA. Nijire, please introduce yourself, Ryukyu said, and both Mina and Momo were surprised to learn she was from UA. Oh, I almost forgot. Silly me. I'm Nijire Hato, a 3rd year in the hero course and part of the Big 3. She flashed a peace sign and winked at them. Momo and Mina were astonished that she was part of the Big 3, meaning she was one of the strongest students at UA. They chatted with her, with Nijire asking a flurry of questions about their experiences. Now that we're all acquainted, how about we start this internship? Ryukyu suggested, and they both nodded excitedly. Change into your hero costumes. We'll be going on a mission, Ryukyu instructed. Momo and Mina exchanged shocked glances at the prospect of a mission so soon. Are you sure? We're still first years, Momo said, her voice tinged with worry. Why not? From what I saw during your battles in the tournament, you two were amazing, Nijire said enthusiastically. She's right. Plus, this will be great experience. Now, let's get to it, Ryukyu said, clapping her hands. The two nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves for their very first mission. After changing into their hero suits, they accompanied Ryukyu and Nijire to handle a villain brawl occurring in the city. They fought alongside their seniors, learning a great deal from the experience. However, they couldn't help but wonder how the others were faring. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Siro were patrolling the city with Kamui Woods. They roamed around in their hero costumes, surveying for any sudden villain attacks or lurking crimes. Many civilians recognized them and approached for autographs or pictures, which they happily provided, still surprised by their newfound recognition. Looks like you have some fans, huh? Kamui Woods said, noticing their embarrassment. Well, not really. It's probably because we were in the tournament during the sports festival, Kaminari replied, scratching the back of his neck. Whatever the reason, remember to treat them well. Your fans will be important when you become pros, Kamui advised. Why is that? Siro asked. Having many fans means you'll have more supporters. The more supporters you have, the higher you'll rise in the popularity polls, leading to more hero work. The more work you have, the more money you earn, and the better your chances of reaching the top of the hero charts, Kamui explained, and the two nodded in understanding. So, fans are that important, huh? Kaminari mused. Exactly. Now, let's continue with our... Kamui's words were suddenly interrupted by a loud explosion in the distance. It was coming from a nearby bank, where a villain emerged from the smoke, laughing maniacally and brandishing money bags. Small missiles shot from his fingertips. I'll handle that villain. You two make sure the civilians are safe. Now go! Kamui ordered, and the two nodded, springing into action. Kamui dashed forward, leaping into the air as his wooden arms extended toward the villain. The villain retaliated by launching missiles, which Kamui blocked with his wooden arms, wincing at the impact. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Siro focused on evacuating civilians from the bank, ensuring everyone was safe as they navigated the chaos surrounding the fight. Many of the villain's finger missiles were flying everywhere, threatening the civilians. Kaminari used his lightning bolts to deflect all the missiles aimed at them. The grateful civilians followed his guidance to safety. Siro utilized his tape to pull civilians away from danger while also reinforcing the structures around them. Kamui Woods was on the verge of defeating the villains, using his branch arms to incapacitate one of them. Just as he was about to deliver a final blow, the villain fired missiles from his fingers, targeting a nearby building. Kamui noticed bystanders in danger of being hit by falling debris. He quickly ran toward them, extending his branches to wrap around the civilians and pull them to safety. Frustrated, he watched as the villain escaped with stolen money. Just then, a long strip of tape shot past him, ensnaring the villain and pulling him back into the fray. Kamui turned to see Siro, his expression a mix of shock and determination. The villain, now desperate, launched more missiles, but Kaminari's lightning intercepted them. Sparks flew as Kaminari charged up, then unleashed a powerful bolt that knocked the villain unconscious. The civilians cheered for the heroes as they celebrated their victory. Siro began wrapping the defeated villain in tape, securing him in place. Great job, you two. You handled the situation well and caught the villain. That was impressive, Kamui praised, beaming at their success. They exchanged high fives, basking in the crowd's admiration for their efforts. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Tetsuetsu were at a training ground, facing off against heroes with strength quirks who were testing their defenses. They focused on blocking the incoming attacks, determined to prove their abilities. On the sidelines, Crust supervised their training, encouraging them to give it their all. Remember to envision yourself as the toughest being out there, Kirishima. And Tetsuetsu, make your steel body as resilient as titanium, he shouted. Yes, sensei, they replied as they braced for the next round of punches. This training session began when they arrived at Crust's agency, where they met him in his office, guided by his sidekicks. They knocked on the door and entered to find him busy with paperwork. Crust greeted them with a warm smile and invited them to sit on the couches in front of his desk. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu expressed their honor at interning with him, to which Crust replied that he saw great potential in them. Surprised that the number 6 hero recognized their abilities, they listened intently as he outlined their week-long internship, which would include patrols and quirk training. They nodded in agreement, eager to learn. Crust then demonstrated his shield quirk, creating a barrier with his arms. He challenged them to try and break through it using their enhanced punches. To their astonishment, neither of their strikes left a mark. Crust explained that his shield's durability came from rigorous training and improvement of his quirk. He intended to help them strengthen their own abilities to match his. Excited, they followed him to the agency's basement, where the training ground was located. Crust called upon 2 of his sidekicks with strength-enhancing quirks to assist in their training. He explained that his shields were as strong as the heroes he trained alongside, and he would help them improve their durability through practice. He compared their training to building muscle, emphasizing that they needed to push their limits to grow stronger. The interns nodded, understanding the lesson. Crust instructed them to change into their hero costumes as their training was about to begin. And so, they found themselves facing off against Crust's sidekicks, who were pushing them to their limits. Kirishima fought hard, trying to block the relentless punches while panting from exertion. Tetsuetsu's training partner had a unique approach. With a fire quirk, he coated his fists in flames, challenging Tetsuetsu to withstand the heat while enhancing his own durability. Remember, after this training, we'll be patrolling the city. Give it your all. Crust encouraged, giving them a thumbs up. Yes, sensei, they replied, diving back into their training. Meanwhile, Jirro had just arrived at Gang Orca's office for her internship. After introducing themselves, Gang Orca explained his offer, expressing his belief that he could help her enhance her hearing abilities and scouting skills. He noted that his hypersonic waves were similar to her sound wave capabilities. Jirro nodded, fully understanding. As they continued their conversation, Gang Orca outlined her week-long internship, which would include patrolling and search training. They left his office and headed to a private training ground within the agency. He instructed Jirro to change into her hero costume as her training was about to commence. Gang Orca then challenged her to locate a bomb hidden in the training ground. Jirro inserted her earphone jacks into the ground, focusing intently. Using her heartbeat to send out sound waves, she pinpointed the bomb's location and pointed to the back corner of the room. Gang Orca nodded, impressed by her skills. They then moved on to a building right next to his agency, where he instructed her to try and locate the bomb again. As she inserted her earphone jacks into the ground, she noticed various sounds disrupting her hearing. Gang Orca explained that she needed to learn how to ignore distractions while locating the bomb, as such situations would likely arise during her hero work after graduating from UA. She nodded and focused on using her sound waves to scan the entire building. Finally, she pinpointed the bomb amid the noise and informed him that it was located on the 4th floor, in the second room to the right. Gang Orca nodded in approval, praising her for getting it right. They then moved on to training her ability to differentiate between various sounds, which was crucial for distinguishing between heroes and villains, as well as identifying different objects. Their training continued for hours until Jirro felt confident in her skills. Meanwhile, Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto arrived at Endeavor's agency. Upon entering, they were greeted by many of Endeavor's sidekicks diligently working. They headed straight for the receptionist, informing her that they were there for the UA internships. The receptionist recognized Shoto and directed them to the elevator, mentioning that Endeavor was waiting for them. They nodded, with Shoto leading the way, familiar with the layout of his father's agency. Once they reached the elevator, Shoto pressed the button for the top floor, and they exited when they arrived. As they made their way through the top floor toward Endeavor's office, They were stopped by a familiar and popular hero. "Hey there, Sho. Looks like you finally arrived," he said, glancing at the two students beside Shoto. "I see, so you three are interning with the old man. Let me show you to his office. You're Dabi, right? The cremation hero, famous for your blue flames." Izuku asked, to which Dabi nodded. "That's right, blue hair. I'm Dabi, Shoto's older brother and the number 11 hero. I saw you at the tournament. I didn't expect you to beat Shoto, but I was wrong. You did great." Dabi complimented, and Izuku thanked him, slightly embarrassed. "You're the winner, right?" Dabi asked Katsuki, who nodded. "You did well too. In my opinion, you weren't in the wrong when you fought that brown-haired girl. You were just giving it your all. You weren't bullying her at all. So don't let the critics get to you, all right?" Katsuki nodded, feeling reassured. "Well, it seems we've talked too much. Follow me, and I'll take you to the old man. He's been waiting for you guys and is getting impatient," Dabi said, leading the way to Endeavor's office. When they reached the door, Dabi knocked before entering. Inside, they found Endeavor gazing out at the city through the floor-to-ceiling windows, which illuminated him dramatically. He turned around and glared at his interns and Toya. "You three are late," he scolded, smoke puffing from his nostrils. "We're sorry," Izuku replied, bowing his head. Katsuki clicked his tongue, while Shoto maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. "It's fine for now, but I expect you all to be on time next time," Endeavor stated, and the three nodded. "And what are you doing here, Toya? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission?" he asked, to which Toya shrugged. "I finished it already. We found smugglers near the edge of the city and apprehended them, so I'm free now," Toya explained, earning a nod of approval from Endeavor. "Now that you're here, you'll be assisting me with our interns," Endeavor said. Toya smiled at the three of them. "Now that everything is settled, let's get this internship started." Endeavor took a seat at his desk and gestured for the others to sit on the couches in front of him. He explained the details of their internship, outlining their activities for the week, which included city patrols, training, and a special surprise he would reveal after the 5th day. He then asked the three why they chose his agency for their internship out of all the offers they received from pro heroes. Shoto explained that, being his father, it was natural for him to choose Endeavor's agency since he had been training with him since childhood. Katsuki mentioned that he chose Endeavor because he was the number 2 hero and believed he could help enhance the power of his explosions. Endeavor turned to Izuku, who stood out among them with his water-based quirk, contrasting with the fire-based quirks of the others. Izuku explained that he wanted to develop some resistance to heat and flames to cover that weakness. Endeavor stood up from his desk and led them out of his office. They returned to the elevator, where he pressed a button that took them down to the lower levels of the agency. When the doors opened, they were greeted by a large training area filled with gym equipment and even a boxing ring. "This will be the place you three will be training. Welcome to the Endeavor Fighting Grounds," Endeavor announced, and Izuku and Katsuki looked on in awe. Shoto, having been there before, remained composed. "I expect to see some improvements from you all by the end of this internship. Do your absolute best." "Yes," they all replied in unison as their training began. They started with warm-up exercises, running 20 laps around the training ground. After 30 minutes, they moved on to jumping jacks, sit-ups, and finally push-ups, feeling energized and ready. The three interns were split up, with Endeavor taking Katsuki and Izuku, while Toya focused on Shoto. Toya trained Shoto in hand-to-hand combat and martial arts, emphasizing the importance of being well-rounded to become a successful hero. They then shifted to training Shoto's quirk, working on his control over flames and ice. After years of practice, they discovered that Shoto's quirk manifested as spreading fire and icicle spikes, making it challenging for him to shape them. To overcome this, he concentrated on mastering control, learning to manipulate both his flames and ice effectively. Meanwhile, Endeavor worked with Katsuki, who discovered that his sweat was the source of his explosions. Endeavor concluded that Katsuki needed to expand the sweat glands in his palms to enhance his explosive power. He heated a bucket of water and instructed Katsuki to place his hands in it continuously, helping to expand those glands for greater explosive potential. Izuku faced wave after wave of flames from Endeavor, gradually increasing in intensity. To overcome his weakness to heat, he needed to learn to withstand it by exposing himself repeatedly. Endeavor started with a mild heat level, allowing Izuku to practice resisting the flames, gradually building his tolerance. The hours passed. The trio felt exhausted by the time it was nearly 6 p.m. Endeavor announced that they would conclude the day's training and stay at the agency, where rooms were available for them. Their luggage had already been brought in, and they nodded in agreement before heading to the elevator. After quick showers, they enjoyed meals provided by the agency's staff, relishing the food after a tiring day. Soon they fell asleep, the weariness of training taking over. The next morning, their alarms rang at 6 a.m., signaling the start of another training day. They returned to the Endeavor training grounds, where their instructors awaited them. They repeated their previous day's training, focusing on improving their quirks and skills. Izuku had made progress, now able to resist Endeavor's flames by lowering his body temperature. Their training continued until an emergency call summoned Endeavor and Dabi for assistance. Endeavor seized the opportunity to bring his interns along for their first real encounter with a villain attack. He instructed them to quickly change into their hero costumes. They followed Endeavor as he sprinted at incredible speed, using his flames as jet boosters. Dabi mirrored him, soaring through the air with his blue flames. Shoto chased after them, utilizing his ice, while Katsuki propelled himself into the air with explosions, and Izuku sprouted wings, flowing water from his gourd. Upon arriving at the chaotic scene, they witnessed civilians fleeing in panic from a villain causing destruction. The trio's eyes widened as they recognized the familiar sight before them. "Kaken, Shoto, isn't that the Nomu?" Izuku exclaimed, his voice strained. "What's a Nomu?" Dabi asked, confused. "It's a bioengineered creature designed to defeat All Might. We encountered it during the USJ incident," Shoto explained, his expression serious. "The report stated it was defeated. What is its weakness?" Endeavor inquired. "It can't handle heat. It has multiple quirks, including hyper-regeneration, but if we burn it enough, it won't regenerate," Katsuki replied, frustration evident in his voice. "Then let's take it down," Dabi declared, igniting blue flames in his hand. Endeavor and Dabi charged toward the Nomu, which was wreaking havoc in the city. Endeavor closed the distance and struck the Nomu with his flash-fire fist, causing it to screech from the burns. However, he was taken aback when the Nomu seemed largely unaffected, only showing signs of burns. Dabi leaped into the air, snapping his fingers to conjure blue orbs of flames. He aimed at the creature and released the orbs, which exploded upon impact, engulfing the Nomu in blue flames. While they battled, the trio focused on evacuating civilians from the area. Izuku discovered a new ability, flowing water from his gourd to create small water creatures that swirled around him. He commanded them to search for any trapped victims in the damaged buildings, seeing through their eyes. Katsuki called out to Izuku, noticing the water creatures had changed, appearing as if filled with pools of water. Izuku informed him of 2 victims trapped in a building to their left and 3 more on the right. Katsuki nodded and signaled Shoto for assistance. Shoto used his ice to freeze parts of the building, ensuring it wouldn't collapse suddenly. Katsuki used his explosions to clear some of the fallen debris, allowing him to reach the victims as he was guided by Izuku's water. He blasted through piles of rubble that trapped the victims, quickly carrying them out of the building on his shoulders and arms. They repeated the process with another building, ensuring everyone was rescued safely. Izuku assessed the victims, using his healing water to tend to their minor wounds. They expressed their gratitude, and he humbly reminded them that it was his duty as a hero in training to help. However, their moment of relief was short-lived as another Nomu descended from the sky, crashing down near him and the injured civilians. In a rush, he summoned all of his water to create a protective dome around the 6 of them just as the Nomu landed heavily on top of it. Izuku strained to maintain the dome, his voice rising in urgency as he fought to shield the innocent civilians. When Shoto and Katsuki heard Izuku's cry, they turned and were alarmed by the precarious situation he was in. "Izuku!" they shouted in unison, leaping into action to save him. Izuku struggled to keep the dome stable as the Nomu relentlessly pounded on it with its fists. He could see the fear etched on the faces of the victims huddled beside him. With each blow, the dome wobbled more dangerously. Just as the Nomu prepared to deliver a final, devastating punch, Katsuki unleashed an explosion at its side, sending the creature staggering away. Izuku smiled in relief as he saw his friends. Shoto quickly followed up, launching a trail of ice that encased the Nomu, freezing it in place. "Thanks for the help," Izuku said, dispersing the dome around him and the injured. "It's nothing, you nerd," Katsuki replied, brushing off the compliment. "All right, I'll take these victims to a safer location. You two can handle that thing, right?" he asked, and they both nodded in agreement. With a burst of energy, Izuku sprouted wings from his back, using his water arms to lift the 5 victims gently. He warned them they would be flying, and they all nodded in acceptance. He ascended into the sky, ensuring their safety as he moved away from the battle. Meanwhile, the Nomu that had been frozen broke free and charged at Shoto and Katsuki. Shoto responded by unleashing a wave of flames, the heat radiating intensely. Katsuki propelled himself at the creature, launching an explosion that struck its chest. The Nomu howled in pain. In retaliation, the Nomu seized Katsuki's arm and slammed him into the ground. Katsuki gasped, feeling the impact on his back. He was then thrown toward Shoto, and they both tumbled several meters back, struggling to regain their footing. Shoto quickly acted a wall of ice as the creature charged again. However, the Nomu shattered the ice barrier with ease, sending chunks flying. Katsuki sprang to his feet and unleashed a barrage of explosions, his expression fierce and determined. The air was filled with the sounds of the Nomu's cries as it suffered from the burns inflicted by Katsuki's attacks. Shoto created an ice platform behind Katsuki, using it to leap high into the air. He encircled the area with ice on one side before switching to flames. He heated the air around him, his hands glowing with a fiery intensity. Katsuki stepped back, recognizing the move. Shoto unleashed a superheated blast toward the Nomu, engulfing it in flames and sending it flying. This version of his attack was controlled, ensuring minimal destruction in the city. Endeavor and Dabi had successfully defeated their own Nomu and were taken aback to learn that Katsuki and Shoto had also triumphed over another that had appeared unexpectedly. Soon, Izuku returned, landing gracefully as he informed them that all the victims were safe and receiving treatment at the hospital. The police arrived shortly after, and Endeavor explained the situation, detailing how the Nomu had attacked the city. He mentioned that he had allowed the interns to participate in the battle since they were the only ones aware of the creature's weaknesses. The police officials understood and permitted the interns' involvement, acknowledging that they did not yet have their licenses. They took the remains of the Nomus as they headed back to the station. Endeavor praised his interns for their actions during the crisis, commending them for saving victims from the devastated buildings while causing minimal damage in their fight against the Nomu. He then informed them it was time to return to training at the agency, and they all nodded in agreement. As they left the site of the villain attack, familiar figures stood atop a distant building, watching the aftermath. One villain seethed with rage, scratching the back of his neck in irritation over his failed plan. "Let's go, Kurojiri. Those heroes ruined my plans, and those kids are back at it again," he shouted angrily, stomping his feet in frustration. "Yes, Shigaraki," Kurojiri replied, opening a portal that closed behind them as they stepped through. The heroes remained unaware that this was just a glimpse of the challenges that lay ahead. They said they could defeat the villains while protecting others at the same time. The media quickly sought out these 3 individuals upon learning they were interns at the Endeavor agency. They stormed the agency, demanding interviews with the interns. Endeavor sighed as the reporters stubbornly refused to leave the front of his agency. He then asked his interns if they were comfortable doing the interview, and all 3 agreed. The media bombarded them with various questions about their quirks and their actions during the crisis. They did their best to answer, but the barrage of inquiries began to overwhelm them. The next day, all media outlets aired their interview, highlighting their efforts during the villain attack. The names Leviathan, Ground Zero, and Frostflame quickly spread throughout Japan. The news even reached UA, where students were shocked for multiple reasons, seeing their peers on the news and realizing the League of Villains was making another move. Team Tarragon erupted in their chat group with questions and praises about the news. It was now day 5 of their internship, with only 2 days left before returning to UA. They were training in Endeavor's training ground, having decided to hold off on patrolling after the publicity from a few days ago. Their training ended when the clock struck 6 p.m., and Endeavor informed them about a special assignment. "We will be going to Hosu," he said, and the interns looked confused. "Why are we going there? Isn't Hosu far from here?" Shoto asked. "Do you know about the hero killer, Stain?" Endeavor inquired, and their eyes widened in surprise. "Don't tell me we're going after him, right?" Izuku asked hesitantly. "Bingo! You hit the jackpot. We're going after that villain," Dabi said with a grin. "We're leaving tomorrow, so wear your costumes and pack what you need. We'll be hunting the hero killer at night, as that's when he's most active," Endeavor explained. The 3 interns nodded and headed back to their rooms to prepare. They went to bed early, anticipating their special assignment to catch the hero killer, Stain. In the morning, they donned their hero costumes and had breakfast before leaving with Dabi and Endeavor in Endeavor's private car. They arrived in Hosu at 2 p.m. and stayed at Endeavor's private condo while waiting for nightfall. To pass the time, they engaged in last-minute training to ensure they could stand up against Stain. As night fell and the moon illuminated Hosu City, their search for the hero killer began. Remember to stay on high alert. Stain is a dangerous criminal who has killed over 30 heroes since he first appeared. Endeavor warned them, and they all nodded. "Do you all have your communicators?" he asked, and they confirmed they did. "Good. Now let's go over our plan. We'll search the alleyways of the city, where he usually strikes. Dabi and Ground Zero will search the east side, while Frostflame and I will cover the west side," Endeavor explained. Izuku felt left out and asked, "Why am I not included?" "Because you are essential for locating him," Endeavor replied, and Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. "Me?" he asked, pointing to himself. Endeavor nodded. "You will stay on top of a building and use your water creatures to search the entire city. When you find him, contact us immediately with his location. Is that clear?" "Yes," Izuku replied enthusiastically, and Endeavor huffed in approval. "Then let us begin this mission," Endeavor stated as they set out to find Stain. Izuku released water from his gourd, transforming it into a school of water beasts, commanding them to disperse throughout the city. He sat cross-legged on the edge of the building, his eyes becoming pools of water as he tapped into the vision of his water creatures. Dabi and Katsuki searched the west side of the city for any signs of Stain. Dabi used his blue flames to soar through the air, while Katsuki propelled himself with explosions. As they searched, they took down petty criminals causing trouble and called the police to have them arrested. On the east side, Endeavor and Shoto walked the streets, checking every alley they encountered. They were occasionally stopped by fans seeking Endeavor's autograph. One of Izuku's fish approached Endeavor and Shoto, swimming around them to signal they should follow. When they did, they were led into an alley where a chilling scene awaited them. "We were too late," Izuku said through the communicator. In front of Endeavor and Shoto lay the body of a hero, marked by numerous stab wounds. Shoto turned away, feeling dizzy at the sight. "Looks like the hero killer struck again," Endeavor concluded. "I'll search the area." "Maybe he's still," Izuku began, but was interrupted by a massive explosion that echoed through the city. "Leviathan, get me a visual on what caused the explosion," Endeavor ordered. "It's the Nomus. They're here in Hosu," Izuku informed them, shock evident on their faces. Endeavor and Dabi immediately rushed toward the explosion's direction, where a towering flame was visible. Smoke filled the air as that part of the city was being ravaged by a swarm of Nomus. Izuku called back some of his fish, absorbing them and sprouting wings. He flew toward the fire, witnessing pro-heroes being thrown and overwhelmed by the Nomus. Soon, Endeavor, Dabi, Katsuki, and Shoto arrived, assessing the chaotic situation. Endeavor then gave them the go-ahead to engage in battle. Katsuki charged at a Nomu with a long neck, unleashing a barrage of explosions. Shoto encased another Nomu in ice, while Dabi unleashed his blue flames, gradually incinerating it. Izuku transformed into a dragon, adjusting his size as he pushed a Nomu down into the ground. A spiraling jet of hot water shot through the air, striking the Nomu. Endeavor was engaged in a fierce battle, delivering powerful punches to the creature, which screeched in distress. He pressed his flaming palm against the Nomu's head, engulfing it in flames until it collapsed to the ground. Amid the chaos, Izuku heard someone calling for Iida while dousing the flames. He turned to see Manuel, the normal hero. Realizing that Iida was supposed to be interning with him, Izuku quickly took to the skies, worried that Iida might be seeking revenge on Stain for what he had done to his brother. The others were taken aback as Izuku flew away, unable to follow due to their own battles with the Nomus. Searching the sky in his dragon form, Izuku scanned every dark alley for signs of Iida. His heart raced when he spotted Iida, perilously close to being attacked by Stain. Without hesitation, Izuku unleashed a powerful jet stream of water that struck Stain, knocking him away from Iida. Stain looked up, his expression dark and menacing. "Who are you?" Stain shouted, fury etched on his face. Izuku swooped down, creating a splash as he landed. He transformed back into his human form, and Iida's eyes widened in shock. What are you doing here, Izuku?" Iida exclaimed, his voice tense. "I'm saving you, you idiot." Izuku replied, a hint of sass in his tone as he transformed his arms into water. "Another fake hero?" Stain sneered, exuding a chilling aura that made Izuku shudder. He fought to maintain his composure, standing tall despite the fear creeping in. "Izuku, just leave. This is between me and him. He will pay for what he did to my brother." Iida shouted, his eyes burning with determination. "Good luck with that, Iida. With your current state, your chances of winning are slim. You nearly got yourself killed if I hadn't intervened. So, keep quiet and remember that breaking the rules doesn't suit you," Izuku retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice, silencing Iida. "I like your spirit, kid. I might just let you live after this," Stain said, grinning widely. "But I'm going to take down all these fake heroes." With that, Stain leaped into the air, drawing his katana. Izuku, on high alert, followed suit, ready for battle. The fight commenced as Izuku risked everything to protect his classmate from the infamous hero killer. Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto's internship with Endeavor had brought them to Hosu City to track down the notorious hero killer, responsible for the deaths of over 30 heroes across Japan. Their search began as night fell and the moon illuminated the sky. Dabi and Katsuki scoured the east side of Hosu, while Endeavor and Shoto searched the west. Izuku utilized his water beast fish to explore the city, linking his mind with them like a hive mind. One of his fish led Endeavor and Shoto to the scene of a hero who had been brutally attacked. The sight was grim, filled with stab wounds. Izuku suggested a search of the area, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden explosion in the city center. The heroes rushed to the scene, witnessing a district engulfed in flames as a pack of Nomus wreaked havoc. Local heroes struggled to contain at least 5 Nomus. Endeavor permitted his interns to join the fight, knowing their quirks could be effective against the creatures. They sprang into action, working together to hold the Nomus back and minimize the destruction. Izuku doused the raging flames while overhearing someone call out for Iida, who was interning with a hero. Realizing Iida had chosen to come to Hosu, where Stain was last seen, and that he had vanished during the crisis, Izuku took to the sky to search for him. He soon found Iida, just as Stain was about to strike. Izuku intervened, narrowly saving Iida. As Izuku fought to protect Iida from the infamous hero killer, Katsuki was panting heavily, facing off against a Nomu that screeched in pain from his explosive attacks. The Nomu charged at Katsuki, but he deftly dodged to the side, using his explosions to evade the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Katsuki grabbed the Nomu's arm and flipped it to the ground, where it lay grunting. He climbed on top of it and prepared to unleash a massive explosion. "Don't cause too much damage, Bakugo," Shoto scolded as he froze a Nomu in place. Yeah, whatever, half and half," Katsuki replied, rising from the crater he had created. Suddenly, a flying Nomu soared overhead, clutching a hero in its talons. The hero screamed for help, struggling to break free. Katsuki prepared to chase after it, but the Nomu he had just attacked seized him by the ankle, throwing him to the ground. Katsuki and Shoto watched helplessly as the Nomu carried the hero further away. Just then, a jet of blue flames streaked past them. They looked up to see Dabi, using his flames to fly as he pursued the escaping Nomu. Dabi's blue flames propelled him forward, allowing him to close the gap on the creature. He caught up to it, now shoulder to shoulder. "Blue Inferno!" Dabi shouted as a concentrated blue flame formed in his right hand. A stream of bright blue flames erupted from his palm, hitting the Nomu directly. It let out a piercing scream as Dabi unleashed more of his blue infernos. Finally, the Nomu released its grip on the hero, and Dabi caught him just in time before he hit the ground. "Damn it!" Dabi cursed himself, noticing that the Nomu was still airborne, now flying too high and too fast for him to pursue. Meanwhile, Katsuki and Shoto were battling two Nomus together. One was badly burned while the other was frozen in place. The frozen Nomu broke free as local heroes attempted to subdue it, but their efforts were in vain as the Nomu easily overpowered them. Shoto sent another wave of ice, but the Nomu shattered it effortlessly. He quickly acted a wall of ice to block its path, only for it to be destroyed by a powerful punch to his chest. Katsuki watched as Shoto was sent crashing into a building. He tried to distract the Nomu attacking him, exploding its arm. But as the smoke cleared, he was shocked to find the Nomu's hands still gripping his ankle. Suddenly, he was lifted into the air and slammed back down, gasping at the pain in his back. The Nomu lifted him again, spinning him around before throwing him onto Shoto, and they both groaned in pain. They struggled to their feet, shaking their heads as they saw the two Nomus advancing toward them, ready to strike. Endeavor sprinted through the streets, chasing after a Nomu that was crawling at an alarming speed. As he searched for it, he heard civilians screaming for help and rushed toward the source. There, he spotted the Nomu he was pursuing, being kicked by an elderly man in a yellow hero costume. The old man moved with incredible speed, but the Nomu continued its relentless crawl toward a group of bystanders. Endeavor unleashed his flames, scorching the Nomu's body. The old man soon approached him, and Endeavor recognized Gran Torino. They both believed the Nomu was finished, but it remained standing, releasing flames that spread across the road. "So it has an absorption and release quirk," Endeavor concluded. "You're mistaken, Todoroki. It has multiple quirks," Gran Torino warned him. Suddenly, the Nomu's body bulked up as it leaped into the air, screeching while its tongue expanded and multiplied. Endeavor prepared to shoot flames at it, but Gran Torino soared into the sky with his jet quirk, destroying the Nomu's tongue. He then descended and kicked the Nomu in the back, creating a crater in the road. "It's been a long time since I've fought like this. What is happening in this city?" Gran Torino demanded. "The city is under attack by these creatures called Nomus. They're bioengineered beings meant to eliminate all might," Endeavor briefly explained. "Then let's handle the rest," Gran Torino said, confused when Endeavor remained still, grinning. "That won't be necessary," Endeavor replied. "And why is that?" "Because my interns are already dealing with them." "Did you say interns? Why would you let your interns handle these monsters?" "Because they're no ordinary interns." A towering glacier, nearly piercing the sky, suddenly appeared in the direction of the Nomu attacks. The glacier melted, replaced by a superheated blast. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted, audible from miles away. "They did it," Endeavor said with a grin. Before the explosion, Shoto and Katsuki found themselves cornered by two powerful Nomus after being thrown into a building. They struggled to their feet, their bodies aching from the impact. "Let's finish this, Bakugo," Shoto declared, and Katsuki grinned in response. "No need to tell me you half and half be," he shot back. The Nomus charged at them, and Shoto's right side began to shimmer with ice crystals. He stomped his foot and raised his hand, forming a giant glacier that trapped the two Nomus. His left side ignited with intense heat as flames enveloped his left hand. The glacier began to melt, releasing a superheated blast that struck the two Nomus. They howled in pain, thrown back into a building, their bodies covered in burns and bruises as they struggled to rise. Katsuki propelled himself toward them, spinning with explosive force. He screamed as he collided with the two Nomus, creating a massive explosion that sent smoke billowing into the air. Shoto was knocked back, shielding his face from the smoke. As it cleared, the Nomus lay defeated, reduced to mere remnants. They collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, but the fight was far from over. 5 fish suddenly swam toward them, circling around. Katsuki and Shoto recognized them as Izuku's water beasts, signaling them to follow. In an alleyway, Izuku faced off against Stain. Panting, his arms transformed into ice claws, he prepared for the fight. Stain lunged forward with his katana, aiming to slice Izuku. Izuku parried the attack, using his ice claws to block. Stain then pulled out a dagger, attempting to stab Izuku, but he blocked it with his other arm. Pushing Stain back, Izuku moved his icy arms toward him. Stain leaped into the air, throwing daggers that struck the ground as Izuku flipped backward. Looking up, he saw Stain ready to strike him down with 2 katanas. Izuku raised both arms to block the downward strike. Stain jumped back, grinning. "You're the longest hero to ever survive a fight with me. Usually, they're dead by now," Stain said, a sinister smile on his face. "Why are you doing this? Why are you killing heroes left and right? What's the purpose of all this?" Izuku asked, clenching his fists in frustration. "I'm targeting the false heroes," Stain replied, causing Izuku's eyes to widen. "This society is filled with fake heroes who only seek fame and fortune. They don't protect the people, they satisfy their own greed. I'm here to cleanse this broken society of heroes and restore it to what it should be." "So you think killing them is the best solution? That's a terrible way to go about it." "I understand what you mean by fake heroes because I've dealt with them my entire life," Izuku said, sadness reflecting in his eyes as memories of his lonely past surfaced. "But you know what? After leaving that past behind, I've discovered that there are many true heroes out there. Heroes who genuinely protect the innocent and the weak. I've met them personally, I even live with them. You may think there are no true heroes, but I know there are. Purging the fakes is not the answer." A touching speech, Kit. "But my ideals are unshakable, and I will see them fulfilled. I will continue my purge, starting with the one behind you who seeks revenge." Stain shouted as he lunged forward with his katana. Izuku grunted and charged forward as well. He swung his arms towards Stain, trying to slam him down. Stain dodged effortlessly, using the walls to his advantage. Izuku swung his arms sideways, unleashing ball of water that transformed into icy shards. Stain sliced through the shards with a single swing of his katana, propelling himself toward Izuku. As Stain aimed to slice Izuku, he rolled to the side just in time, avoiding the blade as it struck the ground. Stain then hurled daggers toward Iida, but Izuku managed to intercept them with his water tentacles before they could reach him. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Stain charged at him while he was distracted. When Stain's katana made contact, he was taken aback as Izuku's form shifted into water, allowing the blade to pass right through him. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku wrapped Stain in his water arms, constricting him tightly. He spun Stain around and hurled him against the wall. Stain quickly recovered, throwing more daggers at Izuku, but they passed harmlessly through him once again. Izuku then noticed Stain's wicked smile as he turned to see that the daggers had struck Iida's legs, causing him to cry out in pain. Izuku rushed to help, but Stain attacked fiercely, swiping his katana toward him. Frustrated, Izuku drew water from his gourd, absorbing it into his body. He sprouted additional water tentacles, now having 4. He entered a rampage mode, swinging his tentacles unpredictably at Stain. Stain jumped back, desperately dodging Izuku's strikes. Suddenly, a tentacle grabbed his ankle, lifting him off his feet. The other tentacles ensnared his limbs, pulling him painfully in all directions. He screamed as the pressure intensified before being thrown against the wall, grunting in pain. Izuku returned his hands to normal, rolling them together as water flowed from his gourd, gathering in the center of his palms. His extra tentacles dispersed, forming a concentrated sphere of water. With a swift motion, Izuku pulled his arms back and moved them forward, unleashing a swirling jet stream of water. The vortex surged towards Stain, who widened his eyes in shock as it struck him. When the water vortex dissipated, Stain was left unconscious, embedded in a wall with a crater behind him. Izuku, panting and exhausted, fell to his knees, glancing back to see two familiar figures approaching. He smiled as he recognized his boyfriend's face drawing closer. Kaken. Izuku breathed out before collapsing to the ground. Izuku! The attack on Hosu City had been subdued, with all the Nomus defeated by the heroes. The city still smoldered as many heroes with water-based quirks worked to extinguish the flames. Rescue teams arrived to assist the victims of the attack. Endeavor and Gran Torino returned to the site of the villain attack, where police officers were conducting interviews about the incident. The media had also arrived, interviewing heroes and victims alike. Endeavor was discussing the situation with Police Chief Kenji Tsuragami and Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. As he answered their questions, he noticed his interns were missing, scanning the area for them. "Is there a problem, Endeavor?" Chief Tsuragami asked. "My interns are nowhere to be found," Endeavor replied, still searching. "Did your interns participate in this battle?" Tsuragami inquired. "I gave them permission since they knew the weaknesses of those monsters. Plus, they're the only ones with experience fighting those so-called Nomus." "Then where are they, Todoroki?" "I heard my grandson is one of your interns," Gran Torino added. "Well, he's not here, along with my son and that Bakugo kid," Endeavor said, puzzled about their whereabouts. Just then, Dabi descended from above, landing with a frustrated expression as he scratched the back of his head. "What's wrong, Dabi?" Detective Tsukachi asked, noticing the hero's agitation. "I lost one of those stupid Nomus. He was flying and I tried to catch up to him, but he soared too high and fast for me to reach," Dabi said, frustration evident as he kicked a rock on the ground. "Anyway, where are the kids, Toya? Aren't they supposed to be with you?" Endeavor asked, a puzzled expression on his face. "Why would they be with me? I was flying nearly 500 feet in the air trying to catch that monster," Dabi replied, the others looking bewildered. "Then let's start searching for them. They can't be far from here," Tsukachi suggested, and the group nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to begin their search, a blue fish swam weakly through the air toward them. Endeavor instructed everyone to stop moving as the fish approached slowly. Endeavor and Dabi recognized it as one of Izuku's water creatures. The frail fish began circling around Endeavor, its once vibrant ocean blue hue fading to a dull, pale shade. Suddenly, it disintegrated into bubbles, vanishing into thin air. "Everyone! Search the entire city for Izuku Aizawa. He is in danger and possibly in a life-threatening situation. Move now!" Endeavor commanded, and the heroes scrambled to find Izuku. "Todoroki, what is happening? What happened to my grandson?" Gran Torino demanded of Endeavor, urgency in his voice. That fish that just disappeared was one of Izuku's quirk abilities. He can create creatures made of water that have minds of their own. They only disappear when he wants them to or if he loses concentration. Judging by that fish's frail state, it must reflect Izuku's current condition, Endeavor explained. Gasps filled the air as thoughts raced through their minds. Gran Torino clenched his cane tightly, anxiety coursing through him at the thought of losing his grandson again. He immediately activated his quirk and soared into the sky at jet speed, searching for Izuku. Endeavor and Dabi followed closely behind, while the police chief and Tsukachi called all available officers to assist in the search for the young boy. Meanwhile, Izuku, whom everyone was desperately trying to find, had already been located by Katsuki and Shoto just minutes before the hero search began. Following the fish that had circled around them, they had defeated the Nomus and were led to an alleyway far from the villain attack. As they turned a corner, the fish they had been following began to look weak and frail, turning into bubbles that floated away. Their eyes widened in alarm as they hurried to find Izuku. Katsuki was in a state of panic, breathing heavily with worry for his boyfriend. The thought of losing him again was unbearable. When they turned another corner, they found Izuku on his knees, looking up at them. A faint smile formed on his face as he whispered Katsuki's nickname before collapsing face-first onto the ground. "Izuku!" Katsuki shouted, rushing to him and cradling the back of his head. Panic surged through him as he felt Izuku's body trembling. He pressed his ear to Izuku's chest, relieved to hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Overcome with emotion, he hugged Izuku's unconscious form tightly, grateful that he was still alive. Katsuki was so focused on Izuku that he didn't notice Iida behind him, struggling and bleeding from his legs. Shoto spotted him first and quickly placed ice on Iida's wounds to stem the bleeding. Iida winced at the cold touch of the ice. "What happened, Iida? Why you like this? And why were you with Izuku?" Shoto questioned, concern etched on his face as Iida began to cry. "This is all my fault. I wanted revenge on Stain for injuring my brother. But he paralyzed me with his quirk and nearly killed me. Izuku showed up out of nowhere and saved me. He defeated Stain, but it took a lot out of him. I'm so sorry." Iida cried, his voice breaking. Katsuki and Shoto exchanged confused glances. They gasped when they noticed Stain unconscious and stuck in a wall. Shoto quickly removed him from the wall, confiscating his weapons before freezing his body in case he woke up. "So this is your fault? What made you think you could take on that monster? Even your brother, a pro hero, couldn't handle him. Why did you think you could?" Katsuki yelled, frustration boiling over. "I'm sorry," Iida replied weakly. "Sorry isn't enough, for eyes." Katsuki shot back, his anger flaring. "Bakugo, calm down," Shoto said firmly, trying to defuse the situation. "Calm down? You want me to calm down? My boyfriend almost died to save this guy, and you want me to calm down?" Katsuki shouted, his grip tightening on Izuku's fragile form. "What's important is that he's okay. He's not dead and he's right here in your arms. So just calm down," Shoto reasoned. "I can't lose him again, okay? I've lost him once, and I don't want that to happen again." Katsuki replied, tears threatening to spill as he held Izuku close. Shoto patted his back just as footsteps approached from the direction they had come. The heroes, including Endeavor, Dabi, and Gran Torino, arrived, along with 4 more heroes who had helped in the search for Izuku. They all sighed in relief upon finding the 3 of them, but their expressions shifted to shock when they saw Izuku unconscious. Their surprise deepened at the sight of Iida with bleeding legs and Stain frozen in ice. The heroes demanded answers, and Katsuki and Shoto explained what had happened. They recounted how Izuku had come to save Iida, who had sought revenge for Stain's attack on his brother. They informed them that Izuku had defeated Stain, but Iida had still been injured in the process. Endeavor groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. He instructed one of the heroes to call the police and an ambulance to get the 2 students treated immediately. A hero nodded, quickly dialing for assistance and providing their current location. Katsuki carefully lifted Izuku onto his back, cradling him as he slept peacefully. 2 heroes helped Iida, lifting him gently to carry him out of the alley. Dabi dragged Stain out, melting some of the ice that had frozen to the ground. "You're lucky, kid," he muttered as they made their way out. "If Izuku hadn't saved you in time, you wouldn't just be at risk of losing your legs, but your life as well." "You owe Izuku a great deal, Iida," Endeavor said, nodding his head. "Finally, let's get out of here," and Dabi didn't finish his sentence as his eyes widened in shock. The others looked on in horror, especially Katsuki, as a winged Nomu swooped down and snatched Izuku with its talons. "Izuku!" Katsuki shouted, reaching out desperately. Dabi recognized the Nomu. It was the one he had been pursuing. A patch of blood splattered on his cheek, a reminder of the burns it had inflicted on him. Just as Katsuki and Dabi prepared to chase after the Nomu, a sudden blur of red zipped past them. It was Stain, who had managed to break through the ice with sheer strength, aided by a hidden blade. Stain liked the blood from Dabi's cheek as the Nomu's body began to stiffen, becoming immovable. With a powerful leap, Stain plunged his blade into the Nomu's exposed head. He then grabbed Izuku and they began to plummet back to the ground. Stain twisted his blade and pulled it free from the Nomu. He turned to face the stunned heroes, his mask slipping away to reveal eyes filled with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down their spines. The false heroes must be corrected, Stain declared, his crimson gaze piercing through the fear that gripped the heroes, even Endeavor. Someone must be covered in blood. The true heroes must be restored. Face me, you imposters. Only the real hero has the right to take my life. I must eliminate the most fraudulent of all. All Might and Esper. Stain shouted, a dark shadow looming above him, his eyes glowing with a menacing red as the heroes struggled to remain standing. Stain's blade clattered to the ground, the sound echoing through the silent street. The heroes were taken aback when Stain's eyes turned blank, as if time had stopped for him. Soon, the police arrived, led by the chief and Detective Tsukachi, along with an ambulance. They were shocked to find Stain standing still and even more surprised by the condition of the heroes. Stain was arrested and placed in an armored vehicle, while Iida was carefully loaded into an ambulance. Katsuki carried Izuku alongside Shoto to receive treatment. Katsuki gently brushed his fingers against Izuku's sleeping face, feeling a wave of relief that he was safe. Yet, his mind was troubled by Stain's words about the true false heroes. He wasn't alone. The other heroes shared similar thoughts after hearing Stain's chilling speech. The real false heroes were All Might and Esper. The ambulance doors swung open as a team of paramedics rushed two injured patients into the hospital. One had lost consciousness, while the other had broken legs with blood seeping through the bandages. Izuku was immediately taken to the emergency room, attended by nurses and doctors, while Iida was whisked away to surgery. Endeavor and the other heroes waited anxiously outside their rooms. Katsuki and Shoto, both injured from the Nomu attack, received treatment as bandages were wrapped around their wounds. The heroes quickly contacted Izuku and Iida's parents to inform them of the situation. As they waited for news, Katsuki paced nervously in the hallway, biting his nails. Bakugo, calm down. Walking back and forth won't make Izuku recover any faster. It just makes me dizzy watching you. Sit down and wait. You're not the only one who's worried, you know? Shoto scolded, glaring at him. Katsuki sighed and took a seat. Minutes passed, and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from down the hall. They turned to see Shota, Hizashi, Hitoshi, and unexpectedly, Recovery Girl, rushing toward them, breathless. Where's Izuku? Hitoshi asked, panting, sweat dripping from his forehead. We drove at 100 miles per hour after we heard what happened to him. Where is he? Hizashi added, his voice raspy and strained. And tell me what happened to my son? Shota demanded, his eyes glowing with concern. Everyone felt a chill as Aizawa's protective side emerged. Endeavor took the lead, explaining the events that had unfolded. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration after hearing everything. You're telling me that my students fought not just one Nomu, but 3, and my son had to confront Stain to save Iida? Not to mention Iida's legs were severely injured and may require amputation. Yes, Eraserhead, Endeavor replied in his deep voice, and Aizawa groaned loudly. Why are you all so reckless? I specifically told you not to cause trouble, didn't I? Aizawa exclaimed, rubbing his face in his palms. It's not like we wanted to cause chaos. Trouble just seems to follow us, Katsuki grumbled, meeting Aizawa's gaze. Well, figure out how to shake that trouble off before I lose my mind. Do you have any idea how much paperwork I have to do because of this incident? Not to mention Manuel could lose his hero license because of what happened with Iida. Aizawa said, his frustration evident. Why would Manuel lose his license? Hitoshi asked. Because Manuel is fully responsible for Iida during this internship. He lost his intern while under his supervision, and now look at the consequences. Silence fell over the group as the hospital hallway became eerily quiet. Aizawa sank into a chair, and Hizashi moved to comfort him, rubbing his back. Just then, a nurse approached them. Excuse me, are you the family of Izuku Aizawa? She asked, prompting everyone to stand. He's my son. Is he okay? Aizawa asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Yes, Fortunately, he only lost consciousness due to overexertion of his quirk. We checked for injuries and surprisingly, there were none. He's already awake, follow me to his room. The nurse turned around and walked towards Izuku's room. How about the other patient? His name is Iida, Aizawa asked. Unfortunately, he's still in the operating room. The doctors with healing quirks are doing their best to treat his leg injuries. But please don't worry, have faith that he will recover, the nurse said kindly. Maybe I can assist? I am quite knowledgeable if I say so myself, Recovery Girl suggested, causing the nurse to gasp in surprise. Oh my goodness! You're Recovery Girl. Please, the doctors would greatly appreciate your help, the nurse exclaimed, and Recovery Girl nodded in agreement. The nurse guided Izuku's family to his room while escorting Recovery Girl to Iida's operating room for assistance. When they entered Izuku's room, he was sitting on his bed, knees drawn to his chest, gazing out the window illuminated by the moonlight. Izuku turned at the sound of the door opening and smiled upon seeing his family. He waved at them, and they rushed in to hug him tightly. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden embrace but returned it, feeling their warmth. You stupid idiot! Why would you go after Stain alone? Don't you know how many heroes he has harmed? Aizawa scolded him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go alone. I just thought if I didn't get there fast enough, Iida would have been in serious trouble, Izuku explained, looking down at his knees. You're grounded. Do you hear me? You are grounded. Hisashi declared, emphasizing the word, grounded. Yeah, I deserve it, Izuku admitted. Good, now we will wait for Iida, Aizawa said. Oh right, how is Iida? Is he all right? Izuku asked, noticing the sad expressions on their faces. Seeing their reactions made Izuku feel a bit discouraged as his dad explained what Iida was going through. Izuku gasped and covered his mouth, guilt washing over him. It's all my fault. I didn't realize that Iida was behind me when Stain attacked. It's all my fault. Izuku said, tears welling in his eyes. Oi nerd, it's not your fault, so cut it out. You did your best to take down Stain, and you succeeded. You win some, you lose some, you know. Katsuki said, trying to comfort him in his own way. Beeb, he might lose his legs. How can he be a hero if he, Katsuki quickly covered Izuku's mouth, not letting him finish. Listen, Izuku. If he loses his legs, that's on him. He went after Stain for revenge, and you almost sacrificed yourself to save him. You did save him, okay? So just be hopeful that Iida will come through this, Katsuki said, wiping the tears from Izuku's face. A few moments later, a knock sounded at the door, and everyone turned to see it swing open, revealing Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of the police force. Is this a bad time? Tsuragami asked as Endeavor and Gran Torino approached him. Not at all, please come in, Endeavor replied, bowing slightly as he entered. You must be the student who defeated Stain, right? Tsuragami asked Izuku, who nodded. The hero killer, Stain, is in critical condition with burns, fractures, and dislocated limbs, and he's receiving treatment under strict guard. They all gasped, turning to look at Izuku, who had lowered his head. He explained that he hadn't meant to hurt Stain so severely, but he lost control when Iida was injured. Tsuragami began discussing how quirks can be dangerous and potentially lethal. He mentioned that the law states quirks should not be used as weapons, which is where heroes come in to fill the gap. You are not yet certified to use your quirk without guidance from a guardian, which has resulted in injury to others. Because of this, you have violated the rule, even in the face of the hero killer Stain. Not only will you be punished, but Manuel, Tenya Iida, Endeavor, and Dabi will be as well. This isn't fair. We were using our quirks with the permission of both my dad and brother. Why are we punished and not Izuku? Shoto growled, visibly upset. Endeavor only permitted you to fend off the Nomus since you have suitable quirks and knowledge about their weaknesses. However, Mr. Aizawa didn't engage the Nomus. He fought Stain without permission, Tsuragami explained. That's ridiculous. If Izuku hadn't gone after that guy, Iida would be dead. Katsuki argued, trying to calm down. So, as long as the end result is good, the rules don't matter? Tsuragami replied, raising an Bro. Isn't a hero's job to save people? Are you suggesting they should have just let Iida die? Hitoshi said, his words laced with anger. That's why you are a novice. So much for being taught by UA and your hero parents. This is absurd. Katsuki growled, stepping toward the chief. Kaken, stop. He's being reasonable. Rules exist for a reason, and I broke them, which means I have to face the consequences, Izuku said, holding him back. I see that he has the right mindset. Well, the aforementioned is the official stance of the police. The punishment will only be enforced if this becomes public, Tsuragami said, causing everyone to widen their eyes in surprise. If it goes public, people will praise you, but punishment will be inevitable. On the other hand, this may sound unfair, but if it remains private, the injuries to the hero will lead to credit going to Endeavor and Dabi. Endeavor and Dabi exchanged shocked glances. He further explained that this violation could remain confidential because the police force would face significant backlash if Izuku were punished publicly. This was due to the praise he had already received for protecting citizens from a Nomu attack just days prior. He mentioned that Izuku would not receive credit. Instead, it would go to Endeavor and Dabi. Izuku felt it was unfair since he had fought hard against Stain to help save Iida. In the end, he accepted the terms, knowing that punishment would follow if he did not agree. Tsuragami soon left after the discussion, as he was still busy managing the situation with Stain. Izuku felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as his friends and boyfriend did their best to comfort him. Even Endeavor and Dabi offered their apologies, but he reassured them that it was okay and that such things were bound to happen. The door opened again, revealing Recovery Girl with a somber expression. She explained that Iida's hero dream was coming to an end because his legs had lost circulation and would require amputation. Gasps filled the room as Izuku began to cry, blaming himself for what had happened to Iida. Recovery Girl mentioned that Iida's family was at the hospital, and an idea sparked in Izuku's mind as he wiped away his tears. How about I reach out to him? Izuku suggested. I can connect with him and his brother. That could work, but Recovery Girl started, only to be interrupted by Aizawa. No, you're not going to do that. You were unconscious for almost 3 days last time. Who knows how long it will be this time? Aizawa exclaimed. But Dad, this is the least I can do. After what Stain said about fake heroes, I thought he was right. Many heroes are just in it for fame and money. That's why I want to help Ingenium become a hero again. He's a true hero who genuinely helps people, not for selfish desires. Iida is a true hero too. He was just blinded by rage, but I know he can recover from this. Please let me do this. Izuku pleaded, and Aizawa finally relented. Izuku beamed as he hugged his father tightly. Recovery Girl soon conveyed the news to the Iida family, filling them with hope and joy. The next day, Izuku was discharged from the hospital and made his way to the spring waterfall once again to assist the Iida siblings. He was accompanied by his family and friends, while the other heroes returned to their duties, knowing that crime never sleeps. Upon arriving at the spring waterfall, he instructed them to place the 2 injured siblings in the water. As he swayed his arms, the water began to glow with a soft pink light. The Iida siblings slowly closed their eyes as the healing process began. Izuku moved rhythmically, almost dancing as he swayed his arms and shifted his weight. Eventually, he stopped when their healing was complete, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Izuku, you did great. Here, have some water. Katsuki offered, stretching out his arms. Thanks, I really needed that, Izuku started, but before he could finish, he suddenly felt lightheaded. The next thing he knew, he collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring. He heard Katsuki's distant voice calling out to him as darkness enveloped him. When Izuku opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by pitch-black darkness. He called out names, trying to make sense of his surroundings. I have finally found you, a deep voice echoed through the void. Who are you? Show yourself. Izuku shouted, his voice filled with defiance as he heard a sinister chuckle. You will know me soon enough. I warn you, be prepared, Izuku, for I am watching you. I am waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The voice was cold and filled with malice. Izuku felt a wave of heat wash over him, sweat beading on his forehead. The darkness transformed into hellish flames that surrounded him. He looked up to see a dragon's head made of fire, its gaze piercing through him. "Heed my warning, Izuku. I will come after you. Not only you but those close to you. My vengeance will take everything from you, just as mine was taken from me. I will have yours and Umi's heads. Just you wait." The voice declared, its tone growing more sinister. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Izuku demanded, struggling against the oppressive heat. "Flare, remember my name, for it will be the name that brings your downfall. Vengeance is the only way to calm my burning soul." After Izuku collapsed, he was admitted back to the hospital, this time in the UA infirmary. Katsuki carried him to Recovery Girl, followed closely by Aizawa and the Iida family. Recovery Girl instructed Katsuki to place Izuku on the bed while she ran some tests. After a few minutes, the Iida family left, and Recovery Girl updated Aizawa and Katsuki on Izuku's condition. She informed them that he was merely unconscious and would wake up in a few days, just like last time. They nodded, watching over him for the rest of the day, feeling a mix of sadness and concern as they gazed at his peaceful face. News of Izuku's condition reached Team Tarragon, and they were filled with worry. For 2 days, Katsuki stayed by Izuku's side, only leaving at night to return to the dorms after his internship ended early. He gazed at his boyfriend longingly, wishing for him to wake up. The next day was school, and he couldn't imagine a day without Izuku. "He's going to wake up today, so calm down, Katsuki. He's going to wake up," he reassured himself, trying to suppress his anxiety. A knock at the door startled him, and he stood up, expecting Recovery Girl. To his surprise, it was there. Friends from Team Tarragon, reminding him that the internships had ended yesterday. "What are you all doing here?" Katsuki asked, trying to mask his concern. "We're just here to check on Izuku," Siro replied. "Yeah, we're worried about him after hearing what happened," Jirro added. "Then come in, you're going to crowd the hallway," Katsuki said, stepping aside to let them in. Inside, they found Izuku lying on the bed, eyes closed, looking as if he were peacefully sleeping. They all wore worried expressions, especially when they saw Katsuki sit back down and rest his head in Izuku's open palm. "Don't worry, Bakugo, he's going to be all right. He'll wake up soon," Mina reassured him gently. "I know, Pinky. You don't have to tell me that. He'll wake up and come back with that goofy smile of his like nothing happened," Katsuki replied, trying to sound confident. "Well, now that we've settled down, why don't we enjoy some pastries? I brought some for everyone," Momo announced, revealing a basket filled with cream puffs, eclairs, and other sweets. They all happily took some and chatted casually, mostly sharing stories about their internships and how much they enjoyed working alongside the pro heroes. They exchanged experiences and training tales, then discussed the Hosu incident, with Katsuki and Shoto detailing what had happened. They gasped in shock when they learned that Iida had gone after Stain for revenge, something none of them expected from him. They talked about the severe consequences Iida would face, including house arrest for 3 months, community service for a year, and a 2-week suspension. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as they heard the vital monitor beeping rapidly, indicating that Izuku's heart rate was abnormal. They watched in alarm as he struggled to breathe, gasping for air. What's happening to him?" Kirishima shouted in panic. "Call Recovery Girl. Yell for her," Katsuki commanded as Kirishima and Tetsuetsu rushed out of the room. Momo quickly assessed the situation and realized Izuku needed air. She hurriedly fashioned an oxygen mask and tank from the pastries she had brought. "Place the mask on his face. He needs air." Momo panted, exhausted from her efforts. Katsuki followed her instructions, carefully placing the mask on Izuku and providing him with oxygen. Just then, Kirishima and Tetsuetsu returned with Recovery Girl, accompanied by a couple of nurses who began monitoring Izuku. Recovery Girl instructed everyone to wait outside. As they stepped out, Katsuki and the rest of Team Tarragon anxiously awaited news about Izuku's condition. Minutes felt like hours until Recovery Girl emerged to speak with them. "It seems he won't be waking up today," she informed them. "What happened to him? Is he okay?" Shoto asked, concern etched on his face. Fortunately, he's stable for now. He lost some air from his lungs for an unknown reason. We'll monitor him closely in case his breathing becomes unstable again. So don't worry, he'll be alright, Recovery Girl reassured them, bringing a sense of relief. So he's okay, right? Kaminari asked hesitantly, but Recovery Girl shook her head. We can't be certain he's truly alright. We fear his breathing might become unstable again. Just pray for him and trust that he's in good hands. I won't let my grandson die under my watch. She smiled at them, trying to ease their worries. Shota and Hizashi have already been contacted and are on their way here. I suggest you all head back to your dorms since you'll be returning to school tomorrow. You can visit him then if you wish. They all nodded, heading back to their dorm building with heavy hearts. The absence of Izuku left them feeling incomplete. The gloomy atmosphere was palpable during dinner, especially since Katsuki's cooking seemed to reflect their sadness. He had prepared katsudon, Izuku's favorite meal. The next day, the somber mood lingered as everyone felt the absence of their bright friend. Classes proceeded as usual, but the teachers noticed the change in atmosphere, which was mirrored in Shota and Hizashi in the staff room. When Heroics class began, All Might organized a rescue race to allow the students to showcase their skills from their recent internships. He noticed the students' downcast spirits and guessed what was troubling them. The class concluded with Katsuki, Momo, Iida, and Siro emerging as the winners. They changed back into their uniforms and headed to lunch. As they sat at their usual table, the absence of Izuku was keenly felt. They ate in silence, still feeling down when someone suddenly bumped into Katsuki's tray. What do you think you're doing? Katsuki yelled, turning to see Monoma's annoying smirk. I'm sorry, your head was so big that I couldn't help but bump into it. Your ego must be inflating your head, Monoma chuckled mockingly. What do you want, copycat? Go bother someone else if you're that bored, Shoto replied, slurping his soba. Why bother when he's already a trash can? Jirro mumbled quietly, but loud enough for the table and Monoma to hear, causing them to snicker. Well, I couldn't help but notice that Waterboy isn't here. I was just about to talk about him and that stain incident, you know? Why do you care? He's not here, so just leave us alone, Hitoshi said menacingly. Well, I guess it's true. He got beaten up by stains so badly that he had to take a leave to recover. Isn't that right? Monoma grinned sickeningly, igniting their anger. Let me tell you this, copycat. It was the opposite. Izuku beat that guy. Katsuki shouted back. Whatever, this just proves that Class 1A is nothing but a pack of troublemakers. Wasn't Tenya Iida the reason for all that chaos? Will this be the start of Class 1A's fall from grace? Monoma rambled on about how Class 1A was destined to lose its top spot to Class 1B. Katsuki gritted his teeth, and the rest of Team Tarragon shared his frustration. Just as Katsuki was about to confront Monoma, vines suddenly wrapped around him, silencing his words. Monoma struggled to break free, his mouth covered by the tendrils. I apologize for this. Please forgive this impudent child for his actions. I assure you he will reflect on them later, the girl said, bowing as she led Monoma away, entangled in her vine-like hair. Who was that? Kaminari asked. That was Ibara Shiozaki. She's also part of Class 1B, Momo explained with a nod. They continued their lunch until the bell rang, signaling the start of afternoon classes. After classes ended, they visited Izuku to check on him. Thankfully, remained stable, but there were still no signs of him waking up. This routine continued for nearly a week, and they grew increasingly desperate to hear his voice and see his bright smile that always lifted their spirits. They sat in his room, staring at him with heavy hearts. Why isn't he waking up? It's been a week. Katsuki exclaimed in frustration. Bakugo, calm down. Let's just wait a little longer, Momo urged, earning a snarl in response. I'm tired of waiting. This is all that Four Eyes' fault. If he hadn't gone after Stain, none of this would have happened. Katsuki shouted, gripping his hair in distress. Bakugo, calm down. You're not the only one worried about him, we all feel the same way. Hitoshi yelled back, equally frustrated. As the two continued to bicker, The others tried to intervene. In the midst of the chaos, Siro noticed a slight movement from Izuku's head. His eyes widened as he called out to the others. "Guys, Izuku's head just moved," he exclaimed, and they all turned to look at him. They gasped as they saw Izuku's head shift slightly. Katsuki rushed to his side, placing his hands on Izuku's. He felt a faint response, which brought tears to his eyes. Slowly, Izuku's eyes fluttered open, and the room filled with emotion. Izuku, now awake, looked around in confusion at the tears on their faces. "What's wrong? Why is everyone crying?" he asked in a raspy voice, only to be enveloped in a massive hug. "Bro, you were asleep for too long." Tetsuetsu cried, tears streaming down his face. "That's not manly, bro. You can't leave us." Kirishima added, equally emotional. "W thought you wouldn't wake up. You weren't showing any signs and we missed you so much." Mina wailed. "What do you mean I won't wake up? What happened?" Izuku asked, bewildered. "What do you remember last, Zuku?" Hitoshi inquired, wiping away his tears. "I healed Iida and Ingenium's legs, then I lost consciousness," Izuku replied. "Izuku, that was almost a week ago." "You were in a coma," Katsuki informed him, concern etched on his face. "What?" Izuku said, disbelief washing over him. After Izuku woke up, Recovery Girl was immediately called by Team Tarragon. She hurried to his room and conducted a series of tests to ensure he was in good condition. Hitoshi contacted their parents to inform them of Izuku's awakening. When Shota and Hizashi heard the news, they rushed from the staff room to the UA infirmary. They embraced their son tightly, and he returned the hug, savoring the warmth of his parents. Recovery Girl concluded that Izuku would need to stay for 4 more days for monitoring, just in case he experienced any complications like before. Izuku felt a pang of disappointment, as did the others, since he longed to return to his dorm. Recovery Girl assured them it was for the best, and they all nodded in agreement. They began chatting, catching Izuku up on the events that had transpired during his absence. They informed him of Iida's punishment, which included 3 months of house arrest, a year of community service, and a 2-week suspension from school. Izuku felt sympathy for Iida but understood the consequences of his actions in seeking revenge against Stain. He was relieved that Iida wasn't expelled from the hero course. After a few hours of conversation, Recovery Girl announced that visiting hours were over. They bid Izuku farewell, wishing him a swift recovery so he could return to school. Once they left, Izuku's expression shifted to one of unease and agitation. He curled up, bringing his knees to his chest as he tried to calm himself. He was troubled by a dream in which he encountered a fire dragon. The dragon's ominous declaration filled him with dread. He knew the dragon was real, just like Umi. He feared not only for his own safety but for the lives of those he cherished. The people who had stood by him through thick and thin, who had accepted all his flaws, were now at risk. A newfound purpose ignited within him, the determination to protect those he loved, even at the cost of his own life. He vowed to safeguard his friends and family, no matter the challenge. Still curled up, he gazed out of the window, the moon shining brightly in the night sky above Mizudafu. Just who are you, Flare? Izuku pondered, contemplating the identity of the mysterious figure. Meanwhile, a woman wandered the streets of Japan, her long dark red-violet hair flowing behind her, and her crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. She was wearing dark armor made of an unknown metal with gold stripes as she roamed the empty streets of Japan. "So, after thousands of years, you've been hiding here," the lady said to herself in an elegant, low and slow voice. "Well, dear sister, I will find you and finally defeat you. I'm not the same weakling I was thousands of years ago." She continued, a grin spreading across her face as she covered it with her hands. "Hey there, pretty lady. Want to have some fun?" a drunk man called out as he approached her. "Sure, I'd like to have some fun," she replied, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I'd like to have some fun with your burnt remains." Before the man could respond or even run, her hands gripped his head tightly. He screamed as her hold tightened. She then ignited her hand in flames, a wave of crimson energy enveloping him. His cries faded quickly as he was consumed by the fire, leaving only gray ash behind. The lady smiled wickedly, stepping on the ash as she walked away, her demeanor unfazed. "Prepare to burn, Nikas," she said, as crimson flames surrounded her before she vanished into the night. It was the day of Izuku's discharge, and he couldn't be happier. The past week had been dull, filled only with catching up on homework he missed during his absence. He was grateful for the help from Katsuki and Momo, the top 2 students in their class, who guided him through the lessons. The others assisted as well, learning alongside him while the two taught. Izuku was changing into his normal clothes, eager to return to his dorm where his friends awaited him. Once dressed, Shota and Hizashi picked him up and led him back to the dorm. However, Izuku sensed something was off. His father seemed unusually nervous and quiet, which concerned him. "Is there something wrong? Why are you being so quiet, Papa?" Izuku asked Hizashi, noticing the sweat on the blonde's brow. Nothing's wrong, little listener. I just thought you might want some peace and quiet since you were just discharged." Hee hee. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the awkward response. "Okay, that's a total lie. When Dad was hospitalized after fighting the Nomu at USJ, you were panicking and talking non-stop. Even using your quirk accidentally. So what's wrong?" Izuku pressed, his concern growing. "Did you guys fight?" "No, we didn't." "You'll know soon enough," Shota replied, leaving Izuku confused. Izuku chose not to ask further questions but remained worried that his parents had argued. They soon reached the Class 1A dorm rooms, and he was surprised to find all the lights off, making it seem deserted. It was eerily quiet. "Is this really my dorm? Or has everyone been replaced by doppelgangers?" Izuku asked seriously. "Nope. This is your dorm. Get in, it's freezing tonight," Aizawa told him as he walked toward the front door. Izuku followed, with Hizashi looking excited behind him. When they reached the door, Aizawa instructed Izuku to open it, which confused him, but he complied. As he opened the door, the lights instantly illuminated the room, revealing the entire class holding a "Welcome Home, Izuku" banner. He was speechless, covering his mouth with his hands. "Welcome home, Izuku," the class shouted, causing Izuku to tear up a little. "We wanted to surprise you, Izuku," Bachako exclaimed. "Yeah, were you surprised?" Hagakure added, her clothes floating up and down. "Why yeah, I didn't expect this at all. I'm so surprised I can't even say." He was cut off when Katsuki hugged him tightly. Izuku hugged him back, and the class cooed at the sight. Katsuki then handed him a bouquet of flowers, making Izuku smile brightly as the crowd cheered for them. "Welcome back, Izuku," Katsuki said with a rare gentle smile. "It's great to be back, Kaken," Izuku replied, leaning in to share a quick kiss, which Katsuki returned. "Okay, that's enough, lovebirds," Mina teased, prompting giggles from the class. "Now, let's get this party started." A lively party song began to play, and the class erupted in cheers. They headed to the common area, where the dining table was filled with delicious food. Some grabbed plates and dug in, while others danced to the beat of the music. Izuku was chatting with friends when Iida approached him to apologize for his actions during the stain incident and to thank him for healing his and his brother's legs. Izuku assured him it was nothing and accepted his apology. After a few minutes of partying, Mina urged Izuku to sing a song. This caught everyone's attention, as many didn't know he could sing. "I don't know, guys. I'm not really prepared," Izuku said, feeling shy. "Come on, Izuku. Just one song, please," Mina begged. "You do have a great voice, Izuku," Shoto chimed in with Team Tarragon nodding in agreement. "I can accompany you if you want," Momo suggested, and the rest perked up at the idea. "That's a good plan, Momo. I can also join with my guitar," Jirro added. Izuku still felt hesitant, but Katsuki encouraged him, saying he should sing since he had a talent for it and he wanted to hear his voice again. With a little coaxing, Izuku finally agreed. The class cheered, excited to hear him sing. Jirro and Momo went upstairs to gather a guitar, mic, and keyboard for a mini-concert in the common area. Izuku went to his room to grab the keys and chords for the song he planned to perform. He was ready to share an original piece he had written with his guitar. When he returned, everything was set up. The class settled on the sofas, along with Hizashi and Shota, eager to hear their son sing for the first time. Izuku handed the chords and keys to Jirro and Momo, both of whom responded with enthusiastic thumbs up. He then picked up a microphone with a stand, tapping it lightly to ensure it was working. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the audience before speaking. "Alright, I guess it's time for me to sing. This is an original song I wrote, and I hope you all enjoy it," Izuku announced into the mic, prompting a wave of applause from the crowd. "I was searching. I was looking for meaning. I was wandering, desperately trying, only to see I have nothing missing. Who said, I have to find who I am? Who said, that I am lost to begin with? I am already enough. Everything I need is within me. Each morning when I wake up, I'm grateful for the beauty around me. Life is a gift, I want to enjoy it. Always proving my worth only destroys it. I am already enough. Everything I need is within me. My motivation can't be validation. I'd always be starving for more affection, the wrong attention, only to feel like I am nothing. Who said, I have to find who I am? Who said, that I am lost to begin with? I am already enough. Everything I need is within me. Each morning when I wake up, I'm grateful for the beauty around me. Life is a gift, I want to enjoy it. Always proving my worth only destroys it. I am already enough. Everything I need is within me. I have nothing to find and everything to feel. Only I can define what is meaningful to me. Even when I am feeling so breakable, I tell myself to believe I am valuable. I am already enough. Everything I need is within me. Each morning when I wake up, I'm grateful for the beauty around me. Life is a gift, I want to enjoy it. Always proving my worth only destroys it. I am already enough. Everything I need is within me. I am already enough. Everything I need is within me. Each morning when I wake up, I'm grateful for the beauty around me. Life is a gift, I want to enjoy it. Always proving my worth only destroys it. I am already enough. Everything I need is within me. After his song, everyone clapped and cheered for him loudly. He took a bow, extending his hands toward the two girls who accompanied him. Jirro and Momo bowed as well. After Izuku's small concert, Aizawa instructed his students to clean up the mess they had made since tomorrow was Monday. The class nodded and helped each other tidy up the common area. They washed all the dishes and assisted Jirro in bringing her instruments back to her room, along with her speakers. Once they finished cleaning, Aizawa reminded them to sleep early as they all retired to their rooms. They drifted off to sleep as the morning sun rose, marking a new day and the return of Izuku to school. Class 1A headed to their classroom after a hearty breakfast, chatting amongst themselves until Aizawa walked in. The class immediately settled into their seats, anticipating an important announcement. "Okay class, as you all know, summer break is right around the corner. Do you all know what that means?" Aizawa asked and many raised their hands. "Does it mean we get to have it? Break from school?" Kaminari asked excitedly. "Wrong. You all will be attending a summer camp to train your quirks." The class erupted in cheers, excitement evident on their faces. Their celebration was abruptly halted when Aizawa glared at them with his piercing red eyes. "Seems like you all have forgotten." "What did we forget?" Mina asked. "Your final exams." He replied with his usual expressionless face and monotone voice. The class, however, wore shocked expressions. The final exams will be in 3 weeks, and I hope you all are prepared for them, as they will be quite challenging both academically and practically," Aizawa informed them, and they all visibly gulped. Why is that? Why are the exams harder this time?" Izuku asked. "It's because of recent events. The entire staff agreed to make the final exams more difficult to challenge you all, as villains are only getting stronger. This means you must be stronger than them. Understood?" "Hi," they all replied in unison. "That's not all. There will be a new class next semester," Aizawa continued, and the students looked puzzled. "What new class?" Mina asked, voicing the curiosity of the entire class. "The advanced class." Everyone looked shocked and bewildered at the mention of the advanced class. They were curious but also a bit frightened. The advanced class is exclusive to you all. Being part of this class means double the work and training, but it also means that those who qualify will graduate a year earlier, Aizawa explained. How do we become part of the advanced class? Momo asked. Good question. You will qualify through the final exam. You must achieve at least an 80% or higher in all your academic exams, and you must not only pass the practical portion but also gain the approval of Principal Nizu. So we have to impress the principal? Hitoshi asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. You must impress him. Aizawa elaborated on the advanced class setup. The homeroom will be with him, and all subjects will be taught by Nizu himself. This meant the workload would triple and the difficulty would double. He explained that this was to ensure they could learn everything they needed in just 2 years instead of 3. The class system would change, with Class 1A and Class 1B merging into Class 1AB. Vlad King would be the homeroom teacher, and the setup would remain similar to what it was before. Additionally, the dorms would also change. One dorm house would become the Class 1AB dorm, and a new dorm for the advanced class would be built about a week after the final exams, just before summer camp starts. This news excited the entire class, as they all wanted a spot in the advanced class. Not only would they become better heroes, but they would also have the chance to graduate a year earlier. A spark of competitiveness and determination ignited within the class as they all aspired to earn a spot. Aizawa then dismissed them for lunch, and they quickly got up from their seats and headed to the cafeteria. Team Tarragon lined up to get their food from Lunch Rush and sat down at their usual table. Man, I don't think I'll ever get a spot in the advanced class, Kaminari said, slumping back in his seat. Same. I won't ever be part of that class. Mina complained, covering her face with her hands. Oh, come on, guys. I know we can do this. Izuku said, trying to encourage his friends. Thanks for the encouragement, Izuku, but I don't think it's going to work for us this time, Siro replied, looking a bit gloomy. Nothing is going into my head. Tetsuetsu exclaimed. Same here. I don't have any chance at getting that spot. Kirishima added. If you guys had actually picked up a book, you wouldn't be in this situation, Katsuki remarked, his words feeling like a sharp jab. The lessons aren't that hard, you just don't listen, and that's why you always struggle, Shoto said, delivering another painful truth. Yeah, if you're going to slack off during class, at least be like Hitoshi. He sleeps all day but still manages to get good grades, Jirro pointed out, hitting them with another reality check. Said the people who are part of the top 7 in class, Kaminari said, his expression drooping. We're not good at studying like you guys are, Mina added, mirroring his look. How about I teach you all? We can have a study session in my room, Momo suggested, being the top student academically. That's a great idea, Momo. How about we all study together? That way, we can all aim for a spot in the advanced class. Izuku proposed enthusiastically, igniting hope among them. Really? You guys would do that? Kaminari asked, his eyes wide with excitement. Of course, Denki. There's still plenty of time before the exams. You'll get an 80% in academics, and we'll all make it to that advanced class, all right. Hitoshi said, wrapping an arm around Kaminari's shoulder in a friendly gesture. He's right, we still have 3 weeks, and you all can achieve passing grades, Momo reassured them, and they all nodded in agreement, eager for the study session. That night, after dinner, Team Tarragon headed to Momo's room for their study session, but there was a problem. Momo had forgotten that her room was cramped due to her king-sized bed, which was far too large for a standard dorm room. They all looked surprised as Momo apologized for the inconvenience, explaining that she hadn't had time to change her bed because of schoolwork. They assured her it was fine, and Izuku offered his room for the study session. They all agreed and headed to his room. When Izuku opened the door, they were puzzled by how dark it was. Katsuki told them to wait as Izuku began to gesture with his hands in a circular motion. They gasped when the room suddenly lit up, revealing Izuku's water beast fish swimming gracefully in the air, glowing with a bioluminescent blue light. Mina stepped in and touched one, surprised when it swam around her. The rest of them looked around and saw that his room had an ocean theme, complete with coral seats and desk, an ocean blue bed, and whale-shaped bean bags. A blue guitar sat in the corner, adding to the unique decor. They were all amazed by the room. "Wow, this room is incredible," Jirro commented, still in awe. "Thanks. This is where I practice my water beast control. Kaken often comes here when he has time," Izuku explained. "Time for what, Izuku? What do you two do here when you have free time?" Hitoshi teased, causing both Izuku and Katsuki's faces to turn bright red. "No way, you actually," Kaminari started to say. But Katsuki interrupted with a shout. "What are you all still standing around for? I thought we were studying because you guys are clueless. Now sit down, focus, and read a book." Katsuki yelled, silencing them all. They resumed their study plan as Momo helped them with lessons and homework. The night was filled with frustration and mental exhaustion, but it was a success nonetheless. This continued for weeks as they gathered in Izuku's room for study sessions, leaving only when it was time for bed. The study sessions proved to be a huge help for Kaminari, Mina, Kirishima, Siro, and Tetsuetsu, as their scores improved drastically, bringing them immense joy. Studying wasn't the only focus. They also needed to prepare for the practical portion of the exam, a requirement for the advanced class. They had to not only pass but also impress Nizu, the strict headmaster, to secure their spots. To achieve this, they trained at Gym Gamma under the supervision of their teachers, pushing themselves to their limits to improve. Aizawa provided guidance and helpful advice throughout their training. They used Izuku's water beasts and ectoplasm's clones as training dummies, practicing relentlessly to become their best selves for the upcoming finals. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu worked on the sturdiness and durability of their quirks with Katsuki's explosions, tanking each blast to enhance their abilities. This also helped Katsuki refine his explosions, making them more powerful. Momo and Hitoshi focused on close combat skills, using weapons in their training. Hitoshi aimed to improve his capture bands by sparring with Momo while receiving advice from his father. Momo expanded her weapon arsenal, learning to wield a sword and exploring firearms, such as handguns, to diversify her skills. Mina and Jirro faced off against Izuku's water beasts and ectoplasm's clones, using their quirks strategically. Mina worked on the viscosity and solubility of her acids while improving her resistance to the burning sensation from overusing them. Jirro enhanced her support gear, refining her heartbeat sound attacks and using her earphone jacks to direct her sound waves more effectively. She also improved her hearing with techniques she learned during her internship with Gang Orca. Kaminari and Siro were in similar situations, each striving to enhance their abilities as they prepared for the challenges ahead. They were using their quirks over an extended PRD to improve and grow stronger. Siro was continuously shooting his tapes, aiming to increase their capacity, strength, and shooting speed. As he pushed himself to his limits, he felt his skin becoming drier with each passing moment. Kaminari was connected to 3 large-capacity batteries, using his quirk non-stop as well. He was working to strengthen his body to handle higher voltage electricity, which would enhance his quirk. This also helped him push through the limitations of his paralysis. Meanwhile, Izuku and Shoto were engaged in a sparring match, honing both their quirks and hand-to-hand combat skills. They exchanged strikes, skillfully dodging each other's attacks. Shoto practiced using both of his quirks simultaneously, adjusting to the new sensations of hot and cold temperatures coursing through him. He focused on controlling both his flames and ice during his training with Izuku. Izuku, in turn, was working on mastering his water abilities, aiming to gather moisture from the air more quickly to enhance his water attacks. He also used Shoto's intense flames to boost his resistance to heat. Team Tarragon's training and study sessions continued for weeks as they prepared for the upcoming final exams. They were all determined to do their best, knowing this would determine their chances of joining the advanced class. 3 weeks passed, and excitement mixed with nerves filled the air as the final exams approached. It was finally the week of the final exams, the moment everyone had been waiting for, a week that would decide their fate in earning a spot in the advanced class. Team Tarragon had been diligently studying and training, and nothing would deter them from achieving their goal. On the first day of the written exams, students needed to score 80% or above to qualify for the advanced class. The written portion flew by as everyone worked hard. Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Tetsuetsu, and Siro answered the exam questions confidently, thanks to Momo's study sessions. The rest of Team Tarragon also managed to complete the written exam successfully. 3 days later, the written exams concluded, but this was just the beginning as the practical portion was about to commence. Class 1A gathered in their costumes in front of the practical exam site Central Square, where their exam would take place. A sense of nervous anticipation filled the air, as none of them knew what to expect from the practical exam. Upon reaching the front of the building, they were surprised to see their teachers present, leaving them puzzled about the reason for their attendance. We will now begin the practical exams. It is possible to fail this exam, so if you want a spot in the advanced class, don't fail, Aizawa instructed, causing the students to swallow nervously. Why are our teachers here? Jirro asked. Good question, Ms. Jirro, Nizu replied, popping out of Aizawa's scarf. Due to the new advanced class program, there will be changes to the normal exam. Nizu announced. Changes? Momo asked, intrigued. From now on, we will focus on one-on-one combat activities that resemble real battle conditions. Nizu explained, climbing down from Aizawa's scarf with 13th assistants. And so, each of you will pair up and engage in combat against one teacher. Nizu added enthusiastically, raising his paws in the air. The students gasped at the thought of fighting their teachers, their hearts racing with anxiety. We've selected your partners and the teachers you'll face. Your patterns of movement, grades, and other factors were considered in the pairings. I will announce them now, Aizawa said as he read out the pairings and their respective teachers. Ijiro Kirishima and Tetsuetsu versus Cementas. Hitoshi Aizawa and Siro Hanta versus Eraserhead. Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari versus Principal Nizu. Shoto Todoroki and Kyoka Jirro versus Present Mike. Momo Yaoyorozu and Itsuka Kendo versus Midnight. Lastly, Izuku Aizawa and Katsuki Bakugo. Your opponent is, Aizawa began, but was interrupted when All Might landed dramatically in front of them, creating a small crater. Me! All Might declared, causing the two to gasp in surprise. Despite their mixed feelings about him, they couldn't deny All Might's formidable power, which made them wary of facing such a daunting opponent. All Might, they echoed in unison, looking up at the number 1 hero. Try and defeat me, you two, All Might challenged with his signature smile. Izuku and Katsuki gritted their teeth, fueled by their determination to overcome him. Now that you all know your partners and which teacher you're facing, let the practical exam begin. Nizu announced as the first match commenced. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu were up first against Cementas. Class 1A wished them good luck as they headed to the monitoring room. Team Tarragon encouraged them to do their best and to remember their training. Before the exam started, the teachers reminded the students to treat their opponents as if they were actual villains and not their instructors, urging them not to hold back since the teachers wouldn't either. With the advanced class on the line, the teachers were prepared to give it their all, disregarding the fact that the students were still learning. The only way to pass the exam was to defeat their opponents within 30 minutes. It was a daunting challenge, but it was the only way for the students to grow and learn. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu stepped into the city district battlefield, ready to face Cementas. Team Tarragon was in the monitoring room with Recovery Girl at the command center, overseeing the entire exam while also tending to the injured. Soon, Kirishima and Tetsuetsu's exam began as they navigated the city district battlefield. They discussed strategies for confronting Cementas, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted when a massive wall of cement erupted from the ground beneath them. They quickly jumped back, narrowly avoiding the cement wall. A few meters away, they spotted Cementas, who looked serious, like a predator sizing up his prey. Cementas knelt down and slammed his arms to the ground, beginning to mold and control the cement on the road. He created more walls of cement in front of the two students, closing in on them. Dude, we need to break through these. Tetsuetsu shouted. Then let's do this, Tetsubro. Kirishima replied as they activated their quirks. Their abilities had vastly improved after their internship with Crust and 3 weeks of training with Team Tarragon before the final exams. They were ready to unleash their full potential to pass the exam. Kirishima's hardening quirk made his entire body as sturdy as bedrock, allowing him to smash through Cementas attacks with ease. Tetsuetsu's steel quirk gave him a durability comparable to titanium, making him nearly unbreakable as he barreled through the cement. Cementas was taken aback by how well they were handling his cement, especially as they closed in on him. He was shocked, surprised, and most importantly, impressed. It seems you two have improved a lot since the sports festival. But how will you fare against this? Cementas shouted as more blocks of cement surged toward the duo. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu gasped, pushing through the cement walls to reach Cementas. The attacks were coming not just from the ground but also from the sides, as Cementas manipulated the cement in the city buildings. Moving pillars of cement erupted from the structures, heading straight for them. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu dodged by leaping into the air, landing on top of the moving cement. However, more pillars were trying to strike them. Multiple pillars erupted from the sides and ground, overlapping each other in an attempt to slam the duo down. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu skillfully dodged, hopping from pillar to pillar while breaking those in their path. They used the pillars as platforms to reach Cementas. Eventually, they landed before him, fists extended, ready to strike. Cementas rolled aside just in time to avoid their double punch, which left a small crater where they landed. Seizing the moment, Cementas slammed his hands to the ground again, controlling the cement around the two students. A dome of cement enveloped them, trapping them inside. Cementas began to compress the dome, pushing them closer together. "Surrender now, heroes. You're trapped, and this is the end of the line," Cementas declared, fully embracing his villainous role. "No way. We're not giving up yet. This isn't over until we say it is," Kirishima shouted, punching the cement dome. "Yeah. We trained hard for this day and sacrificed a lot to be here. This is not our end." Cementas sighed at their determination, but it only fueled his resolve to finish the fight. He was confident they wouldn't pass, especially with only 5 minutes left and them trapped in his cement. "Let's end this," Cementas said, compacting the cement further. He dusted off his hands, thinking he had done his job, but then he noticed the dome shaking violently. He gasped as the cement dome cracked and shattered, revealing Kirishima and Tetsuetsu standing tall. Cementas was stunned by their transformed appearances. Kirishima's hardened body was at its maximum level, rugged and imposing. Tetsuetsu's steel body had evolved into a refined titanium form, complete with punk rock-style spikes on his shoulders and knuckles. Panting but resolute, they faced Cementas with unwavering determination in their eyes. "Red Riot Real Steel," they shouted in unison. "Unbreakable titanium." They charged forward, fists extended, letting out a battle cry as they approached Cementas. He immediately slammed his palms to the ground, sending wave after wave of cement blocks toward them. They easily punched through the blocks, destroying them one by one. Realizing they only had 2 minutes left, they decided to end it right there. Tetsuetsu grabbed Kirishima by the ankle and spun him around at great speed before launching him toward Cementas. Cementas quickly created multiple layers of cement walls to stop Kirishima, but they proved useless as he broke through them all. With his arms crossed in an X shape, Kirishima bulldozed through Cementas' defenses. He finally reached Cementas and slammed down onto him, sending him rolling several meters back from the force of the impact. Cementas tumbled along the road, his body scraping against the rough surface. He attempted to get up, but Tetsuetsu quickly cuffed him, smiling as he lay on the ground, conceding defeat. "Jirro Kirishima and Tetsuetsu, you have passed," the intercom voice announced as party poppers rained down from above. The two let out a victorious cry, fists raised in celebration. Team Tarragon, who had been watching the entire time, erupted in cheers in the monitoring room as they witnessed their friends succeed in the exam. My, I didn't expect this at all. Those two are quite skilled, defeating Ishiyama like that," Recovery Girl remarked, praising the duo. "Of course, Granny. Those two are strong because they never give up." Izuku shouted, thrilled to see his friends succeed. "Indeed, they just might make it to the advanced class," Recovery Girl remarked. This news filled the team with joy, as the duo had a genuine chance of becoming part of the advanced class. However, this was just the beginning of the final exams, with more challenges ahead. The final exams had commenced, pitting students against their teachers in a fierce battle for a spot in the advanced class. The teachers were determined to defeat their students, showing no mercy in their pursuit. The first match featured Kirishima and Tetsuetsu facing off against Cementas in a city district battleground. From the outset, Cementas was taken aback by how well the duo handled his cement blocks and walls. As the exam neared its conclusion, Cementas trapped them in an unyielding dome of cement, slowly compressing them together. He believed he had secured victory, but he was mistaken when the dome shattered into pieces. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu unveiled their ultimate moves: Red Riot, Unbreakable, and Real Steel, Titanium. With these powerful techniques, they managed to subdue Cementas just in time, securing their triumph in the practical exam. After the match, Recovery Girl, who had been monitoring the event alongside Team Tarragon, rushed to assist both students and Cementas with her healing quirk. While she was occupied, Team Tarragon showered Kirishima and Tetsuetsu with compliments, proud of their achievement. Moments later, it was time for the next match, featuring Tsuyu Azui and Tokoyami Fumikage against Ectoplasm. Team Tarragon watched intently as the buzzers signaled the start of the match. As the buzzer rang, Tsuyu and Tokoyami found themselves surrounded by clones of Ectoplasm. The clones rushed toward them, and in a swift maneuver, Tokoyami tossed Tsuyu upward, allowing her to wrap her tongue around his waist for support. Tsuyu then pulled Tokoyami up as they clung to a wall, quickly reaching the second floor of the battleground. They continued to navigate through the arena, evading the ever-increasing number of Ectoplasm's clones. Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow to assist in the fight, but the sheer number of clones began to overwhelm him. Fortunately, Tsuyu was there to support him as they battled through the clones, searching for the real Ectoplasm. When the clones vanished, they were puzzled to find none of them were the real one. Looking down to the bottom floor, they spotted the actual Ectoplasm, who decided to end the match by unleashing a massive wave of ectoplasm that formed a gigantic clone. Tsuyu and Tokoyami attempted to escape, but it was futile as the giant ectoplasm clone opened its mouth wide and engulfed them. When the giant clone dissipated, Tsuyu and Tokoyami found themselves stuck against the wall, immobilized. Tokoyami commanded Dark Shadow to engage ectoplasm, and it complied. Dark Shadow fought valiantly, but struggled to keep up with ectoplasm's advanced martial arts. Tsuyu then retrieved the cuffs from her gear and instructed Tokoyami to pass them to Dark Shadow. Tokoyami nodded, calling Dark Shadow back and handing it the cuffs. Dark Shadow took the cuffs and approached ectoplasm, preparing to restrain him. As the two forces collided, ectoplasm was momentarily pushed back, revealing that he had switched places with one of his clones and was actually on the second floor. Ectoplasm leaped down, delivering a powerful kick that struck Dark Shadow in the back. Dark Shadow retreated back into Tokoyami's body. "It's over," Ectoplasm declared as the buzzer echoed through the intercom, signaling the end of the exam. "Tsuyu Azui and Tokoyami Fumikage, you have failed," the intercom voice announced, leaving both students visibly disappointed. "Oh no, they failed. What's going to happen to them?" Mina asked anxiously. "That means they fail and will likely lose their chance at joining the advanced class," Recovery Girl explained, and the group fell silent, saddened by the news. This is to be expected. Everyone faces failure at some point in their lives, and that's completely normal. How will you learn if you don't experience setbacks first? Recovery Girl said as she made her way to assist the two students. Team Tarragon contemplated her words, realizing the truth in them. No one is perfect, and mistakes are a part of growth. Learning from failures is the best way to move forward. Soon, it was Iida and Ojiro's turn to face Power Loader and his support equipment. Power Loader was equipped with gear that enhanced his digging speed and claw attacks, making him a formidable opponent in the excavation-themed battleground. Iida and Ojiro struggled against Power Loader, who burrowed into the ground like a mole, creating sinkholes that threatened to swallow them whole. One misstep could lead to disaster. As they fought against the robots under Power Loader's command, they had to be cautious with every move. During the battle, Ojiro inadvertently struck the ground too hard with his tail, triggering a sinkhole. The ground began to collapse beneath them, and they scrambled to maintain their footing. As the robots sank into the earth, Iida rushed to save Ojiro, but the traps made it impossible to reach him. Using his Recipro Burst, Iida darted around the arena, searching for Power Loader. Suddenly, Power Loader emerged from the ground right in front of Iida, using his metal claws and support equipment to launch a fierce attack. Iida managed to dodge as he jumped back, but he landed on top of Power Loader, who was partially trapped in the ground, leaving only his head visible. "It seems there are more things that you both must learn and improve on," Power Loader said as the buzzer sounded over the intercom. "Iida Tenya and Masahiro Ojiro, you have failed," the intercom announced, disappointment etched on their faces. "Looks like another has failed," Recovery Girl remarked. "Well, I think the next match will be different," Izuku declared, and the rest nodded in agreement. "Oh, why is that?" Recovery Girl asked. "Because we're going to crush it," Hitoshi said confidently as he and Siro left the monitoring room for their match. This is quite the interesting matchup," Momo noted. "Why is that?" Kaminari asked. "Well, Aizawa-sensei's quirk allows him to erase other quirks, but not mutant quirks like Siro's," Momo explained, and they all expressed their awe. "You're right, so how will this match turn out?" Shoto asked, looking curious. "I know they'll do it. Siro and Hito will pass this exam," Kaminari stated, having faith in both of them, especially Hitoshi. Hitoshi and Siro found themselves in their battle arena, a town filled with houses and street districts. A buzz echoed through the streets, marking the start of their exam. They were up against the infamous underground hero Eraserhead, known for his martial arts skills and quirk nullification. Siro and Hitoshi ran through the town, trying to stay low to set up a surprise attack. They maneuvered through the alleyways as discreetly as possible while forming their plan. "So what do we do, dude?" Siro asked Hitoshi. "We capture him with your tapes and win," Hitoshi replied. "That seems pretty straightforward." "I like it," Siro said, giving Hitoshi a thumbs up with a wide smile. They exited an alleyway and entered a street lined with houses. They dashed through the empty street until Eraserhead suddenly dropped down from a rooftop in front of them. They gasped as Hitoshi jumped back and Siro used his tape to pull himself away. Eraserhead charged forward, his capture scarf billowing around his neck. Hitoshi dashed forward too, his capture bands beginning to unravel from his arms. They engaged in combat, exchanging punches and kicks. Hitoshi dodged Eraserhead's attacks, keeping his body low to the ground for greater speed. He attempted a low sweep to trip him, but Eraserhead leaped out of reach. Unbeknownst to Eraserhead, Siro was waiting on a rooftop for the perfect moment to strike. Eraserhead's eyes widened as he saw Siro launch a strip of tape toward him at high speed. Siro managed to grab Eraserhead's wrist with his tape, jumping from the roof and pulling him up with him. Eraserhead was yanked into the air, following Siro as he landed and slammed him onto the pavement. Siro prepared to wrap Eraserhead with his tape, but was suddenly pulled toward him by the connection between them. Eraserhead retaliated with a punch to Siro's face as he got close, using his capture bands to ensnare him. He then used an electrical line to hang Siro up like a piñata. Hitoshi rushed forward to help Siro, re-engaging Eraserhead in combat. Eraserhead showed no mercy, overpowering Hitoshi with his skilled punches and kicks. Realizing he couldn't defeat Eraserhead, Hitoshi focused on freeing Siro. He grabbed a dagger from his utility belt and threw it to cut the cloth holding Siro up. However, Eraserhead noticed just in time, leaping into the air to kick the dagger away. "Is that all you got?" Eraserhead taunted as he landed. "Dang it, Siro, I'll be back," Hitoshi shouted, using his capture bands to swing away. "Looks like your teammate abandoned you," Eraserhead told Siro. "No way. He's just going to come up with a plan once I get out of this," Siro shouted, struggling to break free. "Capturing you first was part of my plan since I can't erase your quirk," Aizawa said, tossing small spiky caltrops. "If you want to escape, better watch your step," he warned, jumping onto a rooftop, leaving Siro dangling beneath the spikes. Hitoshi sprinted through the town, planning to circle back to Siro while avoiding Eraserhead. His plan was interrupted when he caught sight of his father's capture scarf in his peripheral vision. He flipped sideways to dodge the scarf aimed at his legs, continuing to run as Eraserhead pursued him. Spotting 2 trash cans on the side of the road, Hitoshi used his capture bands to hurl them toward Eraserhead. Eraserhead kicked the trash cans away but was surprised when Hitoshi suddenly vanished from sight. He jumped across an alleyway, scanning for his son. Hitoshi then leaped up from the alley where he had been hiding, wrapping his capture bands around his father's waist, catching him off guard. He pulled Eraserhead toward him and delivered a knee to his back, making him grunt in pain. Hitoshi then threw Eraserhead into the alley and dashed back toward Siro. Eraserhead groaned, rubbing his lower back as he got up and chased after his son. Hitoshi eventually reached Siro, jumping over rooftops to get to him. Siro was relieved to see him as Hitoshi threw a dagger that cut through the cloth holding him up. Hitoshi then pulled him up just before he fell onto the spikes below. "Dude, thanks a lot. I was feeling sick just hanging there," Siro said. "Now that you're here, we only have a few minutes left, so let's finish this with a plan I just came up with," Hitoshi told him, and Siro nodded in agreement. Eraserhead was jumping from roof to roof, searching for his 2 students. He glanced at his watch and saw they had only 4 minutes left before they would fail. He continued his search until he found Hitoshi on a roof, playfully beckoning him to come and get him. Eraserhead clicked his tongue and dashed at incredible speed towards Hitoshi. Hitoshi smiled as he leaped down from the roof and landed on the street. Eraserhead soon followed, executing a powerful kick that Hitoshi blocked with his arms crossed in an X formation. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging thunderous punches and powerful kicks while utilizing their support items. Hitoshi attempted to control Eraserhead's mind, but it was futile since Eraserhead was erasing his brainwashing quirk. Eraserhead leaped towards Hitoshi, knocking him to the ground before flipping back. Hitoshi groaned in pain as he lay on the street, his eyes widening when he saw his dad's fist inches from his face. He quickly turned his head just in time and kicked Eraserhead away, rolling backward to regain his footing. Hitoshi glanced back and realized they were close to executing their plan, only a few meters away. He continued to retreat, using trash cans as projectiles with his capture bands. Eraserhead easily dodged them, dashing forward to deliver a final assault on Hitoshi. "See you later, Dad," Hitoshi said with a grin, leaving Eraserhead momentarily confused. Suddenly, a long strip of tape wrapped around Eraserhead's body, leaving him shocked. He turned to see that the tape had come from an alleyway filled with strips stuck to the walls by Siro. Eraserhead realized he was about to be ensnared by the surrounding tape. Siro exerted all his strength to pull Eraserhead towards his traps. However, Eraserhead resisted, using his legs to brace himself against being dragged into the alley. Hitoshi noticed this and executed a low sweep, causing Eraserhead to trip and fall onto his back. Seizing the opportunity, Siro successfully pulled Eraserhead into his tape trap, confining him. Siro then produced HNDCFFS, preparing to secure Eraserhead's hands. "You did well, kids," Aizawa complimented, a rare smile gracing his face. "Thanks, sensei." Siro replied with a wide grin as he cuffed Aizawa's hands together. "Hitoshi Aizawa and Hanta Siro, you have passed." The final exam continued as the 4th match concluded with Siro and Hitoshi defeating Eraserhead in a town battlefield. After a challenging match, they had successfully lured him into one of Siro's tape traps, where he was confined and cuffed. Eraserhead praised their strategy, and they appreciated his kind words, marking the end of the 4th match. However, the exam was far from over as the 5th match began between Ochako Uraraka and Yui Kodai against the renowned space hero, 13. Their battle took place at the USJ, where they found themselves in a precarious situation. Ochako's plan to make 13 float failed as 13 quickly noticed her. Using her black hole quirk, she began to pull the 2 students towards her. Thankfully, they managed to grab hold of some railings, clinging on for dear life. Kodai used her quirk to enlarge the nuts and bolts from her utility belt and threw them at 13. Unfazed, 13's black hole SED up the large projectiles, reducing them to dust. They continued to hold on, determined not to let go, but their efforts were in vain as the 30-minute timer ran out. Ochako Uraraka and Yui Kodai, Your time is up, the intercom announced, leaving the two feeling discouraged. Next, it was Kaminari and Mina's turn as they faced the cunning Principal Nizu. Their exam took place at Ground Gamma, an industrial site filled with pipes and generators, resembling a vast labyrinth. Kaminari and Mina navigated through the maze of tall factories and pipelines, searching for Nizu. Kaminari, what's our strategy? Mina asked while running. We'll just have to shock him and call it a win, right? This shouldn't be too hard, Kaminari replied confidently. You're right. We can defeat Principal Nizu, Mina said with a gleeful smile. As they ran, an echoing sound reverberated throughout Ground Gamma. They paused, confused about the source. Suddenly, screws began to fall from the pipelines, triggering a chain reaction of destruction. One by one, the factories and machinery started to collapse, threatening to crush them. Mina! Run! Kaminari shouted as they sprinted away. What is happening? Mina yelled in a mix of panic and exhilaration. It has to be Principal Nizu. Kaminari responded as more debris rained down from above. You are correct. It is Nizu, he declared, operating a massive crane. Let the chain reactions begin. Haha. Nizu laughed maniacally, holding his tea as he continued to wreak havoc. How is he able to do that? Jirro questioned. He's likely predicting their moves, Momo explained. How is he able to predict all this? Katsuki grumbled, glaring at the screen. That's because of his quirk, high spec. It makes him more intelligent than any human on the planet, Izuku clarified. Precisely. His high-spec quirk allows him to predict all their moves through advanced calculations. With his high intelligence, such calculations are easy for him, Momo added, and they all nodded in understanding. High intelligence and highly sadistic, what a terrifying combination, Shoto commented as he watched the screen. Kaminari and Mina continued to struggle, trying to evade Nizu's destructive chain reactions. Mina glanced back and saw the collapsing buildings closing in on them, prompting her to accelerate. She coated her feet with acid and grabbed Kaminari's arm, skating away from the destruction. Kaminari screamed as Mina pulled him along, skating at high speed with her acid. She looked behind her and saw that they were gaining some distance as she continued to skate away. Mina, above you! Kaminari suddenly warned. She looked up just in time to see falling debris that was about to land right on top of her. She aimed her left acid gauntlet at the debris, extending it and firing multiple pellets of highly corrosive acid. The debris melted easily, but more continued to rain down on them as they tried to escape. Mina, keep running. I'll take care of this. Kaminari urged her, and she nodded. He pointed his right hand at the falling machinery and pipelines, trying to aim properly while being pulled by Mina. He fired bolt after bolt of lightning, managing to hold off the obstacles for a moment, but then he noticed they had suddenly stopped. Looking ahead, he saw their path completely blocked. Kami, over here, Mina called out, and he turned to see that she had created a hole through a building with her acid. They both rushed inside, escaping the destruction for a moment. Breathing heavily, they leaned against the wall, feeling exhausted from all the running. What are we going to do? Mina gasped for air. I don't know. He knows where we are. Kaminari replied, panting heavily as well. If we could just shut down whatever he's using to bring down these buildings, we'd be in the clear. Mina said, frustration evident in her voice, and an idea sparked in Kaminari's mind. Mina, you're a genius, he exclaimed, grabbing her shoulders excitedly. I am? She asked, confused. That's all we have to do is... He was cut off when the roof of the building they were in began to crack. They both gasped as the roof caved in, and the entire building started to collapse. Kaminari shut his eyes, bracing for impact, but when nothing happened, he opened them to see a blob of liquid standing in front of him. Phew, that was a close one, huh? Mina's voice came from the blob of liquid. Mina! Kaminari exclaimed, his expression a mix of shock and relief. Surprise! I saved this move just for this occasion. I call it Acid Man. Mina said enthusiastically, revealing her transformation. She raised the viscosity of her quirk, generating a large amount of acid that took on an anthropomorphic form, covering her body. She was able to fully control it, holding up a peace sign in front of Kaminari. But there's no time to waste, Kaminari. We only have 8 minutes left. Let's go. Mina urged and he nodded. Kaminari followed closely behind Mina in her acid man form as she melted through walls and debris to create a path for them. He explained his plan to her, and she took note of it. Their strategy was to follow the path of destruction caused by Nizu, which would lead them to him. Mina continued to clear a route with her acid while Kaminari used his lightning to destroy any falling obstacles. I see they're using their brains. But how will you handle all of this? Ha ha ha. Nizu laughed maniacally as he caused more buildings to collapse, triggering a chain reaction. Mina and Kaminari heard the sounds of falling debris ahead, certain it was coming from Nizu. Using her acid man form, Mina protected them from the collapsing structures, the debris quickly melting upon contact with her suit. Kaminari jumped into the air, sending out a discharge of lightning that obliterated the falling obstacles. They raced against time until they spotted the crane Nizu was operating. There. Mina pointed. There's Principal Nizu, on top of that crane. I see that you have reached me. I admit that I underestimated you, so I am quite impressed you have come this far, Nizu said calmly, sipping his tea. But this is the end of the line. Ha ha ha. Nizu declared, operating his crane to knock down another building, causing a new chain reaction. The structures ahead of Kaminari and Mina began to collapse, heading straight for them. I'll handle this, Kami. You just stop that crane. Mina shouted, using her acid man to fire large blobs of acid that melted the debris falling toward them. You're not the only one who learned a cool move. Kaminari replied with a bright smile, rubbing his hands together. Sparks of electricity began to crackle around him as he built up an electric current. The sound of static filled the air as he rubbed his hands at lightning speed. He then pulled his hands to his waist, forming a fist covered in electricity. Lightning storm! Kaminari shouted, punching his fist skyward, unleashing a massive bolt of electricity. Nizu looked out from the crane's window, shocked as the lightning struck the ground, creating a powerful electromagnetic wave. Nizu's crane lost power due to the wave, and while he was impressed they had managed to stop it, he wondered if they could actually capture him. Kaminari felt his body stiffening as the effects of overusing his lightning began to take hold. Mina noticed his condition and took the initiative to find and cuff Nizu. With only 2 minutes left, she quickly made a path toward him using her Acid Man suit. She removed the Acid Man suit and used her acid to climb the tall crane, feeling exhausted but determined to secure their victory in the exam. She finally reached the top, opening the crane operating seat to find it empty. Principal Nizu's gone. Mina yelled, a buzz echoing throughout Ground Gamma, signaling the end of their exam. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido, you have failed the exam, the intercom voice announced, leaving them both feeling mortified and disappointed. Kaminari weakly fell to his knees, sadness washing over him as he let his paralysis take hold. Mina felt even worse as she sat in the crane operating seat, frustratedly pressing the control buttons while small tears slipped down her cheeks. We failed and it's all my fault. I wasn't quick enough, and I let Principal Nizu escape, she lamented, blaming herself for their loss. Back in the monitoring room, Team Tarragon watched with heavy hearts as their friends fell short, even though victory had been within reach. They lost. Jirro said sadly, looking down. Where did that rat go? They had it right there. Katsuki exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. It seems Principal Nizu anticipated their plan and created an escape route for himself, Momo said, her voice tinged with disappointment for her friends. They were so close, yet so far, Shoto remarked. I have to admit, I wasn't expecting that from those two, Recovery Girl said thoughtfully. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido were paired against Nizu because they are the most challenged individuals in your class, she explained, and the others nodded in understanding. As Shota mentioned earlier, you were matched perfectly against your teachers based on various factors. Nizu wanted them to think critically and devise a strategy against him. And they did, right? They almost won, Izuku said, To which Recovery Girl nodded. Indeed they did. I'm sure Nizu was impressed with their efforts, she added, giving Team Tarragon a glimmer of hope for their friends. I guess I was just a few steps ahead of both of you, Nizu said, sipping tea atop a building at the Ground Gamma battleground. I thoroughly enjoyed our battle, Mr. Kaminari and Ms. Ishido. It was quite thrilling. I have high expectations for both of you, so let's have another fun match in the future. With a gentle smile, Nizu stepped away from the building. Well, the next match is ours, so we will definitely win this for them. Right, Todoroki? Jirro said, looking up at Shoto, who nodded. Yes, we will defeat our opponent, he replied, his eyes filled with determination. Then let's go, Todoroki. Jirro called as they both exited the monitoring room to prepare for their match, continuing the final exams. The final exams were nearing their conclusion, with only 4 matches remaining. Students faced their own teachers in battles that would determine their grades for the practical portion of the exam. Many had failed, while others exceeded their teachers' expectations. The last battle ended in disappointment as Mina and Kaminari could not defeat the clever and cunning Principal Nizu. It was a battle of wits and strategy, but they were unable to capture him as he saw through their plan and made a swift escape. They lost due to running out of time, but all hope was not lost. They had impressed Principal Nizu with their skills and planning. Only time would tell what lay ahead for them. Now it was time for the 6th match, featuring Shoto Todoroki and Kyoka Jirro against the loudest hero on Earth, Present Mic. The battle took place in a forest setting, surrounded by lush trees that enveloped the entire battleground. As the battle began, the two heroes made their way through the dense forest. Todoroki, what's our plan? Jirro asked. We need to find and locate him. You can do that, right? Todoroki questioned, and she nodded. Jirro knelt down, extending her earphone jack earlobes to the ground. She began to place her hand on her headphones, listening intently for any sounds around them. Thanks to her training with Gang Orca, her hearing had improved significantly, allowing her to pick up even the faintest noises and identify their sources. As she focused, Todoroki scanned their surroundings for any visual signs of their enemy. Suddenly, Jirro detected small footsteps coming from the west and realized it was Present Mic approaching. Just as she was about to inform Shoto, they were interrupted by a booming voice that echoed throughout the forest. Jirro quickly unplugged her earphone jacks from the ground, wincing in pain from the loud sound. Shoto did the same, trying to block out the noise. He glanced at his teammate, noticing her distress due to her highly sensitive ears. Where are you? Present Mic shouted, his voice creating a yellow sound wave that intensified through his speakers. Shoto and Jirro groaned, covering their ears against the onslaught. Shoto quickly removed one hand from his ear and created an ice wall to shield them from the sound. To his surprise, the ice shattered under the force of Present Mic's voice. After a moment, Present Mic paused his vocal attacks, giving the two students a chance to catch their breath. They could feel their ears tingling from the vibrations as they strategized. We need to stop his loud mouth. Jirro exclaimed, and Shoto nodded in agreement. Do you know where he is? Shoto asked. Jirro pointed toward the west side of the forest. Then let's move, Todoroki said, forming an ice platform to skate on for better mobility. He took Jiro's hand, pulling her along as they glided toward Present Mic's location. Present Mic seemed aware of their approach, grinning before unleashing another voice attack that reverberated through the trees. The sound wave hit Shoto and Jirro, forcing them to cover their ears again. Shoto's ice platform shattered, sending them tumbling to the ground. They struggled to get up but remained low, shielding their ears. Suddenly, Jirro stood up, plugging her earphone jack into her sound amplifiers on her leg. She unleashed a powerful sound wave that countered Present Mic's voice quirk, sending him stumbling back a few meters from the force of her attack. Not bad. I guess you do have the sound, little listener. But can you beat my sound? He shouted, launching an even more powerful voice attack. Jirro continued to counter his voice, covering her ears. Todoroki, I'll handle this. You find a way to beat him, she shouted over the noise, and Shoto nodded. Creating another ice platform, Shoto moved toward Present Mic while Jirro stayed back, countering his voice with her intense sound waves. However, Shoto's platform shattered again under the vibrations, forcing him to continue on foot. As Jirro and Present Mike exchanged sound waves, they canceled each other out. Present Mike was impressed by her resilience but soon remembered he was also facing Shoto. Suddenly, a massive ice ridge erupted from the ground, reaching toward the sky with a spiky appearance, giving the illusion of piercing the heavens. Present Mike's eyes widened, and he noticed flames flickering in the dense forest. Not knowing what to expect, he unleashed another loud voice attack, trying to shatter the ice wall before him. Shoto, preparing his own attack, was momentarily distracted by the noise, losing his focus. He covered his ears as he heard the ice cracking. Looking up, he saw his wall on the verge of collapse, shattering into chunks that began to rain down. Rolling to the side to dodge, he used his flames to melt the falling ice. He struggled to turn the chunks into steam, but one was falling directly toward him, and he couldn't react in time. Just then, a powerful sound wave from Jirro shattered the ice chunk above him, saving him. He turned to see her running toward him, earphone jacks connected to her wrist amplifiers. Grateful, he thanked her for the save as another voice attack surged toward them. "Todoroki, I'll stop Present Mike. You finish him," Jirro shouted. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "Just trust me. When you hear the ground break, you finish this," Jirro yelled, charging toward Present Mike. She pushed through the cacophony, occasionally countering his voice attacks. Her ears felt like they might burst, but she pressed on until she reached him, seeing the surprise on his face. "I see you have reached me, but can you withstand my loud voice?" Present Mike shouted, his voice booming as Jirro stood before him. "You only have 5 minutes left. And I'm gonna win," he declared, and Jirro growled in frustration. "We'll see about that. I've worked too hard for this exam, and I'm not going to fail," she asserted, gritting her teeth. "What are you gonna do, little listener?" Present Mike taunted. "I'm going to show you. They're not the only ones who came up with new moves," Jirro shouted, inserting her earphone jacks into her wrist amplifiers and placing them on the ground. "Heartbeat distortion," she yelled, sending a powerful sonic wave into the ground. The wave was so strong that it broke the earth in a fan-shaped area right in front of her. Present Mike was caught off guard by the sonic wave attack and fell onto his back, losing his footing. As he landed, some rocks were dislodged and struck him, causing him to gasp in pain. Shoto, noticing the ground breaking, quickly created ice from his right side, realizing it was Jirro's doing. He then ignited his flame side, feeling the cool air from the ice. Rapidly, he heated and expanded the air around him, causing the ice to melt instantly. "Flash freeze heat wave," Shoto shouted, unleashing a superheated blast towards Present Mike in Jirro's direction. Jirro sensed the intense heat approaching and immediately sought cover from Shoto's powerful attack. Unfortunately, Present Mike was not as fortunate. His foot was trapped under the ground due to Jirro's earlier attack. He could only watch in horror as Shoto's flash freeze heat wave struck him, resulting in a massive explosion. Jirro held onto a tree as the blast sent a strong wind her way. Once the wind subsided, she coughed lightly and hurried back towards Present Mike, crossing paths with Shoto. When the smoke cleared, they found Present Mike unconscious, with burns and scratches covering his body, and his speaker shattered. He was alive but unresponsive. "Shoto, Todoroki, and Kyoka Jirro, you have passed," the intercom announced, prompting the two to high-five in celebration of their victory. Back in the monitoring room, Team Tarragon celebrated their friend's success, filled with joy over the win. Tetsuetsu and Kirishima, having recovered, exchanged enthusiastic high-fives. "Impressive, they managed to defeat him," Recovery Girl remarked. "They did brilliantly," Momo added, her hands clasped together in excitement. "They did all right," Katsuki shrugged. "They were so manly," Kirishima exclaimed, his fist clenched in enthusiasm. "Yeah dude, they were so cool," Tetsuetsu agreed. "Wow, Jirro's sound waves were amazing, and Todoroki just keeps getting better," Izuku said, beaming with pride. Recovery Girl soon left her chair to treat the injured from the match, just as the next battle was about to begin between Shoji and Hagakure against Snipe. As the battle commenced, Shoji and Hagakure found themselves at a disadvantage when Snipe blinded them with smoke canisters. They attempted to attack him directly but were thwarted by his homing rubber bullets. Using the pillars for cover, they strategized. Shoji asked Hagakure for a plan, only to realize she had gone invisible after noticing her costume on the ground. Deciding to follow her lead, he revealed himself to Snipe. Thinking Shoji had given up, Snipe was taken aback when he sensed a presence behind him. Years of experience as a pro hero had honed his instincts for detecting sneak attacks. Reacting quickly, he rolled aside just as Shoji made his move. He fired 2 bullets, hitting Hagakure. She cried out as the bullet grazed her skin, causing her to fall to the ground. Shoji shouted her name, rushing towards her, but Snipe's bullets forced him to take cover, realizing it was futile to save Hagakure while she remained invisible. Ultimately, their exam ended in failure as they couldn't defeat Snipe and his relentless bullets. The second-to-last battle was about to begin, featuring Itsuka Kendo and Momo Yaoyorozu against Midnight. The rocky terrain was filled with boulders and sharp rocks, providing limited cover. As they entered the battleground, Kendo asked, "Yaoyorozu-san, do you have a plan?" "Yes, I do." "First, put this on your face," Momo replied, handing her a high-tech filter mask. "This will help us combat Midnight's quirk. I designed it after learning our opponent was Midnight Sensei." "Wow, you really thought this through," Kendo remarked. "Of course. You always have to stay a few steps ahead," Momo said, smiling brightly. As they cautiously advanced, violet gas began to envelop them from all sides. Momo tested her mask, relieved to find it effective against Midnight's sleep-inducing aroma. She was about to share the good news with Kendo when her teammates suddenly pushed her aside. Momo stumbled but quickly regained her footing, only to find Kendo missing. Confused by her teammates' actions, she called out for her, venturing deeper into the thickening gas. As the aroma intensified, Momo grew uncertain about the mask's effectiveness. She soon reached the densest part of the violet haze and gasped at the sight of Kendo sleeping peacefully on Midnight's lap. Midnight, noticing Momo, wore a mischievous grin. She gently placed Kendo on the ground, where she continued to sleep soundly. Momo took a few cautious steps back as Midnight approached her with a playful swagger. Midnight brandished her whip, striking the ground with a sharp crack. "Now, what do we have here?" Midnight said, liking her lips with a sly smile. "Are you a DM Inter-X like me, or just another boring SBMSSV like the other one? Let's see what you are, my little vixen," she teased as Momo felt the intimidating aura surrounding her. The final exams were nearing their conclusion, with only 2 matches remaining, Momo Yaoyorozu and Itsuka Kendo against Midnight. The match between Momo and Kendo began as they entered their arena, a rocky terrain filled with boulders and oddly shaped rocks. Momo felt confident they would succeed, having prepared a way to shield themselves from Midnight's sleep-inducing aroma. Before their match, Momo had researched effective strategies to counter Midnight's quirk. Using her built-in 3D hologram display, she searched for designs that would help her and Kendo withstand Midnight's abilities. Eventually, she discovered a state-of-the-art filter mask that covered the mouth and nose, capable of filtering nearly 95% of the air that passed through it. After some trial and error, she successfully created 2 masks for herself and Kendo. As the match began, Momo handed the mask to Kendo and tested its effectiveness against Midnight's quirk. However, while Momo was focused on the mask, Kendo felt a presence behind her and turned to see Midnight approaching. Kendo enlarged her hands to defend herself, but Midnight struck with her whip, knocking Kendo's mask off. The aroma quickly overwhelmed Kendo, and she felt drowsy, struggling to stay awake. In a last-ditch effort, she pushed Momo away just before succumbing to sleep, leaving Momo to face Midnight alone. Now, Momo stood ready to confront Midnight in a one-on-one match. "Let's dance, vixen," Midnight taunted, a wicked grin on her face as she aimed her whip at Momo. Momo swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the whip. As more attacks came her way, she created a shield to block the strikes. "Are you just going to defend? How boring," Midnight teased, continuing her relentless assault. Each whip strike against Momo's shield pushed her back, but she refused to stay on the defensive. She fashioned a bow staff from her left arm and charged at Midnight, determined to take the offensive. Midnight attempted to stop her with more whip attacks, but Momo skillfully dodged and closed the distance. With a powerful swing, Momo aimed her bow staff at Midnight, but Midnight countered with her whip. Momo leaped back, executing a graceful flip before landing on her feet. "Not bad, Vixen. You keep surprising me," Midnight remarked, impressed. Gritting her teeth, Momo discarded her shield and summoned another bow staff from her right arm, now dual-wielding. She charged at Midnight again, delivering a flurry of precise strikes. Midnight smiled, sensing Momo's fierce determination. Momo smashed her bow staffs against Midnight, but once again, Midnight blocked the attack. Undeterred, Momo jumped back onto a boulder, using it to propel herself upward for a powerful airstrike. Midnight rolled aside just in time, avoiding the impact that left a small crater where Momo landed, breaking her bow staffs in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Midnight used her whip to ensnare Momo's wrist, yanking her toward her and slamming her against a boulder. Momo grunted, struggling to rise, but Midnight pulled her again, spinning her around and slamming her back against the boulder. My, you are quite strong, aren't you, my little vixen? Why don't you take a nap and rest for a while?" Midnight taunted, breaking Momo's filter mask with her whip. Momo gasped as the mask shattered, and Midnight's quirk began to seep into her. Desperate, she covered her mouth and held her breath, recalling that Midnight's quirk was less effective against females. She still had a chance. Summoning her strength, Momo kicked Midnight away and made a run for it, distancing herself from the violet aroma in the air. Once she felt far enough away, she quickly created another filter mask and put it on, but the lingering effects of Midnight's quirk still made her feel drowsy. In a moment of panic, she fashioned a small knife and made a cut on her left palm, using the pain to keep herself awake. The shock of the pain jolted her senses, but as she formulated a plan to defeat Midnight, a whip suddenly struck her exposed back, causing her to cry out in pain. She looked behind her and saw Midnight with an intimidating aura and a dominating glare. Momo forced herself up, moving a few steps back. Midnight grinned before tearing off her sleeves, releasing a thick violet mist that enveloped them. Momo realized that her mask couldn't filter the overwhelming amount of sleep-inducing aroma that seeped through. With only 7 minutes left, Momo knew this was her last chance. She extended her right palm, a glowing pink light signifying her quirk. She created multiple smoke canisters and threw them around her and Midnight. Midnight coughed, using her fan to disperse the smoke. Suddenly, she felt a strike from behind, grunting in pain as she realized Momo was using the smoke as cover to attack from all directions. The smoke not only concealed Momo but also hindered the effects of Midnight's quirk. Momo began to strike and dash, using the smoke to her advantage and slowly wearing Midnight down. Frustrated, Midnight whipped the air around her, hoping to land a hit as she struggled to sense Momo's movements. An object suddenly flew in front of her, and she looked down to see a stun grenade. It exploded, causing her to step back, disoriented and momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Momo took out her bow staff and struck Midnight in the lower abdomen, forcing her to kneel in pain. Momo then grabbed Midnight's left arm, twisting it backward as she heard Midnight's cry. Midnight tried to rise but was unable to as Momo pressed her knee firmly into her back to keep her down. Momo then secured Midnight's arms behind her back and fashioned cuffs from her chest, locking Midnight's wrists. Defeated, Midnight stopped struggling. "Momo Yaoyorozu and Itsuka Kendo, you have passed," the intercom announced. Momo beamed with pride at her victory, having defeated Midnight on her own without help. She jumped up and down, a bright smile on her face, pumping her fists in the air. Everyone in the monitoring room was incredibly impressed with her achievements. Team Tarragon was present, having recovered from their exams. But the competition wasn't over yet. The final match awaited Izuku and Katsuki against All Might. Their match was about to begin, with all of Class 1A and the teachers watching, excitement and nerves palpable in the air. Despite Izuku and Katsuki's power, All Might was an even greater challenge. The match took place in a city setting, and the two walked down a road as the battle officially began, eyes scanning for All Might in the vast battleground. "I'll search for him with my water beast," Izuku told Katsuki, who nodded in agreement. Izuku began to pour water from his large gourd, shaping it into fish-like creatures. He commanded them to search the city, connecting his mind to theirs, his eyes transforming into pools of water. "Find anything, nerd?" Katsuki asked, seeing Izuku shake his head. "Not yet, but I think I'm getting close," Izuku replied, while Katsuki impatiently tapped his foot, eager for Izuku to locate All Might. After a moment, Izuku gasped, a shocked expression crossing his face. "Get down!" he yelled to Katsuki just as a powerful gust of wind erupted, blowing them both back and wreaking havoc on the city. Izuku transformed his arm into an ice claw, digging it into the ground to anchor himself. He reached for Katsuki, grabbing his costume to keep him from being swept away. When the wind subsided, they surveyed the destruction left in the wake of that single attack, collapsed buildings and debris scattered everywhere. They looked ahead and saw All Might approaching. Quickly, they regained their footing and assumed fighting stances. "Show me what you got, heroes," All Might challenged, stomping his foot and unleashing another gust of wind that sent them flying a few meters away. Katsuki sprang to his feet, eyes filled with determination as he charged at All Might, launching a stun grenade to blind him. He followed up with a barrage of explosions, each one powerful enough to make All Might wince. But All Might countered, grabbing Katsuki and tossing him aside. Just as Katsuki was about to crash into a wall, water tentacles wrapped around his waist, saving him. He looked up to see Izuku soaring above with water wings, understanding the plan without words. Izuku spun Katsuki around with his water tentacles, launching him toward All Might with incredible speed. All Might stood firm as Katsuki extended his arm, delivering a point-blank explosion to All Might's chest that pushed him back. All Might coughed, fanning away the smoke, only to be surprised when Izuku attacked through the haze. Izuku raised his arms, using his wings to spin, transforming his tentacles into a drill with a frozen tip. All Might struggled to halt Izuku's spinning motion but eventually managed to grab his arm and throw him back. Fortunately for Izuku, Katsuki was able to save him from crashing into a wall by using his explosions to propel himself towards Izuku and stop him from colliding. They both stood in front of All Might, panting heavily. All Might then punched the air, sending another wave of pressure towards them. Izuku quickly grabbed Katsuki with his water arm, and they flew away, struggling to maintain control against the force of the wind. Izuku managed to steady himself while holding onto Katsuki to prevent him from falling. Katsuki decided to launch an attack, forming a circle with his left thumb and pointer finger, placing his right palm at the center. AP shot, autocannon. Katsuki shouted as concentrated blasts of his explosions fired in rapid succession. Katsuki aimed directly at All Might, unleashing a barrage of explosive. Plus, Izuku followed up by drawing water from his gourd, transforming it into shards that he quickly froze into ice. The combination of explosive bullets and ice shards rained down on All Might, who skillfully dodged each one. Once the assault ended, All Might looked up to see Izuku dropping Katsuki from the sky. Katsuki propelled himself towards All Might, ready to deliver a powerful explosion. Just as Katsuki was about to reach All Might, the hero swiftly punched him in the face with a Detroit smash, sending Katsuki crashing into a building. "Kaken!" Izuku shouted, unaware that All Might was leaping towards him. All Might quickly punched Izuku down, sending him crashing into another building, following Katsuki's path. When Izuku regained his balance, he found himself in an alleyway, badly injured since he couldn't transform into water in time to absorb All Might's punch. He looked around and saw Katsuki there as well, equally hurt. "Katsuki, are you okay?" Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. "What do you think, dumbass? Do you think I wouldn't be hurt after flying through 6 buildings?" Katsuki snapped, lightly hitting Izuku on the head. "I'll do my best to heal us. All Might broke my gourd, so I don't have any water left," Izuku replied, starting to gather moisture from the air. He collected enough water to heal some of their wounds. Although they were still in significant pain, it was manageable, allowing them to push through. They glanced at the time and realized they had only 12 minutes left. They brainstormed a plan, discussing it in detail until they were both satisfied with their strategy. Now, all that remained was to execute it flawlessly. All Might was searching the streets for the two heroes in training. After a few minutes, he spotted Katsuki, who stood before him with his usual fierce expression, eyes filled with determination. Katsuki launched himself at All Might, exploding from his chest. All Might was pushed back but managed to catch Katsuki's arm and throw him onto his back, causing Katsuki to gasp in pain. Despite the agony, Katsuki refused to give up, continuing to unleash more explosions. All Might absorbed the blasts, grabbing Katsuki by his arms and throwing him against a building. Katsuki struggled to rise but managed to get back on his feet. He formed a circle with his left thumb and pointer finger, placing his right palm at the center, and fired a concentrated explosion in a laser-like form. All Might dodged by rolling to the side, evading the laser that pursued him. Eventually, Katsuki's arm gave out under the strain, and All Might seized the opportunity to use his Texas Smash, creating a wave of pressure that sent Katsuki crashing further into the building. All Might thought Katsuki had lost consciousness, but he was surprised to see him moving forward slowly. Katsuki staggered, holding his right arm with his left, his body covered in bruises and cuts. Yet, his eyes burned with determination and anger. "I won't let you beat me," Katsuki gasped, struggling to stand. "Give up, young Bakugo. You're in too much pain to continue. You need to. Don't tell me what to do," Katsuki shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. "I won't forget what you put Izuku through. How you made him suffer, how you made him cry, and how you ignored him just because he was quirkless. I understand your anger, but I've changed. I've faced harassment from heroes and the public because of that mistake. Things are different now." "Mistake? That was not just a mistake. It was a lifetime of mistakes. You deserve everything you've gone through," Katsuki yelled, his voice filled with rage. "The day I learned that Izuku was being neglected by you made me sick. All the pain he endured, it's unforgivable. Young Bakugo, you need to let go of the past. It's time to move forward. I have changed." All Might pleaded. "Change my butt," Katsuki retorted, propelling himself towards All Might once more. All Might braced himself for Katsuki's attack, but was taken aback when Katsuki fell from his explosions, collapsing at his feet. Despite his struggle, Katsuki clung to All Might's leg. "We're going to defeat you, you fake hero," Katsuki said weakly. "You are alone, young Bakugo. Izuku is nowhere to be seen." "Oh yeah? Then who's that dragon right above you?" Katsuki grinned, pointing. All Might looked up to see Izuku in his water dragon form looming above. Izuku dove down at high speed while Katsuki used his explosions to get out of the way. All Might stood frozen in fear, recalling Sir Nitai's prediction about a blue dragon swallowing him whole. Izuku opened his mouth, forming a hydro vortex blast aimed at All Might. The hero attempted to defend himself, but it was too late when Izuku unleashed the blast at point-blank range. The hydro vortex blast erupted in a massive explosion, creating a crater where it struck. Katsuki took cover behind a wall, the structure shielding him from the explosion. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater came into view, revealing Izuku as he transformed back into his human form. He looked disheveled, cradling his right arm with his left. Spotting Katsuki, he watched as Katsuki approached him. They both checked on All Might, who was still somehow conscious. Izuku retrieved the cuffs they had been given at the start of the exam, securing them around his wrists. "Izuku Aizawa and Katsuki Bakugo, you have passed." The final battle of the exams concluded with Izuku and Katsuki's victory over All Might, thanks to Katsuki's ability to distract him long enough for Izuku to gather strength in his dragon form. This match marked the end of the practical portion of the finals, with only half of the class succeeding. Many felt disappointed in themselves for not passing, while those who did felt a sense of pride and accomplishment. The successful students were all part of Team Tarragon, except for Kaminari and Mina, who had lost against Nizu's high IQ battle. Even though the finals were over, an important discussion was underway among the staff and teachers regarding the advanced class section. The final exams not only served as assessments but also acted as entrance exams for this new program. Students selected for the advanced class would graduate a year early and have the opportunity to obtain their professional hero licenses immediately after graduation. According to the Hero Commission, aspiring pro heroes must first serve as sidekicks to gain real-world experience. It typically takes 3 years to qualify for the challenging hero exam, which has only a 5% success rate. Being part of the advanced class would allow students to kickstart their hero careers early and gain public recognition as talented young heroes, handpicked by Principal Nizu, known for his intelligence. With this in mind, Principal Nizu and the UA staff had to carefully select candidates for the advanced class. Choosing students who lacked the necessary skills could lead to severe backlash from the public and the Hero Commission for failing to produce capable heroes. 2 days after the finals, the UA staff gathered for a meeting to discuss which students would be enrolled in the advanced class section. Both Class 1A and Class 1B had completed their practicals, and it was time to review the results. Now let us begin with Class 1A, Nizu stated, distributing file folders containing reports of the battles from the final exams. As we can see, only half of them managed to pass, Nizu noted. Phew, were we really that tough on them? Hisashi asked, flipping through the files. It was necessary to push them to their limits. If they fail, it simply means they lack the potential to become competent heroes, Aizawa replied, his voice steady. Wow. Do you really have to be that harsh with your students? Midnight asked, her tone playful. Should I sugarcoat my words? If they aspire to be heroes, they need to learn to accept honest feedback, as they will encounter plenty of it in their careers. I agree with Aizawa, Vlad King interjected, surprising everyone. After the finals, I reviewed my students' performances, and they all fell short. I fear my teaching methods are no longer effective. Indeed, many failed, but that doesn't mean there's no room for improvement. They just need more time and training, Cementas added kindly. Okay everyone, let's move on to the main agenda of this meeting. The enrollment of the advanced class section, Nizu said, prompting nods from the staff. The staff began discussing which students they believed had the most talent and skills for the advanced class. They first evaluated those who had passed the exam, focusing on pairs that had successfully defeated their opponents. These included Kirishima and Tetsuetsu, Hitoshi and Siro, Shoto and Jirro, Momo, and finally, Izuku and Katsuki. The teachers who faced these pairs were impressed by their abilities and strongly recommended them. The rest of the staff, including Principal Nizu, agreed, recognizing the potential in each of them. They believed that with the right opportunity, these students could unlock their hidden talents. Next, they reviewed the reports of the students who had failed. The staff found little of note in their performances. They lacked the skill and adaptability shown by those who passed. Almost everyone, that is. I would like to recommend Mr. Denko Kaminari and Ms. Ishido for the advanced class, Principal Nizu announced, catching the staff off guard. I see you weren't expecting this recommendation, but please take a look at the report I compiled about their impressive match, Nizu urged as the staff began to examine the pages of the file folder. As they skimmed through the report, their surprise grew, realizing that the pair had almost defeated Nizu with their clever strategies. The report detailed how they managed to counter Nizu's advanced predictions and halt the crane that had caused so much destruction. They would have succeeded if I hadn't had an escape plan, since they were able to stop the source of my power, which was the crane I was operating, Nizu admitted, and the others looked shocked. I see. That means they are quite skilled and can adapt to any situation, Sniper remarked, and Nizu nodded in agreement. I believe they are both diverse individuals. What surprised me the most was that they were among the lowest in their class academically, but their recent scores have significantly improved, reaching the 80% mark in the written portion of the exam, Nizu noted, and the teachers concurred. Yes, their recent homework and quizzes have all shown improvement, Midnight added. They even participated in my class. They can now speak some English phrases. Hisashi said proudly. With all of that in mind, do we all agree to admit the two of them into the advanced class section? Nizu asked, and they all nodded. Well, it seems we now have our students for the advanced class section, Nizu concluded, looking down at the files of Team Tarragon. The next day, on Monday, many first-year students appeared gloomy after most had failed the practical portion of the exam. Among them were Kaminari and Mina, with Kaminari looking lifeless and Mina lacking her usual cheerful smile. As school ended, they prepared to leave their classroom and head back to their dorms to rest. "Okay, you two, stop with the gloomy vibes," Katsuki said to them. "Said the guy who defeated All Might," Kaminari replied sarcastically. "Yeah, you don't need to rub it in," Mina added with a sigh. "Guys, just relax. Stop with this passive-aggressive thing," Siro told them. "Besides, Recovery Girl said Nizu was impressed with your battle. You still have a chance at getting into the advanced class," Momo encouraged, trying to uplift their spirits. "Yeah, you still have a chance," Hitoshi said to Kaminari, giving him a supportive gesture. "How about we go back to our dorms, play games, and enjoy some ice cream?" Jirro suggested, and Kaminari and Mina's eyes lit up with interest. "Oh, we could play that new game," Tetsuetsu exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, the new hero racing kart game," Kirishima added with enthusiasm. "Ah, the Heroes Kart Infinity racing game? I have that one since my family received an early copy," Momo said, and everyone looked thrilled. "Then let's play in my room. I don't think we'll fit in Momo's," Izuku suggested, and they all shared a laugh. These simple acts of kindness and comfort helped lift Kaminari and Mina's spirits, washing away their sadness. They were grateful for such amazing friends. Just as they were about to leave, Principal Nizu called for them through the intercom. "May I please request Ijiro Kirishima, Tetsuetsu, Hitoshi Aizawa, Hanta Siro, Todoroki Shoto, Kyoka Jiro, Momo Yaoyorozu, Izuku Aizawa, and Katsuki Bakugo to report to my office immediately," Nizu announced, and the mentioned students made their way to his office. Kaminari and Mina felt down, being the only ones left out, until Nizu called for them as well. "I would also like to request Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido to report to my office." "Thank you." Team Tarragon made their way to Nizu's office, knocking on the door before entering. They were surprised to see Aizawa there as well. Nizu then instructed them to take a seat on the couches in front of him. "You all might be wondering why you're here. Well, I'm about to tell you," Nizu said cheerfully, his paws together. "You all have been selected for the new advanced class program," he announced, beaming with excitement. "What?" Team Tarragon exclaimed in surprise, their faces lighting up with wide smiles. Didn't we fail the exam?" Kaminari asked, stunned. "Why yeah, why are we part of the advanced class?" Mina echoed, equally shocked. Nizu explained that the majority of the staff believed in their potential and agreed to admit them to the advanced class after witnessing their impressive performance against him. Kaminari and Mina felt an overwhelming sense of joy, jumping up and down with laughter, joined by the rest of Team Tarragon. Nizu then outlined the changes that would come with their new status. They would be moving out of their current dorms to the newly built advanced class dorm house, which would be slightly larger but maintain the same interior as the other on-campus dorms. They would also change classrooms to one next to Nizu's office, as he would oversee their studies to help them graduate a year early. Aizawa would serve as their homeroom advisor and teach heroics, as they didn't trust All Might's methods. Additionally, Class 1A and Class 1B would be combined into Class 1AB, with Vlad King as their new homeroom advisor. With all that said, Nizu and Aizawa advised them to pack their belongings as soon as possible, as they would be moving immediately. They were also told to say goodbye to their current classmates, as they would no longer be in the same class. They all nodded and exited Nizu's office. It was a bittersweet moment, leaving their classmates behind, but the advanced class promised many once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. To become successful heroes, they knew they had to seize every chance that came their way. Upon returning to their dorms, they shared the news with their fellow classmates. While their classmates were happy for them, they were saddened by the thought of not being in the same class anymore. Team Tarragon packed their rooms with the help of their classmates. When it was time to leave, tears were shed, and many heartfelt goodbyes were exchanged as they departed from their dorm house. Outside, Nizu and Aizawa were waiting for them, ready to introduce their new home for the remainder of their time at UA. They were led to the deepest parts of UA, where their new dorm house awaited. Everyone was amazed at how large the dorm was, much bigger than their previous accommodations. They were given a tour, starting with the first floor, which featured a spacious common area. It had a huge lounge with a television, a large kitchen with a big refrigerator, and a laundry area. The common space was even big enough to accommodate Jirro and Izuku's instruments for a small concert. Next, they were shown the floors where they would be staying, each room twice the size of their previous ones, spacious enough for Momo's king-size bed. The second and third floors would be occupied by the boys, while the girls would take the fourth floor. Excitement filled the air as they rushed to their assigned rooms to start unpacking. By the time they finished, it was nearly 10 p.m., and they realized they hadn't eaten anything yet. Katsuki decided to cook them a meal after Izuku pleaded with his irresistible puppy eyes. Katsuki prepared a delicious meal that filled their dinner table, and they eagerly dug in. After finishing, they cleaned up their mess and headed to bed, preparing for their first day in the advanced class. When morning arrived, they all woke up and enjoyed the breakfast that Katsuki had made. They changed into their uniforms and headed to school. As they made their way to their new classroom, which was conveniently located next to Nizu's office, they opened the door and were stunned by how futuristic and advanced the classroom looked. "Welcome, students, to your new classroom. I am Principal Nizu, your new professor alongside Mr. Shota Aizawa. Welcome to the Advanced Class Section program. Welcome to the advanced class." Nizu greeted the new students as they entered one by one. It was the first day for the newly transferred students in this prestigious section, reserved for the most talented young heroes in training at UA Academy. These students had been handpicked by Principal Nizu himself, the most intelligent creature to ever walk the earth. Out of 40 students given the chance to prove themselves worthy of this advanced class, only 11 were chosen. These students demonstrated exceptional skill, intelligence, and potential to excel in heroics upon graduation. They were now considered the best students in all of UA, just under the big three. "Please take your seats as our class is about to start," Nizu instructed, and they settled into their assigned seats. "Wow, this classroom is amazing," Kaminari exclaimed, running his hands over his desk. "Yeah, it's so high-tech. It feels like we're in the future," Jirro added. "This technology, isn't all of this from my island?" Momo asked, and a beaming smile spread across Nizu's face. "That is correct, Ms. Yayorozu. The technology used to build this classroom was provided by David Shield from my island," Nizu said, and Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "David Shield? The David Shield?" Izuku exclaimed, beaming. "You know him, nerd?" Katsuki asked, turning to him. "Of course. He's the most famous scientist from Island, known for his groundbreaking research on quirks. He also designs state-of-the-art hero costumes and support equipment." Izuku replied, his enthusiasm evident. "Correct, Izuku. Mr. Shield generously lent us some of his technology to create this high-tech classroom, where you will be staying from now on," Nizu explained. "I think we're getting off topic here," Aizawa interjected, standing next to Nizu. "We're here to discuss the changes in your curriculum since you are no longer in Class 1A, but in the advanced class," he stated seriously. My, I see Mr. Aizawa wants us to get started, so let us begin," Nizu said as he outlined the changes that would take place. Nizu explained that he would handle all academic topics while Aizawa would oversee their heroics class. They would be accelerating their education, needing to graduate by the end of their second year at UA. By the end of their first year, they must complete at least second-year level education to graduate on time. When they moved up to their second year, they would need to finish their third-year level education and begin work studies for real-world experience in heroics. By graduation, they would need to prepare once more to take the Professional Hero Licenses exam immediately after leaving UA. They were initially confused, as it typically takes 3 years to qualify for the Professional Hero Licenses exam. However, Nizu clarified that they could take the exam early because they were part of the advanced class section, reserved for the most talented young heroes chosen by him. Due to this increased workload, they needed to start their education right away to meet graduation requirements. Team Tarragon felt overwhelmed, but Nizu reassured them that they could overcome these challenges with his support, which they all greatly appreciated. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, you will still need to attend the annual summer camp, Nizu announced, prompting cheers from everyone until Aizawa shot them a glare that silenced them instantly. This summer camp isn't just for fun and games. You will be training your bodies and quirks while also attending classes to accommodate your graduation by the end of next year. Are we all clear? Aizawa said sternly, and everyone nodded. Anyway, the summer camp will start next week and last for 1 week. Since you are part of the advanced class, you will be arriving a day early. I suggest that you all get your belongings ready for summer camp, Nizu advised, and the students nodded in agreement. Now that everything is settled, please turn on your desks as class is about to start, Nizu instructed, and they tapped a button on their desks, revealing a hologram display of their lessons. As class began, Nizu discussed the lessons necessary for them to graduate from their first year. Team Tarragon noticed how advanced Nizu's teaching methods were, as he explained concepts in detail to ensure their understanding. After class, Nizu encouraged them to eat since it was lunchtime. As they made their way to the cafeteria, they felt the weight of many eyes upon them, some filled with admiration and others with envy. Once lunch ended, they returned to their classroom, where Nizu was already waiting. He began teaching, and the students listened diligently to his lessons. Although the material was challenging, Nizu did his best to explain everything clearly. When heroics class came up, Aizawa took charge, and the students quickly realized he was much stricter than All Might. A single mistake would not go unnoticed. Aizawa assessed each of them, providing simple yet effective tips to enhance their skills. He taught them advanced martial arts, emphasizing that relying solely on their quirks was unwise. He helped refine Kirishima and Tetsuetsu's fighting styles, teaching them techniques applicable in various situations. The same went for the others, as he matched their fighting styles with suitable techniques and skills. Overall, the advanced heroics training was significantly more challenging than their previous classes with All Might. And just like that, a week passed for Team Tarragon. They gathered in their common room after school had ended a few hours earlier. Now that they were in the advanced class, their homework had tripled, and they were working together to complete it. Man, this load is too much for my brain, Kaminari complained, tossing his pencil and slumping against Hitoshi's shoulder. Yeah, my brain can't handle this much work, Siro added, his face drooping. Well, that's what we get for being in the advanced class, more work and nothing but work, Jirro remarked, scribbling down notes. Are you all ready for summer camp? Kaminari asked excitedly, causing Kirishima and Tetsuetsu to perk up. Totally, dude. It's going to be so much fun, Tetsuetsu exclaimed. Yeah, it's going to be manly, Kirishima added, matching Tetsuetsu's enthusiasm. Oh, that reminds me, I need to buy a few items for camp, Momo said, her eyes widening. Me too. Let's all go to the mall, Mina suggested with a bright smile. That's a great idea, we can find everything we need there, Izuku agreed, and they all nodded. Then we'll head out tomorrow, just a day before our summer camp, Mina said, her excitement evident. Could you keep it down? I'm trying to work here, Katsuki shouted, causing Mina to pout and sit back down. You really need to work on how you say things, Bakugo, Shoto told him, and Katsuki growled softly in response. He's right, you'll scare half the people you save, and the other half will run away, Hitoshi teased, earning an annoyed glare from Katsuki. You eyebags. I'm gonna, Katsuki started, but Izuku quickly covered his mouth to quiet him. We'll work on that later, Izuku sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice, while Katsuki continued to grumble behind his hand. The next day arrived, and it was the weekend. They had received permission from Aizawa and Nizu to leave campus for a shopping trip for their upcoming summer camp. They headed to the mall to buy the necessary items for the trip. Let's all meet at the food court in about an hour. Buy everything you need until then, Izuku instructed, and they nodded before dispersing in pairs and trios. Katsuki and Izuku walked together, hand in hand, enjoying their time alone. They wandered through the mall, picking up everything they needed. Katsuki bought Izuku various sweets, and Izuku happily indulged in them. Katsuki smiled as he watched Izuku lick his ice cream like a child, patting his head affectionately. Izuku blushed at the gesture, feeling warmth from Katsuki's touch. As they continued exploring, they realized an hour had nearly passed and decided to grab some food at the food court where everyone was to meet. Katsuki ordered their meals while Izuku sat down at their table, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A familiar blonde figure passed by, and Izuku focused on the distance, squinting to get a better look. It was Izumi, dressed casually and seemingly waiting for someone, tapping her foot impatiently. Izuku observed her closely, noticing she was holding a violet mask with a butterfly design. He saw a figure in a black hood approach her, and they exchanged a few words before Izumi followed the hooded person away. A sense of unease washed over Izuku as he stood up from his seat and hurried after them, moving quietly and hiding whenever they glanced back. He followed them to a dimly lit corner near the outskirts of the mall, where he concealed himself behind a potted plant. When he saw them enter the dark corner, he quickly pursued them, but as he turned the corner, they had vanished. Confused, he scanned the area, but they were nowhere to be found, as if they had disappeared into thin air. Just then, his phone began to ring, and he checked to see it was Katsuki calling. He answered as he heard Katsuki's worried voice on the phone. Izuku reassured him to calm down, explaining that he was all right and on his way back. When he returned, everyone was already there, curious about his sudden departure. He decided to keep quiet about Izumi and the mysterious figure, unsure of the situation. Instead, he told them he had just gone to the bathroom, and they accepted it, scolding him for leaving so abruptly. They opted to eat out instead of returning to the dorms, as Katsuki didn't want to cook after a long day. They enjoyed their meals and each other's company at the food court before heading back to UA. Once they arrived, they quickly went to their rooms to pack for the summer camp. After finishing their preparations, they went to sleep, eager for the adventure that awaited them the next day. "Everyone, it's time for your summer camp," Aizawa announced, prompting loud cheers from the students. It was the day of their trip, and excitement filled the air as they gathered at the bus station with their luggage, waiting for the bus. Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, and Principal Nizu were there to oversee the trip. "Please be mindful of your words and actions, as there will be guests joining us at the summer camp," Nizu reminded the class, nestled comfortably in Aizawa's scarf. "That means you, Bakugo. Keep that mouth of yours in check," Aizawa warned, glaring at Katsuki. Katsuki opened his mouth to protest but was silenced when Izuku quickly covered it. He grumbled behind Izuku's hand while Izuku offered an awkward smile to the teachers. Moments later, the bus arrived to take them to their summer campsite. "Okay everyone, get on the bus. We're about to leave," Aizawa instructed, and they boarded one by one. They took their luggage and settled into their seats, chatting excitedly. Nizu and Aizawa sat at the front as the bus set off. Team Tarragon buzzed with excitement, discussing the summer camp location, while Aizawa tried to catch some sleep after a long night of patrolling. However, the noise from his lively class made it difficult. "I see you're feeling sleepy, Aizawa-san," Nizu remarked, typing on his laptop. "I'll sleep when we get to the campsite. That way, those brats won't bother me," Aizawa replied with a yawn. "Ah, I see. It will certainly take some time to reach the campsite," Nizu said with a grin. "I'm letting this slide just this once. Soon enough, they won't be able to play around like this," Aizawa said, gazing out the window at the lush green forest on the horizon. After a few hours, the bus came to a stop, and Team Tarragon wondered if they had arrived. They looked out the windows and saw they were at a parking area near the road. Aizawa instructed everyone to get out, thinking they were just stopping to stretch their legs. Once outside, they admired the breathtaking scenery of the expansive forest leading to distant mountains. Suddenly, a black car pulled up, piquing their curiosity. "Hey, Eraser," Principal Nizu, a woman's voice called as the car doors opened. "Long time no see," Aizawa greeted as two women and a child stepped out of the car. "Lock on with this sparkling gaze. Cute, cat and stinger. Wild, pussycats," the two women introduced themselves, striking playful poses. "Everyone, these are the pro heroes we'll be training with, the pussycats," Nizu announced, and the students looked on in awe, except for one. The four-person team who set up a joint agency. A veteran team specializing in mountain rescues. Izuku exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident. This year marks their 12th in the field. Izuku was cut off when Pixie Bob playfully grabbed his head. I'm 18 at heart. I'm still young, okay? Pixie Bob teased, and Izuku nodded vigorously. The class exchanged awkward glances as Aizawa instructed them to greet the pussycats. They introduced themselves as Mandalay and Pixie Bob, two of the four members of the team. Mandalay pointed to the forest, explaining that the entire area was their property. She indicated the foot of the mountain where they would be staying. The class was shocked by the distance and began to realize what this meant. Let's get back to the bus, guys, Siro said nervously, turning slowly. You're right. Let's go, Kaminari agreed, chuckling nervously. It's 9:30 a.m. right now. If you're quick, you might reach the foot of the mountain by noon, Mandalay said ominously as her hands transformed. Darn it, Kirishima exclaimed, turning to run. Back to the bus, he shouted, and everyone sprinted back. I'm sorry, everyone, but not really. Training camp has already started, Aizawa said as Pixie Bob jumped in front of the fleeing students, showing her determination. The ground beneath Team Tarragon began to rise, sweeping them away like a giant wave. As the ground shifted, it tossed them aside, sending them tumbling toward the forest below. Hey, it's private property, so feel free to use all your quirks. You have 3 hours to reach the facility, or there won't be any lunch for you. Good luck getting through the beast's forest. Mandalay called out, and they all stared at the forest just a few meters away. Intimidation flickered in their eyes, but the thought of missing lunch was even more terrifying. They grumbled as they dusted off their uniforms and quickly stood up to face their first challenge. As they moved forward, they spotted their enemies. Shock washed over them as they beheld a beast formed from the earth, roaring and screeching in front of them. Izuku recognized it as Pixie Bob's quirk, similar to his own water beasts. Everyone, stay close and don't separate. It's best if we work together to defeat these creatures, Momo instructed, and they all nodded in agreement. They launched into battle against the earth beast. Shoto froze the lower half of its body, rendering it immobile. Katsuki propelled himself forward with explosive force, blasting one of the beast's arms away, while Izuku slashed at another with his ice claws. Hitoshi leaped into action, using his capture bands to elevate himself with the trees. He wrapped the bands around the creature's neck, pulling himself closer to deliver a powerful kick. That sent the beast crashing back into the ground. Once the earth beast was defeated, Jirro alerted the group that more were approaching, using her earphone jacks to sense their presence. They turned to see additional beasts, including one that soared through the air in the shape of a dragon. After a brief discussion, they decided to confront them head-on. Siro used his tape to lift himself into the trees, confronting the flying earth beast. He wrapped its wings with tape, forcing it down to the ground. Jirro quickly joined him, sending powerful sound waves through the creature, destroying it. Tetsuetsu transformed his body into steel, and Kirishima hardened his own, delivering powerful punches to the earth beast they faced, causing it to howl in distress. Hitoshi wrapped his capture bands around Kaminari's waist and launched him skyward toward a flying beast. Kaminari clung to the creature and unleashed a controlled lightning shock that obliterated it. Mina slipped beneath the beasts, melting parts of their legs to make them kneel. Seizing the opportunity, Momo created a cannon from her abdomen and fired 2 cannonballs that exploded against the creature's heads. Shoto stomped his foot and raised his hand, freezing 2 earth beasts in place. Katsuki soared high into the air, then dove down, detonating an earth beast's upper body. Izuku sprouted water wings, forming icy tentacles above his head. He spun like a drill, piercing through the chest of the earth beasts. Everything seemed to be going well until the ground began to crack. Suddenly, 3 earth beasts emerged, one of them capturing Izuku in its maw. He struggled to break free, while another beast ensnared Tetsuetsu and Mina, and the last one captured both Kaminari and Hitoshi. Izuku! Katsuki shouted, trying to reach him but arriving too late. The earth beast that had taken Izuku, along with Tetsuetsu, Mina, Hitoshi, and Kaminari, burrowed into the ground, leaving behind a massive hole that quickly filled with dirt. "They're gone!" Kirishima exclaimed, shock evident on the faces of those who remained. "We need to find them, Jirro," Shoto urged, and she nodded in agreement. "Leave it to me," Jirro suddenly shouted, just as a flying earth beast snatched her away. "Jirro!" Momo cried out, watching her friend disappear. "Oh no, you don't!" Katsuki yelled, launching himself into the air with explosions. He was about to reach Jirro when an earth beast appeared in his path, forcing him to retreat. Shoto froze the creature and then used his flames to incinerate it. But when they looked up, Jirro was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Izuku and the others who had been captured emerged from the ground in an unfamiliar part of the forest. Trapped in the beast's grasp, they struggled to escape. Izuku transformed his body into water, slipping free from the beast's mouth. He then reverted to his original form and struck the creature with a water tentacle. Kaminari shocked the beast with controlled lightning, forcing it to open its mouth wide enough for him and Hitoshi to escape. Hitoshi wrapped the beast in capture bands and hurled it into the trees. Mina and Tetsuetsu managed to break free when Mina melted parts of the beast's mouth. Tetsuetsu finished it off with a series of powerful punches. "Looks like we took them all down," Hitoshi said, watching the defeated earth beast crumble back into dirt. "Yeah, but where are we?" Mina asked, glancing around. "I think we're deep in the heart of the beast's forest," Izuku replied. "What do we do now?" Tetsuetsu asked, concern creeping into his voice. "First, I'll find the others with my water beasts. But we need to defend ourselves in the meantime," Izuku said, turning to face a pack of earth beasts approaching them. "Oh no," Hitoshi muttered as one of the beasts howled loudly. Jirro, meanwhile, was trapped in the talons of an earth beast, struggling to break free. Frustration boiled over as she dug her earphone jacks into the creature's body, unleashing a powerful sound wave. The earth beast screeched in response before exploding into dirt and dust. Jirro screamed as she felt herself falling from the sky. Fortunately, the trees caught her, slowing her descent, and she landed in some bushes that cushioned her fall. "Why me of all people?" Jirro exclaimed in frustration, brushing dirt and leaves off her uniform. "What am I going to do now?" She scratched her head, surveying her surroundings. The dense trees made it hard to determine her location, so she decided it was best to find her friends first. Listening through her earphone jacks, she discerned multiple footsteps that she recognized as her friends, but there were also unfamiliar sounds. As she noticed a horde of earth beasts approaching, Jirro sprinted toward the direction of her friends. She ran as fast as she could, dodging the beasts, and sent a sonic wave through the ground, causing the earth to rise and trip the creatures. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed away to regroup with her friends. Meanwhile, Katsuki and the others who had not been captured were racing through the forest in search of their classmates. Earth beasts surrounded them on all sides, and they fought them off one by one. Momo created a cannon and aimed it at an earth beast, which exploded into rubble. Feeling a beast behind her, she rolled forward, quickly creating grenades from her palms. She pulled the pins and tossed them, causing another explosion that reduced the beast to debris. Shoto unleashed waves of ice, freezing every earth beast in his path before sending a torrent of flames that engulfed them. He then formed an icicle that struck one of the beasts directly. Siro swung through the trees, ensnaring the beasts with his tape traps. He called out to Katsuki, who detonated the traps, scattering the beasts. Kirishima pointed upward as an earth beast prepared to dive down on them. Katsuki grabbed Kirishima's arm, spun him around, and launched him into the air with an explosion. Kirishima hardened his body and crashed through the flying beast, sending it plummeting to the ground. "This is never-ending," Kirishima shouted as he landed safely. "We're outnumbered," Momo said, her voice laced with concern. "We need to find the others," Shoto added, sending flames toward another beast. "But how?" "Jirro and Izuku were taken," Siro exclaimed, delivering a kick to an approaching beast. "I'll make whoever took Izuku pay," Katsuki yelled, exploding another beast in frustration. As they continued battling, a blue fish suddenly appeared before them. They recognized it as Izuku's water beast, which swam around Katsuki, signaling him to follow. Katsuki called to the others, and they quickly followed the blue fish toward Izuku. When they arrived, they found Izuku and his group also fighting earth beasts. Kaminari unleashed lightning bolts, sending electric currents crackling around him. Hitoshi used his capture bands to launch Mina into the air, where she spun and rained down her acid on the beasts. Tetsuetsu defended Izuku with his steel fists while Izuku focused on controlling his water fish. He snapped back to reality as his blue fish evaporated into bubbles. Katsuki's group joined the fray, fighting alongside Izuku's team. They found themselves surrounded until the ground in front of them began to crack, causing the earth beasts to tumble down. "Guys, over here," Jirro called, pointing to a way out. They followed her lead, racing through the beasts' forest with only 30 minutes left before noon. "We need to hurry," Siro urged as they picked up the pace. "We can do this, we're getting close," Izuku encouraged, trying to rally everyone. It was a sprint to the finish as they ran and defended themselves against the relentless earth beasts. Just a few more miles stood between them and their escape from the beasts' forest. After the advanced class was swept into the beasts' forest by Pixie Bob's Quirk, Aizawa, Nizu, and the Pussycats drove to the campsite at the foot of the mountain, where the class was supposed to arrive before noon. Failure to do so would mean missing lunch. Aizawa and Nizu took the initiative to unload the students' luggage from the bus and into their assigned house for the summer camp. Mandalay and Pixie Bob were preparing lunch for the students. As the clock ticked closer to noon, Aizawa and Nizu waited at the forest's entrance, listening for any signs of their students. Moments ago, the sounds of explosions and crashes echoed through the trees, but now there was an eerie silence. Finally, they heard panting and soon spotted their students emerging from the forest. They looked exhausted, sweat-soaked, their uniforms tattered, and they were breathing heavily. Their faces looked exhausted, and they all seemed on the verge of collapsing onto the ground. "Looks like you all made it, meow," Pixie Bob said excitedly, smiling at them as the students groaned in response. "You all did well. We thought it would take you longer to reach this place, but I guess you're in the advanced class for a reason." Mandalay praised them, though they showed no signs of happiness. "Food, we need food," Kirishima suddenly shouted, falling to his knees and clutching his grumbling stomach. "Is food? I used too much of my quirk, and I think I'm going to faint," Momo weakly said, placing her hand on her forehead. "I'm so hungry, I could eat anything right now," Tetsuetsu added, his stomach growling. What happened to him?" Mandalay asked Hitoshi, noticing him dragging Kaminari, who was mimicking a statue. "He overused his quirk and is temporarily paralyzed," Shinso explained as he continued to pull Kaminari toward the others. "You all may have reached this place earlier than expected, but there is still a problem," Aizawa told them, and the students looked at him with wide eyes. "You all arrived at 12:02 p.m. You were late by 2 minutes," Nizu announced cheerfully, but the advanced class was far from cheerful. They began to scream in frustration, one by one dropping to the ground in despair, clutching their stomachs that were desperately demanding food after a grueling fight to escape the forest. "But that doesn't mean you don't get to eat," Nizu said, and they all looked up with disbelief, their eyes sparkling with hope. "Even if you were late by 2 minutes, you still get to have lunch." "We're not that cruel," Aizawa added, and they cheered happily. Mandalay and Pixie Bob led them to their lunch, where a table was filled with delicious food. They were instructed to sit down and dig in. The advanced class began to eat heartily, filling their empty stomachs with the tasty meals prepared by Mandalay and Pixie Bob. "Remember, this is a one-time thing. Later this evening, you'll be cooking your own food, got it?" Pixie Bob warned, and they all nodded. As they continued to eat and regain their energy, Izuku noticed a kid from earlier who had been with the Pussycats when they arrived at the stopover. He saw that the kid wasn't eating and had no plate. Deciding to help, Izuku filled a plate with food and approached him. "Hi there, my name is Izuku. I see you don't have a plate. I'm here to share some food," he began, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain in his groin. The kid had punched Izuku, causing him to wince in pain and drop the plate of food onto the ground. He started to twitch on the ground, holding his groin and regretting not using his quirk in time. "Don't talk to me, wannabe heroes. I'm not hanging out with any of you," the kid declared as he walked away. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu helped Izuku to his feet, both feeling sorry for him. Katsuki soon approached, handing Izuku some water while muffled laughter echoed in the background. "Seems like you're all done eating. Meet Nizu and me in the classroom near the house. We're going to have classes to help you catch up with your studies," Aizawa informed them, and they nodded in agreement. After a few minutes, with Izuku recovering from the unexpected punch, they headed to the classroom building next to the main building. The classroom was identical to their classroom back at UA, and Nizu and Aizawa were already waiting for them. Nizu instructed them to take their seats as class was about to begin. Nizu and Aizawa explained the purpose of the summer camp. The first goal was to further improve their quirks and skills while learning how to handle villain attacks in various situations. The second was that classes would continue in the evening until midnight so they could catch up with their studies and graduate on time. Lastly, you will be taking the provisional license exam a few months from now, Aizawa announced, and shocked expressions spread across their faces. "Aren't students supposed to take the provisional license exam in their second year?" Momo asked. "Correct, Ms. Yayarozu, but in this case, you are different. You are part of the advanced class section, regarded as the section with talented and skilled young heroes in training that I, Principal Nizu, handpicked," Nizu replied with a proud smile. "Because you are all part of the advanced class, you are practically second years. Also, next year is when you will graduate, and at that time, you will be conducting your work studies," Aizawa added. "That means we will need our provisional license to participate in the work studies program," Izuku concluded, and Aizawa nodded. "The provisional license exam is only a few months away, and you need to be prepared before that day comes. You will be up against young heroes from other schools who also want to pass the exam, which has only a 5% passing rate," Nizu informed them, and they gasped audibly. "Because of this, we will push you to your limits so you can take the exam and pass. We will work on refining your quirks while sharpening your other skills, like combat and strategy. You won't stop training unless I say so or you collapse from exhaustion. And I assure you, the last part can happen," Aizawa said, a menacing grin forming on his face that sent shivers down the advanced class's spines. "Now, let our training begin," Nizu said with a determined smile. Aizawa instructed them to change into their PE uniforms and meet in front of the main building afterward. Soon, they stood in front of the main building, dressed in their PE uniforms, with Aizawa and Nizu waiting for them. They then introduced Tiger and Ragdoll, the other two members of the Pussycats, who were there to assist in overseeing everyone during their time at summer camp. Soon, they were split up as their intense training was about to begin. Momo was brought to an open area and tasked by Aizawa and Nizu to learn about different kinds of weaponry beyond her bow staff and spear. Ragdoll was there to assist her, using her search quirk to help Momo explore various weapons. Katsuki was instructed to place his hands in warm water to open up the sweat glands in his palms, enhancing his explosions. A few meters away, Shoto practiced using both his flames and ice simultaneously. Tetsuetsu and Kirishima engaged in a friendly spar to improve their quirk's durability and sharpen each other's combat skills, also taking on Tiger, a combat specialist of the Pussycats. Jirro and Hitoshi practiced hand-to-hand combat with Aizawa, who advised Jirro to incorporate her earphone jacks into her fighting style. Hitoshi focused on mastering his capture bands with his dad's guidance while also learning psychology from Nizu. Kaminari stood on a cliff, connected to 5 high-capacity generators, using his lightning to power them up. He was learning to strengthen his lightning while also making his body more resistant to its effects. Nearby, Siro shot his tape non-stop, aiming to maximize its capacity while increasing its length, power, and durability. Mina faced a giant boulder, tasked with melting it using her acid to enhance its corrosiveness. Izuku practiced gathering water from the air in the forest but struggled to improve his speed. He timed himself, but the results remained the same. "Looks like you're having trouble," Izuku heard his dad say as he approached. "Yeah, I can't gather water from the air any faster," Izuku replied, frustration evident in his voice. "Can't you just create the water yourself?" Aizawa suggested. I can't. I can only turn my body into water, but I can't produce it to use in attacks. I can only gather it. Didn't you create your own water when you transformed into your drain form? Yeah, but turning into a dragon is really tiring. It nearly drains all my energy. Why not try turning just half of your body into your dragon form? Aizawa proposed, sparking an idea in Izuku's mind. Dad, you're a genius. Why didn't I think of that? Izuku exclaimed, a bright smile spreading across his face. Looks like you figured something out. I'll leave it to you, kid. Good luck, Aizawa said as he walked back to his post. Izuku returned to his training, eager to try out his new idea. The afternoon passed quickly, and their training came to a close. They all looked tired and exhausted as they took a bath at the bathhouse in the main building. The warm water relaxed their sore muscles. After their bath, they prepared their own dinner since the lunch made by the Pussycats was a one-time event. Katsuki took charge, directing everyone on what to do while expressing his frustrations over their mistakes. Soon, dinner was ready and they dug in. As they ate, Izuku's gaze wandered, noticing that the little boy named Kodo was missing. Izuku shrugged it off, letting his empty stomach take precedence as he focused on satisfying his appetite. After dinner, they cleaned up and headed straight to bed, knowing another busy day awaited them. Little did they know, in the distance, darkness loomed as multiple pairs of eyes with malicious intent watched over them, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It was now day 2 of the summer training camp, and the advanced class continued their training regimens. After yesterday's exhausting venture through the beasts' forest, filled with Pixie Bob's earth beasts and rigorous training, the advanced class had restored their energy after a restful night. They woke up early, as Aizawa instructed, ready to train and improve their quirks and skills. Many of them felt sleepy and wished for a bit more rest, but none dared to voice their thoughts, knowing it would lead to Aizawa making their training twice as challenging as it was meant to be. Training proceeded as usual, with tasks assigned for the day. Their schedule was packed but manageable. Momo was learning to wield a gun and a sword with Ragdoll's assistance. Thanks to Ragdoll's search quirk and her experience as a pro hero, she was able to teach Momo the techniques needed for both weapons, drawing from her past encounters with villains who used similar arms. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu were training under Tiger, a pro hero who emphasized martial arts and hand-to-hand combat through his flexibility quirk. Tiger guided them through sparring matches to enhance their fighting abilities. He also introduced a unique method to improve their muscle strength and flexibility by having them dance to music, repeating the same moves until their muscles were thoroughly challenged. Jirro faced a cliffside, tasked with improving the audio quality of her earphone jacks by striking them against the rock. This exercise aimed to enhance her sound wave attacks and ensure clearer audio for scouting movements. Beside her, Mina worked on melting a large boulder with her acid, aiming to increase its effectiveness and refine its viscosity and solubility. A few meters away, Shoto and Katsuki engaged in a sparring match within a crater created by Pixie Bob's Earth Flow quirk. The intensity of their battle was palpable, with neither backing down. Katsuki focused on amplifying his explosions, while Shoto practiced his combat skills using both flames and ice. In the forest, Hitoshi leaped from tree to tree, sparring with his father in a spirited match. He honed his fighting skills and adaptability while Aizawa challenged him with punches and kicks, utilizing their capture bands and scarf to gain an advantage. Siro swung through the trees, training the strength and durability of his tapes. He attached 2 boulders to his waist with his tapes, increasing his body strength while enhancing his quirk. Kaminari stood in the middle of the forest, eyes closed as he circulated lightning through his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and pointed skyward, releasing a bolt of lightning that darkened the sky. Acting as a lightning rod, he absorbed the powerful energy, repeating the process to strengthen his lightning attacks. Lastly, Izuku trained in a nearby pond, sitting cross-legged in the water. He practiced controlling water with precision, creating shapes and creatures around him. He also experimented with a technique inspired by his father's advice about the possibility of a half-dragon form. Training continued for the advanced class as Mandalay oversaw them from a high vantage point, offering advice and encouragement through her telepath quirk. She checked the time and noted it was already 8:30 a.m. Mandalay called Aizawa and Pixie Bob to her side, as it was nearly time to greet the other students arriving that day. Eraser, the rest of the students will arrive in 30 minutes. Pixie Bob and I will greet them and have them follow the same activities as yesterday, Mandalay communicated to Aizawa. Mandalay and Pixie Bob left the campsite and drove to the same location as the previous day to welcome the new first-year students from UA. They arrived at the roadside, greeting the students with warm smiles. However, their expressions quickly turned serious as the challenge to cross the beast's forest began. The new students were instructed similarly to the advanced class. They needed to reach the campsite before noon or they would miss lunch. Class 1AB was disheartened but had no choice but to comply. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Vlad King, the advisor for Class 1AB, returned to the campsite, waiting for the students to arrive before noon. As noon approached, the advanced class continued their training but paused when called in for lunch. They prepared their own meal, making curry with Katsuki leading the effort. The advanced class soon learned that Class 1AB would be joining them for summer camp training. When the advanced class finished cooking their curries, they were surprised to find that Class 1AB had not yet arrived. Concern began to grow, but they dismissed it, assuming the newcomers were facing challenges with Pixie Bob's formidable earth beasts. They finished their meal, still with no sign of the new students. "Hey, it's past noon. Where are they?" Jirro asked, slumping at the dinner table with her hand on her face. "Maybe they're struggling and can't handle those beasts," Katsuki chuckled, earning a light punch from Izuku. "They might just be lost and having some trouble." "I'm sure they'll be here soon," Izuku reassured them, and they nodded in understanding. After lunch, they returned to their training spaces, working hard to learn new techniques and improve their skills and quirks. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Mandalay messaged the advanced class through her telepath quirk, urging them to hurry back to the campsite. They all hurried back, taking a quick bath and changing into their clothes to prepare for dinner, which was once again led by Katsuki. However, even though it was already 5 p.m. and the sun was nearly setting, Class 1AB had yet to arrive at the campsite. The teachers and heroes were growing increasingly worried, as was the advanced class. Pixie Bob informed them that she could no longer sense any of her earth beasts in the beast's forest, which added to her concern about the missing students. "Where are they?" "It's almost 6 and they're still not here," Vlad King said, a sense of dread settling in his stomach. "It is troubling that they haven't arrived yet, especially since Pixie Bob can't sense her earth beasts anymore. This suggests that they were all defeated, but it still doesn't explain their absence," Nizu replied, puzzled by the situation. "Yes, my earth beasts are gone from the forest. I can't sense them, which means they are all down," Pixie Bob added, her anxiety evident. "This is quite concerning. My instincts tell me that something must have happened to them," Mandalay said, and everyone felt a weight in their chests. "We should search for them." "They might be in trouble," Tiger suggested, and everyone nodded in agreement. "Then let's begin our—" Nizu was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from the forest. They turned to see the students from Class 1AB running toward them, fear and horror etched on their faces, all visibly out of breath. The heroes quickly realized they were being chased by what appeared to be a pack of enormous wild animals made entirely of paper. "What on earth is that?" Aizawa exclaimed, bewildered. "Help us!" Uraraka cried out as she stumbled over a rock. She struggled to get up, but an origami tiger loomed above her, ready to pounce. Just in time, Tiger intercepted the attack, pushing the origami beast back a few meters. "Go! Leave this to me and run!" Tiger shouted at Uraraka, who nodded and fled. "Now, let's see who is the alpha between us," he grinned, facing the growling origami tiger. "Explain to us what happened?" Vlad King demanded, gripping Reiko's arms. "Someone attacked us when we were almost here," she explained weakly before collapsing. "Diminute, where are the rest?" Vlad King asked as Kojiro signed that they were still in the forest, fighting the attacker. "There are too many injured students who need immediate treatment," Nizu stated. We also need to defend the campsite, and there are too many of these creatures for us to handle while treating the students and defending at the same time. We'll do it. The teachers turned to see the advanced class, led by Izuku. We'll rescue them and bring them back here while you defend and treat the injured, he proposed, though the pro heroes looked hesitant. Listen, those students could be in serious danger if we keep delaying this. Those still in the forest might be in trouble too. Sending us is the best option to save them, Katsuki said, frustration evident in his voice. Alright, this will be your first mission. Find your classmates and bring them back here. Also, try to identify the attacker and capture them if possible, Nizu instructed, and they all nodded. Her quirk, the advanced class turned to see Setsuna. Her quirk has something to do with origami. She folds paper and creates origami that comes to life. She informed them, and they all nodded in understanding. We understand, your information will help us defeat her, Shoto told her as she smiled before fainting. Team Tarragon, let's do this. Izuku shouted, and they all responded with determination. Their first mission would determine the fate of their classmates, who were struggling to survive in the beast's forest where they had been attacked. They were up against a quirk user who could bring origami to life and was not afraid to cause harm. The arrival of Class 1AB at the summer camp marked the beginning of their journey through the beast's forest to reach the campsite at the foot of the mountain, where their teachers and the pro-hero team, the Wild Pussycats, awaited them. They had to battle earth beasts created by Pixie Bob's quirk to reach their destination. As they ventured into the forest, the advanced class trained hard to improve their skills and quirks with the help of the pro-heroes and their teachers. They were preparing for the Provisional Hero License exam a few months away. By noon, it was time for lunch, but Class 1AB was nowhere to be seen. As the clock turned to 5 p.m., worries and concerns grew among the heroes and students about the missing group. Just as they were about to search for them, Class 1AB emerged from the forest, chaos ensuing as they were chased by a pack of ferocious paper animals. The pros quickly engaged the origami creatures while questioning those who had escaped. The students bore critical injuries and explained that they had been attacked by a villain with an origami quirk capable of animating her creations. With numerous origami beasts to contend with, the pros had to defend the campsite and treat the injured students while also rescuing those still trapped in the forest. After some hesitation, Nizu dispatched the advanced class to search for their classmates and apprehend the attacker. The advanced class eagerly accepted, knowing this would be their first mission. They set off from the campsite, skillfully dodging the origami animals as they entered the beast's forest, determined to save their friends. The remaining pros stayed behind to defend the campsite while tending to the injured students, battling against a pack of wild animal origami that included a tiger, rhinos, bears, and an elephant. The tiger was engaged in a fierce struggle with the origami tiger, rolling in the dirt and exchanging blows. Aizawa faced off against a duo of bears, skillfully dodging their massive claws that could easily slice through tree bark. Pixie Bob was managing a group of charging rhinos, their large horns aimed directly at her. Vlad King was using his blood control quirk to confront a massive elephant. Meanwhile, Nizu, Mandalay, and Ragdoll escorted the students to a safer area within the campsite, quickly addressing their injuries. The students were in rough shape, with various slashes and cuts marking their bodies. Ragdoll stood guard at the front doors, vigilant for any intruders. "This is bad. What happened out there?" Mandalay asked, her voice tinged with concern as she wrapped a student in bandages. "Kota, get us more bandages from the supply room." "Hurry," she instructed, and the young boy nodded obediently. "Principal Nizu, why did you allow those kids to chase after the villain? They could be in serious danger." Mandalay questioned, her eyes filled with worry as she looked directly at him. "We had no choice. Those creatures were targeting the students, and their safety is our top priority. We also need to defend the campsite and search for the remaining students still out in the forest. Allowing the advanced class to search for them was our best option," Nizu explained. "But they're still kids. How can they bear such a heavy burden?" Mandalay asked, surprised to see a grin on Nizu's face. "It's because I believe in them. They have the determination to overcome any obstacles, the courage to face danger head-on, and the willpower to strive for greatness. I've witnessed their potential firsthand, and I know they are more than capable of handling this. After all, they are part of the advanced class. Nizu reassured her, leaving Mandalay in awe of his faith in the students. "Aunt, the bandages!" Koda suddenly shouted, snapping Mandalay back to reality as she thanked him for the supplies. "If you have so much faith in them, then I will too," Mandalay said, a smile forming on her face. In the forest, the advanced class moved swiftly, searching for their classmates and the mysterious attacker. Jirro focused her hearing, trying to pinpoint the source of the most noise, hoping it would lead them to their friends. "Okay team, we don't know who the attacker is, and we have limited information about them aside from their quirk. Our first priority is to save our friends and then confront the enemy," Izuku informed everyone, and they all nodded in agreement. "Dividing ourselves into rescue and combat teams would be the best strategy," Momo suggested. "Good idea. Since the attacker's quirk revolves around origami, which means paper, I, Shoto, Katsuki, Mina, and Kaminari will handle the enemy. The rest will focus on rescuing our friends," Izuku instructed, and they all nodded in understanding. "There." Jirro pointed ahead as an explosion erupted in the direction she indicated. "Looks like we're close. Get ready for battle." Izuku shouted. "Hi." Everyone responded as they hurried toward the source of the explosion. At that location, the remaining students of Class 1AB lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Some were still on their feet but barely holding on, staring up at a girl riding atop an origami crane. Her white hair obscured one eye, while her left gray eye radiated a chilling intent. "I'll ask you one more time, where is the blue-haired kid?" the girl demanded, her voice slow and menacing. "Who are you, and what do you want with him?" Iida shouted, his voice trembling. "Freedom. I want my freedom," she replied, recalling the deal she had made a few days prior. "All you have to do is capture the brat alive, and we'll grant you your freedom," Shigaraki had told her, his tone both frustrating and tempting. "Complete this simple task perfectly, and you'll be free to wander Japan as you please." "Isn't that what you've always wanted?" he had asked with a sly grin. "I don't want to hurt anyone anymore, but if this is my chance to change my life, then I'll do it," she had replied, feeling both frustrated and determined. Now that opportunity was within reach, and all she needed to do was capture her target and bring him back to Shigaraki. "Either you tell me where he is, or you'll regret it." "Where is he?" she demanded, her gaze making Iida falter. I won't tell you," Iida shouted, fear evident in his voice. "Then so be it," she said, swiftly folding a piece of paper into an origami ninja star. She held the star up to her eye and hurled it toward Iida, the projectile spinning rapidly. As she opened her palms, the ninja star expanded to nearly the size of a trash can. Iida and the others could only watch in horror as it hurtled toward him. Just as he braced for impact, someone yanked him out of the way, and he saw the ninja star embed itself into a tree behind him. Phew, that was close. Iida turned to see Siro, who had saved him. "Siro?" Iida questioned weakly, noticing the rest of the advanced class students behind him. "The advanced class?" he asked, struggling to rise. "Rescue team, help everyone and get them back to the campsite. Battle team, prepare for combat," Izuku ordered, and they all responded with determination. "What? You can't fight her. She's too strong," Iida protested. "Well, listen to this. We're stronger," Katsuki shouted, causing Iida to stagger back in surprise. Hitoshi informed the battle team that the rescue team had secured all the injured and was heading back to the campsite. Iida continued to argue against fighting, but was quickly silenced when Siro playfully taped his mouth shut. The rescue team soon exited the area, escorting the injured students. "You're not getting away," the girl declared, her voice filled with determination. She pulled out pieces of paper from her clothes and began folding them into origami animals. "Go!" she whispered to the creations as she tossed them forward. The origami animals sprang to life, roaring and growling as they chased after the rescue team and the injured students. Mina was about to pursue the origami animals when a giant origami ninja star suddenly blocked her path back to the campsite. Just as she prepared to melt the star with her acid, Kaminari pushed her down to the ground. Confused at first, she quickly understood when she saw ninja stars embedded in the large one right where she had been standing. "Who are you and what do you want?" Izuku shouted at her, noticing her eyes widen with intensity. "I'm Origami, and I'm here for you," she replied, a menacing glint in her gaze as she looked down at Izuku. The group gasped, watching Izuku clench his fists, his mind racing to understand why she was targeting him. His thoughts were interrupted as a ninja star whizzed past him, narrowly missing its mark. He looked up to see Origami holding a set of ninja stars between her fingers, ready to launch them. They all dodged to the side, and the battle commenced. Mina acted first, launching her acid toward Origami, aiming to dissolve her crane. She successfully hit it, but Origami quickly crafted another crane and leaped onto it before the first one completely dissolved. Mina continued to attack, but Origami effortlessly created crane after crane, evading her every move. Kaminari followed Mina's lead, charging his hands with electricity before shooting a bolt toward Origami. Calm and collected, she fashioned a lightning bolt Origami to absorb his attack, leaving everyone stunned. She then hurled the paper lightning bolt back at Kaminari, who, after his training, absorbed it and was amazed by its power. Katsuki propelled himself toward Origami with explosive force, extending his arms forward to unleash a powerful point-blank explosion. When the smoke cleared, he was shocked to find that his attack had been blocked by her Origami shield, leaving her unharmed. Frustrated, Katsuki formed a circle with his fingers and placed his palms together, unleashing his AP shot, machine gun. The concentrated explosions rained down on Origami, but she deftly deflected them, throwing her Origami ninja stars while leaping from crane to evade the blasts. As she jumped, she sensed a presence behind her and instinctively threw a ninja star. Shoto appeared, blocking the star with ice. He retaliated with a combination of ice and flames aimed at Origami, but she used her crane to evade his attacks. Unbeknownst to her, Izuku was flying behind her with water wings. He struck Origami in the back with his ice claws, causing her to lose her balance and fall from her crane. Just before hitting the ground, she crafted a large flower Origami to break her fall. "You all are quite strong, but I won't back down," she declared, her expression fierce. "Neither will we," Mina shouted back. "You're going to pay for hurting our friends," Kaminari added. "Friends?" she sneered, her eyes filled with contempt. "Friends will only stab you in the back." As she spoke, her papers swirled around her, forming a massive Origami tiger. The tiger growled menacingly, shaking the trees with its roar, a sound that echoed for miles. The battle team steeled themselves, facing off against the towering Origami beast and its creator. Friends only act as angels in front of you while secretly being the devils that want you dead. The battle raged on as the advanced class confronted the villain known as Origami and her creations in the beast's forest. Their mission was to capture her while rescuing their classmates who had been attacked. The advanced class split into two groups, the battle team and the rescue team. The battle team, consisting of Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Mina, and Kaminari, aimed to defeat and capture the villain, while the rescue team, made up of Kirishima, Tetsuetsu, Momo, Jirro, Hitoshi, and Siro, focused on bringing their classmates back to safety. Origami proved to be a formidable opponent, skillfully dodging their attacks and using her Origami creations with precision. With the ability to craft weapons, animate her creations, and absorb attacks, her quirk was both flexible and powerful. Yet, the advanced class refused to back down, fighting with all their might. They began to gain the upper hand through teamwork, and it seemed the tide was turning in their favor. But they were caught off guard when she suddenly burst into a fierce rage at the mention of the word friends, creating a towering 15-foot Origami tiger in her anger. "Friends only act like angels in front of you while secretly being the devil that wants you gone," she shouted, her eyes trembling with fury. The battle team took a cautious step back, staring at the massive tiger before them. It turned its head and let out a thunderous roar that shook the trees and pushed the team back a few inches. The sound echoed for miles, even reaching the rescue team, who were a distance away. "What was that?" Hitoshi exclaimed after hearing the roar. That sounded like a roar. Tetsuetsu said, wincing from injuries on his back and arms. It came from where we just were, Jirro informed them, and they all gasped in realization. Should we go back? They could be in serious trouble. Kirishima said, anxiety creeping into his voice. No, our priority is to get the injured back to the campsite for treatment. The battle team can handle the enemy while we focus on the rescue, Momo reassured them, though Kirishima still looked uneasy. Don't worry, Kirishima. They're stronger than the enemy, and they have each other. We'll return once we get the injured to safety, okay? Momo said gently, and Kirishima nodded in understanding. As they made their way out of the forest, Siro swung from tree to tree with his tape, helping a few injured students along the way. Suddenly, he felt a tug behind him and turned to see Iida, wide-eyed and unable to speak due to the tape covering his mouth, pointing at something behind them. Siro paused and looked back to see a pack of origami animals following closely behind a tiger, 2 bears, a rhino and an elephant, all just a few meters away. Everyone, we have company! Siro shouted, and the group turned, eyes widening in shock at their pursuers. Run back to the campsite as fast as you can! Hitoshi yelled, and they all sprinted for their lives, the origami animals hot on their heels. Meanwhile, the battle team faced the imposing 15-foot tiger, which loomed over them, baring its teeth in a menacing growl as Origami commanded it to attack. The tiger swiped its claws, and the team quickly dodged. Izuku managed to evade the strike by soaring away with his water wings, taking Kaminari with him. Shoto elevated himself using ice, while Katsuki propelled himself upward with explosions, joined by Mina. Mina shot Katsuki a glance, and he understood. He launched her higher into the sky with another explosion. Acid rain! Mina shouted, spinning in midair as she unleashed droplets of acid toward the tiger. The tiger howled in pain as the acid struck, raising its claws to retaliate against Mina. Just in time, Izuku grabbed her with his water tentacles, pulling her to safety. Raging bolt! Kaminari yelled, his eyes glowing electric yellow as he unleashed a bolt of lightning from above. Izuku followed up with a powerful jet stream of water, combining their attacks. The tiger howled again, feeling the intense pain from the water and electricity. It shook off the assault, growling fiercely at them. Just as it prepared to leap toward Izuku, Mina, and Kaminari, it found its feet trapped in ice. Looking down, the tiger saw Shoto, who had created the icy prison. It struggled to break free when Katsuki suddenly descended from the sky, spinning with explosive force. Howitzer impact! Katsuki shouted, crashing down onto the tiger. Flash freeze heat wave! Shoto added, cooling the air around him with ice before unleashing a superheated blast at the tiger. With one final growl, the tiger was defeated, reduced to ash. Origami, furious at the loss of her creation, trembled with rage, her eyes filled with hatred for the battle team. I guess I have to step up my game, Origami said, her paper swirling around her like a tornado. 1,000 cranes. Her voice turned sinister as the papers folded into cranes. The battle team stared in shock as 1,000 origami cranes formed behind her, ready to strike. She raised her hands, and the cranes shot toward them at incredible speed. Back with the rescue team, they continued to run as the origami animals pursued them relentlessly, growling and crashing through the trees in their path. We need to stop them! Jirro shouted, carrying an injured student. We'll handle it! Kirishima and Tetsuetsu declared in unison, dropping the injured students they were carrying and charging toward the origami animals. We need to help them. Siro, lead everyone back to the campsite while we buy you some time, Momo instructed, and Siro nodded. He quickly taped the students with him and began guiding them toward the campsite. The others stayed behind to confront the origami animals. Siro soon led the group to the campsite, where the pros were still finishing off the remaining threats. We gathered everyone. Siro shouted towards Aizawa, who nodded in acknowledgement. Aizawa then relayed the message about the arrival of the rest of Class 1AB to the pros. Pixie Bob slammed her paws on the ground, creating a pathway for the injured students to safely cross while Siro led them to safety. After ensuring their safety, he immediately ran back into the forest to assist his friends, leaving a trail of tape traps in case anything approached the campsite. Meanwhile, the battle team faced a swarm of origami cranes surrounding them. The cranes shifted into smaller sizes, their paper wings slicing through the air. The team tried to dodge and counterattack, but the cranes were too fast and elusive. "We can't waste our time with this," Kaminari exclaimed, feeling a sharp sting on his cheek. "Yeah, they're too small to hit," Mina added, wincing as she felt multiple cuts on her arm. "I'll handle her then," Izuku declared, unaffected due to his water body. "I'm coming with you," Katsuki replied, and Izuku nodded in agreement. They devised a plan. Shoto, Mina, and Kaminari would manage the 1,000 cranes while Katsuki and Izuku confronted Origami. As they approached, Origami crafted an origami crane and rode on top of it, using it to soar away from the two. Izuku spread his wings to chase after Origami while Katsuki propelled himself upward with explosive bursts. Origami began creating origami ninja stars, launching them toward the duo. Izuku swung his water tentacles, firing water ball that turned the stars into soggy paper. Katsuki skillfully maneuvered, using his explosions to deflect some of the stars. Katsuki was the first to reach Origami, speeding up with his explosions to deliver a palm strike, but she dodged, causing him to miss. Origami retaliated with a swift kick that knocked him off balance in the air. Izuku followed up with ice claws, but she blocked them with her origami shield. In a surprising move, Origami created a lightning bolt origami and struck Izuku, causing him to lose his wings. Fortunately, Katsuki caught him, helping him regain his footing. Back with the rescue team, they fought against the origami animals Origami had sent to attack them. Tetsuetsu and Kirishima faced off against bears, Momo battled a rhino, Hitoshi struggled against a tiger, and Jirro confronted an elephant. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu found themselves struggling against the bears, their sharp claws piercing through their hardened forms. Momo was pushed back by the relentless rhino, which charged at her while she defended herself with heavy shields. Hitoshi wrestled under the tiger, trying to break free. Jirro sent sound waves through her earphone jacks, causing the ground beneath the elephant to crack, making it stumble. She dashed forward to finish it off, but the elephant retaliated, using its trunk to push her back. Jirro hit a tree, rolling to the ground and feeling a sharp pain in her back. The elephant charged at her, but she was pulled away just in time by Siro's tape. He then launched Jirro onto the elephant's back, which began to shake violently to throw her off. However, Jirro held on tightly, striking the elephant with her earphone jacks and sending a powerful sound wave that caused it to disintegrate into a pile of paper. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu activated their unbreakable and titanium modes, delivering powerful punches to the origami bears, sending them crashing into the trees before they too turned into paper. Momo continued to defend herself against the rhino, which charged at her with its horn. Just as it got close, Momo smiled and opened her shield to reveal a cannon. When the rhino was near enough, she fired, and the cannonball collided with it. Hitoshi, still wrestling with the tiger, managed to pull out an emergency knife his dad had given him. He used all his strength to stab the tiger, which howled in pain and released him. Quickly, he wrapped his capture bands around the tiger's waist, pulling himself toward it and driving the knife deeper. With the rhino and tiger defeated, they turned into piles of paper, leaving the rescue team victorious over the origami animals. Meanwhile, Mina, Shoto, and Kaminari struggled against the relentless cranes. They soon discovered that the cranes could self-destruct, creating small but dangerous explosions, and could change sizes at will. Frustrated, they decided to end the chaos. The trio split up, each taking on a portion of the cranes. Mina coated herself in acid, dissolving the cranes that came into contact with her as she spun around, taking them out one by one. Shoto led his cranes to an open area, where he stomped his foot, causing ice to spread and freeze some of the cranes. He then unleashed flames that heated the air, sending a superheated blast into the sky that incinerated the remaining cranes. Kaminari focused, electricity crackling around him as he faced the attacking cranes. He shot a lightning bolt into the sky, which struck him, empowering him. With his eyes glowing yellow, he unleashed a massive electric current that electrocuted all the cranes. The three of them successfully defeated the 1,000 cranes. In the sky, Izuku and Katsuki continued their intense battle against Origami, exchanging blows with unwavering determination. Katsuki unleashed explosions, managing to shatter Origami's shield. Katsuki climbed onto Origami's crane, launching a series of punches and kicks. He was taken aback when Origami skillfully blocked his attacks while countering with her own. As Katsuki began to unleash his explosions, Origami deftly dodged them and conjured an origami katana. Katsuki maneuvered left and right, trying to evade her strikes. He then feigned an explosion to distract her, slipping behind her to unleash a real blast. Origami gasped in pain as she retaliated with a swift kick, sending Katsuki tumbling off the crane. Struggling to regain her footing, she winced from the sharp pain in her back. Suddenly, she heard a voice call out, "Sea Dragon, half form." Turning her head, she widened her eyes at the sight of Izuku. Izuku hovered before her, transformed with majestic dragon wings, a sea dragon tail, and blue water horns adorning his forehead. His arms had taken on the appearance of a sea dragon, reminiscent of a powerful spell. "It's over," he declared, channeling energy into his dragon arms. Origami grunted, attempting to gather her papers to form an origami shield, but was shocked to find them all gone. She looked down to see Katsuki holding her papers, incinerating them with his explosions. Realizing the situation was dire, she braced herself for what was to come. "Hydro Vortex Blast!" Izuku shouted, unleashing a swirling vortex of water from his dragon heads that merged into a single, powerful blast. Origami tried to defend herself with her crane, but it was futile as Izuku's attack sent her crashing to the ground, colliding with a tree. When the dust settled, Origami lay unconscious, her head resting against the trunk. She had been defeated. The battle against the villain Origami had finally concluded, with the advanced class emerging victorious. They had successfully rescued all the students targeted by her origami creations, marking a successful mission for the heroes. Izuku, still in his sea dragon, half form, felt his energy waning as his transformation began to fade. His water horn disappeared, his tail vanished, and his wings turned to foam, leaving him wingless. He started to fall, but Katsuki quickly propelled himself upward, catching Izuku midair. Thanks, Kaken," Izuku said shyly as they descended together. "You're welcome, nerd," Katsuki replied, planting a quick kiss on Izuku's cheek, causing him to blush. Their moment was interrupted as Shoto, Mina, and Kaminari rushed toward them, their bodies marked with cuts and burns. Following closely behind was the rescue team, bearing similar signs of battle. "Did you stop her? Did you? Did you?" Mina asked excitedly, her adrenaline still pumping. "Yeah, she's right over there," Izuku pointed to Origami, who lay knocked out beside a tree. "Oi, tape dispenser, tie her up," Katsuki instructed Siro, who bristled at the nickname. "First it was soy sauce, now it's tape dispenser. I won't be surprised if he calls me gift wrapper for Christmas," Siro muttered as he secured Origami with his. "Good, now let's head back to the campsite and report our success to Nizu," Izuku said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Kirishima carried the unconscious Origami on his back as the advanced class made their way back to the campsite. Upon arrival, they found that the pros had dealt with the first wave of origami animals. The pros expressed their pride and relief at seeing their students return safely after triumphing over the villain. They were quickly escorted to the main building, where the injured students were being treated. The pros bandaged their wounds and administered medicine to ease their pain. Nizu contacted the police to report the incident, and soon ambulances arrived to transport the injured students. Detective Tsukachi led the police team, requesting to see the captured villain. The pros guided him to the basement of their base camp, where Origami was securely tied to a chair. Upon closer inspection, Detective Tsukachi realized she appeared to be just a teenager, around 15 years old. "Isn't she just a child?" Detective Tsukachi remarked, and Nizu nodded in agreement. "It seems so. We were all shocked to see such a young person as a villain," Nizu replied. Izuku and Katsuki entered the makeshift interrogation room alongside Nizu, Aizawa, Mandalay, and Detective Tsukachi. We'll begin the interrogation once she wakes up, Detective Tsukachi said. After a few moments, Origami stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked around, startled to see so many people staring back at her. Trying to rise, she realized she was bound to the chair with tape. Hello, Origami. I am Detective Tsukachi, and I need to ask you about the incident tonight, he said, noting her defeated posture. I advise you to speak the truth. My quirk can detect lies, he added. What do you want to know, detective? Origami replied coldly, her eyes narrowing. Detective Tsukachi began by asking for her real name, to which she responded, revealing her name was Kamika Origami. He activated his quirk and confirmed she was telling the truth. He then asked her age and she replied that she was 15, confirming she was a minor. Why did you attack the UA students? He asked. I was hired to kidnap the blue-haired kid, she said, causing everyone to widen their eyes in surprise. What's the reason for kidnapping Izuku? And who hired you? A person named Shigaraki. As soon as she said that, their expressions shifted to shock and concern. That guy wants Izuku and he wants him badly. Why does he want Izuku, and how did you get involved with the League of Villains? Is that what they're called? Anyway, I don't know why they want him, they just do. I joined them to gain my freedom. Freedom? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow suspiciously. She sighed, looking them straight in the eyes as she began to share her story, a tale of a girl who had been alone her entire life. A story of survival that led her down a dark path. This is the story of Kamika Origami. Almost 11 years ago, Kamika lived in the slums of Tokyo, a place so dangerous that even villains avoided it. She lived with her father, an alcoholic who wasted his life on the couch, lost in his vices. Her father resented Kamika because she reminded him of her mother, who had died giving birth to her. This tragedy shattered their family, leading them to a life of despair in the slums. Every day, Kamika endured torment and abuse. Her father would lash out at her, locking her in her room for days at a time, only opening the door every 3 days to toss her scraps of food. She learned to swallow her pride and eat whatever she could find to survive. In her solitude, Kamika found solace in creating origami cranes from the newspapers her father discarded. She had heard that if you made 1,000 cranes, you could make a wish. Her only wish was to find a family who would love and cherish her. 3 years passed, and at the age of 7 she finally completed her 1,000 cranes and made her wish for a new family. But her father continued to force her to take on any job a child could manage, using her earnings to fuel his addiction. One day, a kind adult noticed her struggling to sell newspapers and contacted a child protection agency. Kamika's father was arrested for abuse, and she was taken to an orphanage, where she finally had a chance at a better life. The orphanage was a new world for her, filled with children and caretakers who tried to make her feel welcome. There, she met her first friend, and together they laughed, played, and watched TV. For the first time, Kamika felt safe and cared for, with a warm bed and nourishing food. However, after 4 years in the orphanage, no family chose her. She was seen as too quiet and distant, while all her friends were adopted. She felt the sting of loneliness once more. Then, disaster struck. A group of villains stormed the orphanage, setting the building ablaze. As chaos erupted, Kamika and her friend held hands, but when the ceiling collapsed, she found herself trapped beneath the wreckage. She screamed for her friend, but in fear, her friend ran away, leaving Kamika to face the flames alone. Resigned to her fate, Kamika cried silently as darkness enveloped her. But then, she awoke to the faces of the very villains who had caused the destruction. They explained that they had saved her because they saw potential in her. Terrified yet desperate, Kamika agreed to join them in exchange for food and shelter, marking the beginning of her dark journey. For 4 years, Kamika carried out the gang leader's orders, eliminating rival gang leaders. Her skills made their gang the most feared in the city. Despite the blood on her hands, she grew close to her new family, feeling a sense of belonging. But her happiness was short-lived. One day, a masked man in a bartender outfit approached their base, requesting Kamika for himself. The gang leader initially refused, but the promise of weapons and cash swayed him. That day, Kamika felt a familiar surge of anger and betrayal. Overwhelmed by emotions, she lost control and turned on her gang, taking them down one by one. The masked man watched with a twisted sense of satisfaction as Kamika confronted her enemies, the chaos unfolding before him. He felt a rush of exhilaration as he witnessed her strength in action. This was the moment when Shigaraki and Kamika first crossed paths and struck a deal. Kamika would earn her freedom by completing the tasks assigned to her by Shigaraki, who promised her enough money to start anew and leave her past behind. That pretty much sums up my life up until now. Any questions? Kamika asked, surprised to see the tears welling in their eyes. Izuku and Mandalay were openly crying, tears streaming down their faces, while Katsuki and Aizawa struggled to hold back their emotions. Nizu and Detective Tsukachi were also visibly affected, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Did all of that really happen to you? Detective Tsukachi asked, wiping away a tear that had escaped. Yes. I never wanted to become a villain. I just wanted a home, people who would love me, and to feel less alone. Being a villain was the only way I could find those things, she replied, and they could see the pain hidden in her eyes. I didn't choose this fate. Fate chooses you, and mine led me down this path, Kamika said, her voice heavy with sorrow as she looked down at the ground. Those present felt a wave of sympathy and sadness for Kamika, tears falling for her struggles. Izuku, in particular, felt a deep connection to her pain, having faced similar hardships in his own life. They shared experiences of loneliness and despair, but their paths had diverged. Could you please stop? Your pitying looks make me really uncomfortable, Kamika said awkwardly, prompting them to wipe their tears. You are such a tragic child, Kamika. To endure so much at such a young age, Nizu said, his expression filled with sadness. I don't need your pity or your comforting words. They mean nothing to me after everything I've been through, she replied, and Nizu continued to look at her with a heavy heart. The room fell silent, with only small sniffles breaking the stillness. No one dared to speak in such a somber atmosphere. Detective Tsukachi mentioned that the investigation was ongoing and that Kamika remained the prime suspect, but he couldn't incarcerate her due to her age. Just as he was about to continue, Nizu interrupted, asking Izuku and Katsuki to leave the room and head upstairs for dinner. Confused, they complied, their stomachs growling after the events of the day. Once they left, Aizawa and Mandalay exchanged puzzled glances, only to feel a chill run down their spines as Nizu suddenly smiled with a hint of mischief. Ms. Origami, I have a proposition for you, Nizu said, his paws resting thoughtfully under his chin as Kamika raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Back upstairs, Izuku and Katsuki were greeted by the delightful aroma of food wafting through the air, guiding them outside the building. They found Vlad King, Ragdoll, and Pixie Bob cooking and serving meals to the rest of the advanced class. Izuku and Katsuki stared in awe at the sight of the delicious, steaming dishes. Oh, you two are back, Ragdoll said, placing a plate of chicken on the dining table. I thought we were supposed to be the ones cooking? Izuku questioned. Well, since you rescued your friends and defeated the enemy, we thought you deserved a treat. So we're whipping up a meal for you. Pixie Bob exclaimed excitedly. Dudes, come and get some of this. Kirishima called out, and the two turned to see their classmates already enjoying the feast. Yeah. Vlad King's fried chicken is amazing. Mina chimed in, savoring a bite of the crispy dish. Izuku and Katsuki quickly took their seats and dug into the spread before them, their hunger from the earlier battle finally being satisfied. Just as they were about to finish, something caught Izuku's attention. He spotted Kota slipping out of the main building and heading toward the forest. Curious, Izuku decided to follow him, grabbing a plate of food to take along. He quietly trailed Kota up the side of a mountain until he reached a cave, startled when Kota turned to face him, anger flashing in his eyes. What are you doing in my secret hideout? Kota demanded, his expression fierce. Well, that's quite the welcome. I brought you some food so you won't go hungry, Izuku replied with a playful tone, holding out the plate. I don't want any. I don't want to hang out with you guys, so just leave my secret hideout. Kota shouted, stomping his foot in frustration. Secret hideout? Izuku asked, amusement creeping into his voice. What do you want? Are you going to show off your stupid quirk and how powerful you are? Do that somewhere else. I don't want to be around you wannabe heroes. Kota yelled, and Izuku sighed. Your parents, they were the hero duo with water quirks, right? Izuku asked, noticing the way Kota's eyes widened in surprise. Who told you? Was it Mandalay? Kota shot back, anger flaring. Sort of. I overheard it during an unfortunate incident, Izuku admitted, watching as Kota clenched his teeth. Kota began to vent about how his parents had died because they were reckless, blaming their heroics for their fate. Izuku listened intently, realizing that Kota's hatred extended beyond just heroes. It was directed at the entire superhuman society. With quirks used by heroes and villains to battle each other, that was what Kota despised the most. You know, I don't know much about family love since I didn't experience that kind of stuff, but I know that your parents love you very much, Izuku told him, leaving Kota feeling surprised and confused. What are you trying to say? Kota asked, furrowing his eyebrows as he stared at Izuku, waiting for an answer. Your parents made the choices they did because they love you. With the rise of quirks, many people use them for their own selfish desires. That is what villains are, but there are also those who use their quirks to help others. What your parents did was to ensure you could live in a much safer world, away from danger and villains, so they could protect you, Izuku explained, causing Kota's eyes to widen. Shut up! Kota shouted, clenching his fists. I think you're turning your sadness and pain into hate. But I'm telling you, the more you hate, the more it will hurt you. The more you despise reality, the more it will break you, Izuku said seriously. Kota struggled to find words in response, contemplating with his fists clenched and his gaze fixed on the ground. Izuku eventually left, leaving a plate of food behind for Kota. As he continued to stare down, Kota fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Everyone just shut up. Shut up. Kota cried, looking up at the starry sky above him. Izuku felt exhausted after his talk with Kota as he made his way back to the campsite along the rocky mountain path. He was filled with mixed emotions, pity for Kota and a hint of frustration. He sighed as he arrived back at the campsite, surprised to see everyone lined up outside the main building. What's going on? Izuku asked, and Hitoshi informed him that Nizu had an announcement to make. Everyone, I'm here to announce that this summer camp will continue, Nizu declared, leaving everyone in shock. I hope you all learned something from that sudden attack. Now, on to more exciting news. I would like for you all to meet your new classmate, Nizu said with a beaming smile, and the students gasped in disbelief. You don't mean, Kaminari began, but Nizu interrupted by introducing Kamika. Meet Kamika Origami, your new classmate, Nizu announced, and the students exchanged incredulous looks. Just moments before Nizu's announcement, after asking Izuku and Katsuki to leave, he had asked Kamika to hear out his proposition. She had nodded, albeit reluctantly, and listened to his words. Would you like to study at UA and be part of the advanced class section? Nizu asked, prompting gasps of shock from everyone in the room. Nizu! Aizawa exclaimed, taken aback, but Nizu simply smiled and nodded. You're asking a villain to study at a school meant for heroes? Are you trying to make me laugh? Kamika replied coldly, glaring at Nizu. Not exactly, but I think this is a good opportunity for you. You said that fate chose you to become a villain, so why not rewrite your own fate? You don't have to be a hero just because you're at a hero school. You could attend classes to graduate and secure a well-paying job in the future, Nizu suggested, and Kamika began to weigh the pros and cons of his offer. As she thought, memories of her past mistakes flooded her mind, reminding her of the path she had taken, a path of survival that led her to become a villain. Accepting this offer would mean embarking on a new journey, one that could lead her toward becoming a hero who saves people, a stark contrast to her old life. If I accept, why put me in the advanced class? I've never been to school before, which means I know nothing. So why the advanced class? Kamika asked. Knowledge isn't the only factor for the advanced class. Strength and skills are also considered. A person who has defeated at least 20 heroes in training from UA on their own certainly meets the criteria for strength and skills. And don't worry about your education, the teachers at UA can help you with that. Plus, I believe you'll fit right in with the advanced class. They will be the family you've been longing for, Nizu said with a caring smile, leaving Kamika in awe. Kamika looked down, took a deep breath, and then met Nizu's gaze. I accept your proposition, she said firmly. And that is what happened. Nizu explained excitedly, and the students remained in disbelief. She will be part of the new villain reformation program called the Villain Rehabilitation Program. Nizu added, raising his paws in excitement while the students still looked stunned. Hi, Kamika said shyly, avoiding eye contact with the advanced class. The advanced class had one thought: she was cute. They couldn't help but blush at her shyness, though they remained cautious. All except for the cheerful Kirishima and Tetsuetsu, who were the first to approach her. Hi, my name is Kirishima, he introduced himself. And I'm Tetsuetsu. Tetsuetsu added with enthusiasm. Nice to meet you, they both said in unison, leaving Kamika with an amused yet confused expression. I'm Kamika Origami, she replied, squinting her eyes as she curiously examined the two boys. Are you two twins? She asked, and they both shook their heads. Brothers? Distant brothers? Brothers from different mothers? She continued, and they shook their heads no each time. Why do you ask? They replied in unison, their faces showing curiosity. Nothing, you both just act strangely similar from the way you talk to how you look. It feels a little bit disturbing in a way now knowing you two are not related, she told them, laughter echoing from the advanced class behind the two boys. And what are you two wearing? Kamika asked, glancing down at their footwear. They're Crocs. Kirishima exclaimed, lifting his foot to show her his colorful Crocs. They're super comfy. Do you like them? Tetsuetsu chimed in, mimicking Kirishima's gesture. They look lame, Kamika replied bluntly, causing a heavy silence to fall over Kirishima and Tetsuetsu, who were taken aback by her honesty. Soon, waves of laughter erupted from the advanced class, amused by Kamika's straightforwardness. Confused by their reaction, Kamika felt a sense of relief as the tension in the air dissipated. The rest of the advanced class began to approach her, and she was overwhelmed by the sudden attention. She wondered why they were so interested in her, especially after her earlier actions. However, that thought faded as a genuine smile broke through her usually expressionless demeanor. It seems she has failed, Shigaraki, Kurojiri reported over the phone, standing atop a mountain cliffside. TSK, that girl couldn't even handle this job, Shigaraki replied, his voice laced with frustration. It also seems she is being friendly with the heroes, Kurojiri added, cursing under his breath. Switching sides, huh? Don't worry, we'll show her the consequences of that choice. I've assembled a team of elites, and I plan to use them to attack those heroes, Shigaraki said, his voice filled with dark delight. Understood, Shigaraki. I will be returning shortly. Kurojiri concluded the call, and Shigaraki angrily clenched his phone, eventually breaking it in his frustration. You heard all that, right? The Vanguard Action Squad will be receiving their first mission, Shigaraki announced to the 9 villains gathered before him. Get ready, everyone. The show is about to begin. The new student, Kamika Origami, had joined the advanced class at UA High School, given the opportunity to study and become a hero by none other than Principal Nizu. It was a chance for her to turn her life around and choose a path filled with hope. As night fell, the advanced class prepared for an early bedtime ahead of their training the next day. The pro heroes decided to take shifts guarding the campsite since Kamika had informed them that the League of Villains was aware of their location, though it was unclear if they planned a counterattack. With that in mind, the pros took their positions. Aizawa sat in front of the main building, sipping black coffee while mapping out the property. He continued his work until he noticed someone approaching. Looking up, he saw it was Kamika. What are you doing here, kid? Didn't those brats show you to your rooms? Aizawa asked, his tired eyes fixed on her. No, I'm just walking around, trying to get a better look at this place, she replied. Aizawa nodded and returned to his work. I have a bad feeling about something, she suddenly said, catching Aizawa's attention. What bad feeling? He inquired, noticing her hesitation. After years of experience, I've learned to trust my instincts. It's one of the reasons I've survived this long. My gut is telling me there's a storm coming. A big one, she explained, and Aizawa's expression turned cautious. So you think the league might make a move on us? Aizawa asked, and Kamika merely shrugged. I don't know, I'm just sharing what I'm feeling. But in my opinion, we should have left and gone somewhere else, she said before entering the main building, leaving Aizawa bewildered. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He admitted he also felt uneasy about staying, as if some alarm was signaling that this was a mistake. After years as a pro hero, he had learned to trust his instincts during missions, just like Kamika. He found himself in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. The next day marked the third day of the summer training camp. News of the sudden attack at UA spread rapidly across Japan, with many criticizing the school's security. This frustrated Nizu, as the issue lay not with security but with a mole within UA leaking sensitive information. UA faced significant public scrutiny, with many parents considering pulling their children from the hero course in favor of safer schools. Nizu needed to return to UA to hold a media conference, clear up misunderstandings, and address parents' concerns. While Nizu headed back, the advanced class students continued their training at the summer camp, preparing for the provisional license exam. They were motivated and training hard, but things felt different with Kamika joining them, who appeared a bit lost. What am I supposed to be doing? Kamika asked, looking confused as she watched her classmates running around. Oh right, this is a training camp. You're supposed to train your skills and quirks to the max here, Pixie Bob explained, and Kamika nodded in understanding. So, to train you, we need to learn about your quirk first, Mandalay said, and Kamika began to explain the fundamentals of her quirk, which revolved around the art of origami. She creates origami shapes and figures to use in battle. She also has the ability to telepathically make origami, but it requires a lot of concentration and energy, especially when creating multiple pieces at once. She explains that when she crafts an origami, it comes to life, taking the shape and form of her desires. For instance, if she creates a bear origami, it will animate and behave like a bear at her command. If she forms a katana, it transforms into a real sword. She can also adjust the sizes of her origami and even make them burst into pieces on command. However, there are drawbacks to her abilities. She can only activate her origami quirk when she has paper nearby, which is a significant weakness. Without paper, her quirk is rendered useless. Additionally, she must fold her origami perfectly for it to activate. One wrong fold can lead to failure, especially when she attempts to create them telepathically. I see, then I have an idea on how you can train, Aizawa suggested, piquing her interest. He instructed her to train with Momo and Ragdoll. Her task was to engage in a match with Momo using weaponry while simultaneously creating origami during the battle. This seemed daunting for Kamika, as she had never trained in such a manner before, but she agreed and approached Momo and Ragdoll. Momo was surprised to see Kamika approach her, as they had only met the day before. However, she quickly understood Kamika's intentions and accepted the challenge, with Ragdoll acting as the referee. The battle commenced, with Momo skillfully wielding a variety of weapons, including a staff, halberd, swords, shield, and guns. Ragdoll was impressed by Momo's grasp of the basics and her ability to execute techniques against Kamika. Ragdoll was even more astonished to see Kamika adapt to Momo's changing battle style, which varied with the weapons she used. Kamika primarily utilized origami katanas, sometimes dual-wielding them alongside kunai knives, ninja stars, and a shield. Ragdoll was particularly impressed when she noticed Kamika creating origami cranes telepathically while engaged in combat. The battle concluded with both participants shaking hands, appreciating the match. Kamika continued her training until several members of the advanced class requested if she could create origami animals for sparring. Kamika complied, crafting a pack of origami tigers, bears, rhinos, and elephants. The students thanked her as they utilized her strong origami creatures as sparring partners. While creating the origami animals, she spotted Izuku and Katsuki and asked them for a rematch after their aerial battle the previous night. They agreed, leading to a chaotic three-way battle that ended with considerable destruction. After a day of training, the advanced class was called back to the main building for dinner. They first enjoyed a relaxing soak in the hot springs, allowing the soothing water to ease their muscles. Once refreshed, they headed out to prepare their dinner, with Katsuki leading the group with his usual intensity. Kamika felt a warm sense of belonging as she had never had the opportunity to cook with others before. They shared a hearty meal that satisfied their hunger before heading to their evening classes. Although Nizu was absent, Aizawa and Vlad King took charge in his stead. Kamika felt a bit anxious, having never attended an actual class before, but the teachers reassured her that everything would be fine. Unfortunately, things took a turn when the sudden smell of smoke filled the classroom, causing confusion among the students. Aizawa was the first to rush out, followed closely by Vlad King and the rest of the class. Upon exiting the main building, they saw smoke billowing from the forest, with a crimson fire towering above the trees. "What is happening?" Aizawa demanded, turning to Mandalay, who was already investigating the situation. "I don't know. The fires just appeared out of nowhere." Mandalay replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. Suddenly, they all witnessed Pixie Bob levitating off the ground, pulled by an unseen force. They gasped as she was slammed down by a concrete pillar. Two figures emerged. A muscular individual who had pulled Pixie Bob and another person with a mutation quirk resembling a gecko. "Pixie Bob!" Izuku shouted, ready to rush to her aid, but Mandalay and Tiger held him back. "This is bad. The villains have come," Mandalay warned, tension rising among the group. "Hope you're all doing well, Yue Hai. We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains," the gecko-like individual announced, eliciting grunts of defiance from the heroes. "Should I crush this girl's head? What do you say?" the muscular man taunted, his voice oddly high-pitched as he threatened Pixie Bob. "I won't let you," Tiger shouted, filled with rage. "Oi, do you know them?" Aizawa asked Kamika, who nodded. Shigaraki mentioned them briefly, saying he was organizing a team of villains with varying ranks. "Most are C to B ranked, but there are also A and S ranked villains," Kamika explained. "So there must be more of them," Aizawa concluded, and Kamika nodded in agreement. The villains introduced themselves as Spinner and Magna. Spinner declared his allegiance to Stain's ideology, which angered the heroes, as Stain's beliefs revolved around brutality and the value of life. Mandalay ordered the students to retreat to the main building while the professionals handled the situation. The students began to argue about whether to help or retreat. "Oi, are you that Kamika girl Shigaraki was after?" Magna asked, eyeing her. "What's it to you?" Kamika shot back, a small grin forming on the villains' faces. "You're coming with us," Spinner declared as Magna activated his quirk, pulling Kamika toward him. Kamika began to float, levitating toward Magna. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu immediately jumped in, grabbing her arms in a desperate attempt to resist Magna's magnetic pull. Kamika then began to telepathically craft an origami crane from the papers in her pockets, sending it flying toward the two villains. With a snap of her fingers, the crane burst into a dazzling explosion, causing Magna and Spinner to stumble back. "You little pest!" Magna shouted, a sly smile spreading across Kamika's face. With Magna and Spinner momentarily distracted, Izuku extended his water arms to reach the unconscious Pixie Bob, carefully bringing her back to safety. As they assessed her condition, they noticed a serious head injury, with blood trickling from the side of her head. "Looks like you're having some trouble, Magna, Spinner," a woman's voice called out, drawing the heroes' attention to a group emerging from the blazing forest. The heroes widened their eyes as they recognized the notorious villains approaching them, all of whom were on the radar of police investigators and heroes alike. They signaled for the students to retreat as the villains drew closer. Among the villains were a girl in a school uniform with a mask, another girl dressed in a traditional purple outfit with a butterfly mask, a man in a black suit with white stripes, a man in a straitjacket with only his mouth exposed, a woman with red-violet hair clad in black armor with gold accents, and two menacing gnomes. "Let's get this show on the road," the woman declared, conjuring flames in her palms that took the shape of a scythe, slamming it into the ground with an intimidating thud. Looks like we're on your side now, Katsuki grinned, sparks crackling from his palms in anticipation. We have no choice then. Remember to take them down quickly and efficiently, Aizawa reminded them, and they all nodded in agreement. But wait, where is Koda? Mandalay suddenly exclaimed, her voice tinged with worry, causing Izuku to widen his eyes in realization. Koda! Izuku shouted, panic rising as he realized Koda was missing from the campsite. I know where he is, I'll go get him. With that, Izuku sprouted wings from his back and soared toward Koda's hideout. As he flew, the butterfly-masked villain drew a knife and sent it hurtling toward Izuku at high speed. However, she was taken aback when a glob of liquid intercepted the knife, dissolving it instantly. The students stood ready, lined up and prepared to fight. You're not going to hurt him, Mina declared, encasing her arms in acid. You villains will have to face us, Katsuki shouted, his palms sparking like firecrackers. This is the end for you heroes, the flame-wielding woman declared as both sides charged toward each other. The battle commenced. I've been driving around this town, knowing it like the back of my hand. I've been dreaming of ways to escape, putting myself in a box that I could never fit into someone I could be proud of. Here I am on this bridge, facing defeat, just doing the best I can while living the life I have. I'm confused, but I'm okay with that. The beauty will outweigh the pain. From the chill of the autumn wind and the laughter of your sister's child to the first snow when it settles in, the beauty will outweigh the pain. We'll all find a purpose one day. There are so many reasons to stay. I don't want to die, I just don't want to feel trapped. Why can't I reach out for help? You would do anything to support me through this. I'm so used to being alone that I don't know what it's like to let someone into my mind, but I'd do anything just to survive. I'm just doing the best I can, living the life I have, and while I'm confused, I'm fine with that. The beauty will outweigh the pain. From the chill of the autumn wind and the laughter of your sister's child to the first snow when it settles in, the beauty will outweigh the pain. We'll all find a purpose one day. There are so many reasons to stay. When the song finished, Izuku felt a tear almost escaping down his face, but he held it back. The class erupted in cheers, standing and clapping for his amazing performance. Shota and Hisashi looked pleased as they joined in the applause. Mina then encouraged Izuku to sing another song, and soon the class began chanting, "Another song," over and over until he agreed. He went back to his room, grabbed another sheet of paper with keys and chords for Jirro and Momo, and when he returned, he handed them the note sheets. They all nodded in understanding, and Izuku took his place in front of the mic once more, his classmates buzzing with excitement. Okay, this is a song I wrote about being true to yourself. I hope you all enjoy this last song. The audience clapped and whistled in anticipation.